My wife is a beautiful CEO. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326. Yanqi rushes into the body. Feng Juan cares the most about her son. Therefore, she often pays attention to what medicine Shen Lin uses. Now, under her identification, Shen Lin is completely speechless. Su Chen said coldly, "Do you still want to quibble now? Isn't this Juxin KO?" Shen Lin lowered his head and stopped talking. Su Chen waved his hand. Qi Hetao immediately scolded, "You quack doctor, come back with me for investigation." Shen Lin was taken away. However, there was no joy on Gao Zepeng and Feng Juan's faces. The couple hurriedly walked to Su Chen. "Mr. Su, Shen Lin, that old bastard, used Juxin KO on Xiaoji. It won't hurt him, right? Mr. Su, please, save Xiaoji." Su Chen smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I'll take care of the rest." On the side, Feng Zhongsheng came over and said to the two of them, "Sister, brother-in-law, don't worry about it for now. With Mr. Su here, Xiaoji will definitely be fine." Seeing Feng Zhongsheng's confident look, the two finally felt relieved. Su Chen put Gao Xiaoji on the bed and undressed him. With a stream of energy, Gao Xiaoji stopped twitching and fell asleep peacefully. Su Chen took out a handful of silver needles and threw them out with force. The next moment, whoosh, 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 the silver needles surrounded Gao Xiaoji's heart, forming a plum blossom shape. It was the plum blossom needle array that Su Chen passed on to Bian Sanson and Sun Zhangjing. This time, Su Chen used the 9 extreme life transforming needle and the plum blossom needle array to repair Gao Xiaoji's heart. Then, he took out half a plant of the earth green spirit mushroom. The last time he treated Jiang Lichen, there was half a plant left, and Su Chen fed it directly into Gao Xiaoji's mouth. Soon, everyone saw red threads spreading from Gao Xiaoji's heart, like a tattoo. Soon, the red threads covered the child's chest. Su Chen's eyes widened. He raised his hand and pressed it down with one palm. "Wake up." Su Chen slapped Gao Xiaoji on the chest. Puff. A mouthful of black blood spurted out from the corner of the child's mouth. "Xiaoji." On the side, Feng Juan covered her mouth and cried out in pain. Su Chen smiled, put away the silver needle, and turned his head. "I also expelled the poison of the Juxin grass, and the child is fine." Feng Juan and Gao Zepeng were immediately happy. They didn't bother to thank him and ran to the bed. They saw that the red threads on Gao Xiaoji's chest disappeared. "Dad, Mom." Gao Xiaoji slowly opened his eyes. Feng Juan and Gao Zepeng were immediately overjoyed. "Son, how do you feel now?" Feng Juan asked quickly. Gao Xiaoji rubbed his chest and said, "Mom, I feel that my heart doesn't hurt anymore, and I don't feel stuffy anymore." As he spoke, Gao Xiaoji took 2 deep breaths. Then, he said excitedly, "Dad, Mom, I really don't feel any pain anymore. Can I play with other kids now?" Gao Zepeng and Feng Juan looked at each other, then hugged the child and cried with joy. On the side, Feng Zhongsheng said, "Mr. Su, don't laugh at me. My sister and brother-in-law had children relatively late, and they were middle-aged children, so they love them more." Su Chen smiled and said, "I understand. This time, it's all thanks to you." Feng Zhongsheng looked relieved. Su Chen smiled and said nothing more. After waiting for a while, Gao Zepeng and Feng Juan finally calmed down. The two of them took Gao Xiaoji and walked to Su Chen. "Mr. Su, thank you so much. Thank you for curing my son's illness." Gao Zepeng was very excited, and Feng Juan was even more excited. "Mr. Su, I kowtow to you." "Xiaoji, kowtow to your uncle. Your uncle saved your life." As she spoke, she was about to pull the child to kneel down to Su Chen. Su Chen smiled bitterly and stopped the two. "You two don't have to do this. Mr. Feng and I are friends. This is what we should do." Su Chen smiled. Feng Zhongsheng was even more proud when he heard this. He smiled and said, "Okay, don't be polite back and forth. It's dinner time now, brother-in-law. Why don't you just invite Mr. Su to dinner and we can chat slowly before the banquet?" Gao Zepeng said repeatedly. Yes, yes. That's right. As he spoke, he saluted to Su Chen and said, Mr. Su, please do us a favor and give us a chance to thank you. Su Chen looked at the time and did not refuse. Gao Zepeng looked at Jiuo Qian and invited him as well. However, Jiuo Qian declined because Jiuo Linga had just recovered from her illness and needed to rest for a while. Jiuo Qian bowed to Su Chen and said, Mr. Su, when you have time, I will treat you to a private banquet to express my gratitude. Su Chen nodded. Immediately, the group went to the hotel. This time, the hotel Gao Zepeng booked was one of the most upscale hotels in Yicheng, Qiansheng Hotel. Gao Zepeng reserved the best private room in Qiansheng Hotel. Although there were only 5 of them dining, the private room could accommodate 20 to 30 people. Gao Zepeng and his wife also ordered all the signature dishes of the hotel. Before the banquet, everyone was talking and laughing. Mr. Su, I don't need to thank you for your kindness. Gao Zepeng's face flushed, and he said with a hint of alcohol, in the future, in Yicheng, if you need me, Gao Zepeng, just ask. If I say no, I will be a dog. He was in a good mood, and had drunk a little. Hearing what he said, Su Chen almost laughed out loud. On the side, Feng Juan also pushed Gao Zepeng hard. She said with disgust, what are you talking about? You are a son of a bitch. Then what am I? Gao Zepeng was stunned and embarrassed. Su Chen laughed. This Gao Zepeng is a man of character. Feng Zhongsheng also laughed and said, Mr. Su, although my brother-in-law is not good at speaking, he is still very good at doing business. This guy's business is definitely among the best in Yicheng. Especially the chemical industry. It is also ranked first in the province. If you have something in Yicheng, it will definitely help to find him. Feng Zhongsheng paused and smiled bitterly. However, according to your ability, Mr. Su, you should not need this guy. Su Chen didn't say anything. However, he was a little surprised by Gao Zepeng. It turned out that this fat man was quite powerful. Everyone continued to eat and chat. Feng Zhongsheng also introduced Su Chen's great achievements in Yicheng to his sister and brother-in-law. Sister, brother-in-law, you don't know how angry I am when I know that bastard Feng Kai did such a thing. That Lao Zhenjiang, he was so powerful in Yicheng back then, but he still fell at the feet of Mr. Su. Mr. Su casually threw such a large industry as Bishu Villa to a young girl he had just met for a few days. What courage! And that Shen Junren came to cause trouble and block Mr. Su at the highway exit. As a result, he stirred up a hornet's nest, and here came Liu Yuantong, Yuan Kizu, Bishu Villa, Qin Huari. Haha. That grandson was scared to death. In the end, Mr. Su directly cut off the meat from Shen Junren and gave me his real estate project. I picked up tens of billions for nothing. When they said one thing after another, Feng Juan and Gao Zepeng were shocked. Only then did they know that Su Chen was so powerful. Feng Zhongsheng raised his glass to Su Chen again and said, Mr. Su, don't worry. I have locked up Feng Kai, the rebellious son. Let him face the wall and reflect on his mistakes. In addition, I'm also helping He Lily keep an eye on her property management company. It is very stable now. Under Wang Zong's guidance, Liu has run Bishu Villa in a decent manner. We often get together. They all said they missed you and wanted to go to Bincheng to see you. Su Chen smiled. Unknowingly, he had so many good friends in Yicheng. He smiled and said, okay, when I have time, I will go to Yicheng to see you again. Feng Zhongsheng's face lit up. That's great. At this time. Dang. 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 There was a sudden knock on the door. Gao Zepeng looked a little confused. The dishes are all here. Who's here again? He walked over and opened the door. A middle-aged man with a square face walked in with a wine glass. This man looked quite majestic, with a kind of awe-inspiring look. Brother Li. Gao Zepeng was quite surprised. Why are you also in Qiansheng Hotel? The middle-aged man laughed and said, I was having dinner here. I heard that you were here, so I came to see you. Gao Zepeng turned around and introduced everyone. This is my good friend and the highest officer of our Yicheng security system, Director Li Changqing. Brother Li, let me introduce you. This is my brother-in-law Feng Zhongsheng from Yicheng. This is my distinguished guest, Mr. Su Chen from Bincheng. Brother Li, Mr. Su is not an ordinary person. He is a great doctor. You see, Xiaoji's illness was cured by him. Li Changqing immediately looked at Su Chen. However, his expression was a little doubtful. But he was also a man of the scene, and he immediately agreed. Mr. Su, you are so young, but you have great medical skills. It is true that heroes come from young people. Gao Zepeng smiled and said, how about Mr. Su, can you help brother Li see if there is anything wrong with his body? As he spoke, he pulled Li Changqing in front of Su Chen. Seeing that Su Chen was so young, Li Changqing didn't really believe in his medical skills. But being pulled here by Gao Zepeng, he could only cooperate a little. Su Chen looked him up and down and said lightly, there is nothing wrong with Director Li's body. Li Changqing thought to himself that it was indeed a coincidence that he cured Gao Xiaoji. Then, Su Chen's voice sounded again. But Director Li has Yun Qi rushing into his body. If you expel it as soon as possible, it may be dangerous. Li Changqing's face changed instantly. Nonsense. Chapter 327. Now I'm rich. Li Changqing was furious. He was a former police officer, and he didn't believe in these messy supernatural things. What about Yun Qi rushing to the body? It sounded like feudal superstition. Gao Zepeng saw Li Changqing's reaction and quickly persuaded him. Brother Li, please listen to Mr. Su's explanation. What do you want to explain? Li Changqing looked righteous. Look at him. What are you talking about? What about Yun Qi rushing to the body? Isn't this just the trick of the traveling doctor pretending to be a superstitious doctor? Fortunately, he is your guest, otherwise, I would definitely handcuff him and take him away. Gao Zepeng knew Li Changqing's personality and felt embarrassed. He had good intentions, but it turned out like this. Mr. Su, Gao Zepeng looked apologetic. Su Chen, however, looked indifferent. It's okay. If Director Li believes it, I will treat him for your sake. If he doesn't believe it, that's his fate. Within 2 days, when his 5 internal organs are in pain and blood is flowing out of his 7 orifices, you will know whether my words are true or false. Li Changqing sneered when he heard Su Chen's words. How ridiculous. I just had a physical examination some time ago, and there is nothing wrong. You still have pain in all your internal organs, and bleeding from all 7 orifices within 2 days? Haha. Well, then you wait for me in 3 days, and I will come to you again. Su Chen said lightly. Maybe you won't live to the 3rd day at all. You. Li Changqing was almost so angry that his nose smoked. Good boy. You wait. After that, Li Changqing said to Gao Zepeng, Brother Gao, I can't talk to this kid anymore. I'm leaving first. I originally came to you to remind you that your chemical plant must not have any more accidents. You should pay more attention. Everyone, goodbye. After that, Li Changqing glared at Su Chen fiercely and turned away. Gao Zepeng smiled bitterly. He never thought that Li Changqing's trip would end up like this. He walked back to his seat, sat down slowly, and looked at Su Chen with a bitter smile. Mr. Su, please forgive me. Brother Li is a police officer, and he doesn't believe these things. The main reason is that what you said about the Yun Qi rushing into the body is really too mysterious. Gao Zepeng said helplessly. Su Chen smiled and said, it's okay. There are many things that you will never believe unless they happen to you personally. I should apologize to you for not letting your friend talk to you more. Gao Zepeng said repeatedly. Mr. Su, please don't say that. Seeing Su Chen's calm mentality, Gao Zepeng admired him very much. Mr. Su, are the symptoms you just mentioned about Li Changqing true? Gao Zepeng asked. Su Chen nodded and said seriously, you are not martial arts practitioners, and you don't understand the mysterious Taoist arts, so it's normal that you can't see it. But I can see that a lot of Yun Qi has condensed in his body. Yin and Yang are in conflict. At most 2 days, he must have pain in all 5 internal organs, and bleeding from all 7 orifices. Gao Zepeng looked worried. Will Li Changqing be in trouble? What do you think? Su Chen asked back. He is the conflict between the external Yin Qi and the internal Yang Qi. The blood flowing in the 7 orifices is the blood of the damaged 5 internal organs. If it really breaks out completely, death is a trivial matter. The worst thing is that he will have to suffer for a whole day before he can slowly die. Good words can't persuade a damned ghost. He doesn't believe it, and I can't do anything. Gao Zepeng looked helpless. The atmosphere at the banquet suddenly became a little depressed. Feng Zhongsheng saw this and quickly changed the subject, asking, brother-in-law, directly said that there should be no more accidents at your chemical plant. What's going on? Feng Juan interrupted, hey, don't mention it. I don't know why Zepeng is so unlucky. His newly built chemical plant has been having accidents recently. 2 explosions have occurred in the past few days. Several workers died. I guess directly has received a lot of reports from the public. If something happens again, I'm afraid the factory will have to be shut down. Gao Zepeng nodded, yes. But I can't shut down that factory. That factory supplies raw materials to my factory in the provincial capital. If it stops here, the provincial capital will be more seriously affected. I don't know what's going on. It's weird. I brought people to check several times and eliminated all safety hazards, but something still happened. What a bad luck. Hearing this, Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Mr. Gao, if it's convenient, please take me to the chemical plant to have a look. Maybe I can find some clues. Although Gao Zepeng didn't believe Su Chen could do anything, he still agreed. Okay. After all, Su Chen was his son's savior. Everyone continued to eat, drink and chat. After eating and drinking, Gao Zepeng also invited Su Chen to his home. Su Chen looked at the time and saw that it was already late, so he politely declined. And Feng Zhongsheng also said goodbye to Su Chen. Mr. Su, I came to Yicheng this time to see my nephew Xiaoji. Now that he is fine, I will go back to Yicheng directly. If you have anything to do here, just tell my brother-in-law and sister to do it. In addition, don't forget to visit us in Yicheng. Su Chen smiled and said, promise it. Everyone said goodbye. Su Chen went straight to find a hotel to stay. After packing everything up, Su Chen sat on the bed. He was about to count his gains when the phone rang. Ding-ling-ling. Su Chen answered the call and Liu Yaoqi's voice came. Mr. Su, are you done with your work? Come to my house and sleep. My mom has already made your bed. Su Chen smiled and said, no need. I already have a place to stay here. Sorry to bother on Jiang. Liu Yaoqi's tone was quite regretful. Okay then. Then when will you come to my house again? Su Chen smiled bitterly. I have other things to do. When I come to Yicheng, I'll see if I have time after I'm done. Okay. Liu Yaoqi could only hang up the phone. Su Chen smiled. He was about to throw his phone aside. Ding-ling-ling. Another ring rang. Su Chen looked and saw that it was An Linglang's call. Mr. Su, we have already booked your room. Do you need us to pick you up? An Linglang's voice was sweet. Su Chen smiled helplessly. Missen, no need to bother. I have already booked a room here. You can check out first. Oh, okay. An Linglang's tone was also quite disappointed. Then contact us if you need anything. After that, the two also hung up the phone. In a luxurious hotel, An Linglang felt lost. Ling Yuru was standing aside, sneering. Linglang, I think it's unnecessary for you to ask that Su Chen now. He's not a fool. How can he have no place to live? And Linglang smiled and said nothing. Ling Yuru's face changed slightly, and she asked, Linglang, have you thought about it? Do we really want to follow this guy Su Chen in the future? This is our best choice. And Linglang said softly, now that Zhu Qingyuan is in trouble, we can't go back to the Zhu family in the provincial capital. Besides, even if the second master Zhu Xianai regains power, we can't stay in the Zhu family. After this incident, I have seen clearly that, even if we get great benefits for the Zhu family, they will only think it is what they should do. In the Zhu family, we will always be dependent on others, and will always be outsiders. Ling Yuru's face was slightly gloomy. She knew that An Linglang was telling the truth. However, she still asked back, what about Su Chen? If we follow him, won't we be dependent on others? Of course not. And Linglang shook her head firmly. Mr. Su Chen is not that kind of person. He is a man you can rely on. As long as we treat him seriously, he will only give us more in return. And Linglang's face showed a sweet smile. Ling Yuru curled her lips and said disdainfully, I think you, silly girl, are fascinated by that bastard. Don't let him take you away one day. And Linglang's pretty face turned red. However, this time she did not dodge because of shyness. She blushed and smiled. If I fall into Mr. Su's hands, I will be a mistress. Speaking of which, we are no longer dependent on others. Yo yo yo. Ling Yu teased. Little girl is in love again. You haven't done anything yet, but you want to be a mistress. And Ling Lang's beautiful face suddenly became more rosy and more charming. On the other side, Su Chen hung up the phone and chuckled twice. My popularity seems to be okay. In the middle of the night, there are actually two groups of people who are worried that I have no place to sleep. Su Chen shook his head and threw these messy thoughts aside. Then, he took out his gains. In such a short time in Yichen, he has gained a lot of things. There are 2 billion from Jiuo Qian, and the medicinal materials and elixirs collected by Timi Feng. The key is that Yang Jichen's Kingling pills and Ningxian pills are what Su Chen has always wanted. I'm rich now. Also, my strength should be able to improve again. Su Chen took out the things, looking at one after another, and was overjoyed. Chapter 328. Who is Mr. Long? Su Chen picked up the Kingling pill, and looked at it again and again. Last time, when he made a big fuss at the Rang family in the provincial capital, he killed the Rang family's master, Master Heyo. From Master Heyo, he got 8 Kingling pills and a book called The Art of Concentrating the Soul for Cultivating Spiritual Power. With the help of this Kingling pill, Su Chen finally cultivated the spiritual seed of the Niwen Palace. Moreover, he also cultivated the spiritual peeping and spiritual sharp thorns in the spiritual concentration technique. Especially the spiritual sharp thorns, which had repeatedly made great contributions. However, after eating the 8 Kingling pills, Su Chen's spiritual power cultivation slowed down. Now, from Yang Jichen, Su Chen not only got the Kingling pill again, but also 3 higher quality Ninghen pills. Great. With the Ninghen pill, I'm sure that I can cultivate my spiritual power to a higher level. Su Chen was secretly happy. When cultivating spiritual power, from the very beginning, when the spiritual power seed is produced in the Niwen Palace between the eyebrows, it is considered to have reached the spirit seed stage. After that, if you break through again, you can make your spiritual power even stronger and almost solid, which is the stage of divine eyes. As the saying goes, if you do evil in a dark room, your divine eyes will be as fast as lightning. If you can reach this level, not only will your spiritual power be stronger, but any movement around you will not escape your attention, which will be extremely helpful in battle. Su Chen thought as he picked up 2 Kingling pills and threw them into his mouth. The Kingling pills melted in his mouth. The next second, they turned into a stream of pure power and rushed towards the Niwen Palace between his eyebrows. Su Chen immediately realized that his spiritual power was active again. After practicing for a while, not enough. Still not enough. Su Chen reached out and took the Ninghen pill, poured out one, and threw it directly into his mouth. In an instant, Su Chen only felt a burst of coldness explode in his mouth. Then, his head seemed to be frozen. These terrifying icy airs quickly rushed towards the Niwen Palace between his eyebrows. When this magical power collided with Su Chen's mental power, crash! Su Chen's mental power began to grow wildly. Su Chen felt that his brain was boiling like a pot. It seemed that countless things were rushing into his brain frantically. Damn. It's really powerful. Su Chen cursed inwardly and then frantically operated the concentration technique. However, even if he operated it with all his strength, it still had little effect. After a while, 2 blood marks flowed out of Su Chen's tightly closed eyes. Fuck. This pill must not be made by Yang Jichen. No wonder this bastard didn't take it at all. The medicine is too strong. Su Chen knew in his heart that it was too risky to take this soul condensation pill in the spirit seed stage. He frantically operated the concentration technique, although it didn't work much, but it was better than nothing. However, fortunately, Su Chen's mental resilience was strong, and he finally survived. Boom. A thunderous sound exploded in his mind. Su Chen felt that the world suddenly lit up. Without opening his eyes, he felt that any place in the room appeared in front of him. He could even see the tiny bugs crawling through the cracks in the floor under the bed. At this time, another wave of voices came. Ah, my husband is so great. Honey, I can't do it anymore. Hit quickly, Dongfeng. I won. Haha, give me money. Various voices came. Su Chen opened his eyes suddenly. Swish. A frighteningly bright light shot out from Su Chen's eyes. Haha. Although the soul condensation pill I took this time is a bit risky, it actually allowed my mental power to break through to the God Eye stage. Before breaking through to the land god, my mental power should no longer be a hindrance to me. Su Chen smiled and slowly put away all the light. In the martial arts world, if a strong man at the peak of the innate realm wants to break through to the land god, generally speaking, his innate vitality is mostly no problem. Their biggest constraint is actually the power of the soul, that is, mental power. Su Chen's spiritual power has now broken through from the spirit seed stage to the divine eye stage, and it will be much easier to achieve the divine realm in the future. Su Chen was satisfied and went to take a shower and sleep. On the other side, there was a person who couldn't sleep no matter what. This person was Zhang Lianru, who was lying on the hospital bed. Su Chen, you bastard, you made me disabled in the hospital bed, and my brother also confined me to my house. I'm not having a good time. Don't even think about having a good time. You can fight. You are strong in martial arts. I can't beat you with black, so I'll play white. Zhang Lianru gritted his teeth. He shouted, "Get in here." At this time, a short and thin figure trotted in. "Second young master, what do you want?" Zhang Lianru stared at him and said, "Zhou, I treat you well, don't I?" The servant Zhou hurriedly said, "Second young master, you are very good to me. But it is the order of the eldest young master to put you under house arrest, and I cannot disobey it." Zhang Lianru said coldly, "Don't worry. I'm not asking you to let me go. I can't go anywhere now. Well, go to my study. There is a card on the corner of the bed, and there is my private money of 5 million. Take it to Director Zhu Yang and ask him to help me deal with someone." Zhou hesitated. Zhang Lianru was furious and said, "Then please help me call Zhu Yang. I will tell him in person. You just go to deliver the card." Zhou hurriedly dialed the number. A strong voice came from the other side. "Hey, second young master Zhang, what's the matter?" "Director Zhu, 5 million. Help me deal with someone." Zhang Lianru said straight to the point. Zhu Yang's voice was a little cautious. "So much money? It won't be difficult, right?" Zhang Lianru gritted his teeth and said, "This grandson has a high level of martial arts cultivation. I can't catch him if I play dirty." Zhu Yang laughed. "A martial arts master? I'm not afraid. I have this official uniform, and the last thing I'm afraid of is him fighting with me. Second young master Zhang, just wait for my good news." He hung up the phone. Zhang Lianru's eyes suddenly showed hatred. "Su Chen, wait for death." The next day, Su Chen got up early in the morning and continued to take a Kingling pill to consolidate his spiritual power. After completing the practice, Su Chen felt refreshed. All the movements around him could not escape his ears and eyes. Even the ones behind him were the same. Moreover, Su Chen also found that the spiritual power of the Shenmue period was just like stretching out his eyes. If he wanted, he could even see through the blood vessels in the human body. This way, it will be much more convenient to see a doctor in the future. Su Chen thought secretly. Ding-ling-ling. A mobile phone rang. Su Chen picked up the phone, and Zhou Kan's voice came from the other side. "Mr. Su, are you free at noon? I would like to invite you to dinner. Mainly, Linger also wants to thank you." Su Chen nodded. "Sure. Where to?" Zhou Kan was immediately delighted. "Tell me the location and I'll pick you up." Su Chen reported the name of the hotel. Soon, Zhou Kan came to pick up Su Chen and arrived at a luxurious hotel. This place turned out to be the Bincheng Hotel, where Su Chen had eaten last night. Zhou Kan led Su Chen to a luxurious box. At this time, Zhou Linger was already waiting inside. Zhou Linger, who had rested for a day, had regained her youthful beauty. 18-year-old young people recover their energy faster. Various sumptuous dishes were placed on the table again. Zhou Kan once again pulled Zhou Linger to toast Su Chen to thank him. Su Chen smiled and drank it, which was considered acceptance. The three of them ate and talked. Zhou Linger was very lively, like a lark. "Brother Su Chen." Zhou Linger hadn't finished her words when Zhou Kan corrected her. "Linger, call Su Chen Mr." Zhou Linger pouted. "Brother Su Chen is not much older than me. You call him Mr. You make him look old. You." Zhou Kan didn't know what to say. Su Chen smiled and said, "Mr. Zhou, we can call him whatever we want." Zhou Linger looked proud. "Look, brother Su Chen always says so." Zhou Kan was helpless. Jiuolinger continued, Brother Su Chen, I see you are only a few years older than me. How come your medical skills are so great? My dad said that many people didn't cure me. You made a move and then saved me. Can you teach me some medical skills? I'll go save people too. Haha. Su Chen smiled. I learned my medical skills by being beaten. Do you really want to learn? Beat it? Jiuolinger covered the second child's mouth. Su Chen nodded. From childhood to adulthood, although the old man grandpa was very good to him. But when it comes to learning martial arts, medicine, and all kinds of knowledge, he is very ruthless. What child doesn't like to play? Grandpa, that old man, relied on beatings to let Su Chen accumulate a foundation that others would not have for decades. Jiuolinger immediately shook his head. Then I won't learn it. Ha ha ha. Jiuokan and Su Chen both laughed. At this time, Su Chen looked at Jiuokan and asked, Mr. Jiuo, I also have a question for you. Go ahead. Jiuokan said respectfully. Su Chen said, who is Mr. Long? Chapter 329 Go and invite Mr. Su. Mr. Long. Hearing this question, Jiuokan's expression suddenly became stern. He stared at Su Chen and said seriously, Mr. Su, if I tell you that I don't know, will you believe me? Su Chen was slightly startled. Jiuokan explained, in fact, I didn't know Mr. Long at first. Later, after I relied on force to sweep away most of the underground gangs in Yicheng, someone contacted me. The other party told me that his surname was Long and wanted me to work for him. I naturally refused. He once sent people to help my rival at the time, but the final result was that neither of us took advantage. Later, I found an opportunity to completely solve that rival and officially became the boss of the underground world in Yicheng. Later, when I contacted Mr. Long again, it was when my daughter was in a car accident and was in danger. At that time, Mr. Long's people came to my door and said that they could help me save Linger's life, but they wanted me to work for him. At this point, Jiuokan gritted his teeth and said, now it seems that Linger's car accident was very likely arranged by them. Su Chen nodded. His eyes sank slightly. Mr. Long is so careful and secretive. Even people of Jiuokan's level have never seen his appearance. It can even be said that he knows nothing about him. In this case, it is impossible to investigate whether Mr. Long has anything to do with the disappearance of the Han family father and son. Su Chen thought about it and said, Mr. Jiuo, I have two friends who were kidnapped near your Yicheng. Can you help me keep an eye on them? However, I hope you don't make a big fuss when you look for them. I'm worried that too much noise will alert the enemy. Jiuokan nodded immediately and said, no problem, give me the news of those two people. Su Chen told Jiuokan the information about Han Kui and his son. It turned out to be the Han family in the provincial capital. Jiuokan was a little shocked. Even the 8 major families in the provincial capital dared to move. This Yicheng is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The two continued to eat and chat. On the other side, Li Changqing finished lunch at home and sat on the sofa watching TV. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his internal organs. Ah! Li Changqing covered his chest and cried out in pain. In the kitchen, Li Changqing's wife Wu Yuhang heard the noise and ran out. Old Li, what's wrong with you? Wu Yuhang looked panicked. Li Changqing hugged his chest, his face full of pain. He gritted his teeth and said uncomfortably, I don't know. I just feel like my internal organs are stabbed with a knife. The corners of my eyes, nose, and ears all hurt. Puff. As he spoke, Li Changqing spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah. Mrs. Wu Yuhang looked panicked. She pointed at Li Changqing's face and said, husband, don't scare me. Your eyes, nose, and ears are all bleeding. I'll call 120 for you now, don't worry. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through Li Changqing's mind. Within 2 days, you will definitely have severe pain in your 5 internal organs and bleeding from all 7 orifices. Su Chen's words rang in Li Changqing's heart again. Yes, yes, yes. Su Chen, Mr. Su, you will definitely be able to save me. Li Changqing's face suddenly showed a ray of hope. After Wu Yuhang hung up the phone, she said to Li Changqing, husband, don't worry, I've called 120. I also called Yicheng's most famous doctor, Lu Daokan, to come over. He is a doctor on the saint hand list. You will be fine. Li Changqing covered his chest and struggled. Call Gao Zepeng and ask him for Su Chen's phone number and ask Mr. Su Chen to save me. Su Chen? Oh, okay. I'll go right away. Wu Yuhang hurriedly dialed Gao Zepeng's number. Gao Zepeng and Li Changqing had a good personal relationship, and Wu Yuhang also had his contact information. The call was connected. Gao Zepeng was very surprised. Sister-in-law, do you have something to talk to me about? Wu Yuhang said anxiously. Brother Gao, give me the phone number of the Dr. Su Chen. I have something to talk to him about. Gao Zepeng heard it and asked quickly, is something wrong with Brother Li? Sister-in-law, don't worry, I'll be there soon. Mr. Su's number is 133. After Wu Yuhang got the number, she immediately hung up the phone and called Su Chen. Qiansheng Hotel. Su Chen was chatting with Jiuo Qian. Suddenly, a strange number called. Su Chen answered. An anxious voice came from the other side. Are you Su Chen? Where are you? Su Chen nodded. I'm Su Chen. I'm having dinner at Qiansheng Hotel. Who are you? The other side immediately said. Directly is sick, and you still have the mind to eat. Su Chen was confused. Who is sick? What does it have to do with his own dinner? The other party continued. I'm the wife of Directly of Yicheng. My name is Wu Yuhang. Directly is ill at home. Come here quickly. Do you hear me? Su Chen frowned. Does this tone sound like asking for a doctor? Is he ordering a servant? Su Chen frowned and said nothing. On the other side, Wu Yuhang became even more anxious. Hey, are you deaf? Su Chen said in a deep voice. Ms. Wu, right? I hope you can recognize one fact. I'm a doctor, not your servant. Wu Yuhang was stunned. She had never encountered Su Chen's attitude before. In Yicheng, wherever she went, people knew that she was Li Changqing's wife, and they were all respectful and courteous. And this Su Chen dared to talk to her with such an attitude. Wu Yuhang was furious. What kind of attitude do you have? Asking you to come and treat Directly is giving you a chance. If you miss today, you will have to wait for the next life to find such an opportunity. Su Chen was almost angry and laughed. He said coldly, you can give this opportunity to anyone you want. Are you living in a dog factory? You've been licked out of so many bad habits. After that, Su Chen hung up the phone. Beep, beep. Wu Yuhang almost doubted her life when she heard the busy tone on her phone. Su Chen actually scolded her. This bastard. After her husband recovers from his illness, she will definitely sue this guy. Wu Yuhang walked back to the living room from the windowsill with a dark face. Li Changqing's face became even uglier. The blood flowing from his 7 orifices was getting more and more. The pain in his internal organs was also getting more severe. Seeing Wu Yuhang coming back, he hurriedly asked, how is it? When will Su Chen come? Wu Yuhang's face darkened. This bastard. He's so arrogant. He doesn't even pay attention to me. And he said that we can find whoever we want. Wu Yuhang didn't say what her attitude was at all. She just said how arrogant Su Chen was. Anyway, in her opinion, all this was Su Chen's fault. When Li Changqing heard Su Chen's refusal, he thought it was because of his attitude last night. He sighed and said nothing more. Hubby, don't worry. I've called 120 and asked Lu Daokan to come. Everything will be fine. Wu Yuhang comforted. Li Changqing could only force himself to be strong and endure the pain. On the other side, in the box of Qiansheng Hotel, Su Chen put away his phone and said lightly, this woman is sick. Jiuo Qian looked at Su Chen and asked, Mr. Su, what's wrong? Su Chen smiled coldly. It's a woman named Wu Yuhang who said she is Li Changqing's wife. She asked me to go to see a doctor for Li Changqing and said this is a chance for me. From the tone, she wanted me to kneel down and thank her. I don't know who gave her this bad habit. Jiuo Qian was shocked. He didn't expect that Su Chen was actually related to Directly of Yicheng. Jiuo Qian said, Li Changqing is the head of the Yicheng security system. He is actually a good person. Whether in terms of ability or character, he can be called a good police officer. However, it is a bit hard to say about his wife. He may die without knowing how he died, if he has such a wife. Su Chen also smiled. There is a saying with such a wife, why worry about the husband not dying on the street? It is about women like Wu Yuhang. Mr. Su, didn't you just come to Yicheng? How did you get to know directly? Su Chen casually recounted what happened yesterday. After listening to Jiuo Qian, his face sank slightly and said, why do I feel that this matter seems to be the work of Mr. Long? Su Chen smiled. It does look a bit like that. First arrange for the accident, then arrange for someone to rescue, and get a favor. Su Chen smiled and said, it depends on whether someone will take the initiative to kill Li Changqing later. But it has nothing to do with me. Su Chen looked indifferent. Although it is said that saving the dying and healing the wounded is the doctor's duty. But if you are humiliated in the face and then shamelessly go to treat people, that is not the job of a doctor. That is cheap. Chapter 330. Are you going to kill me? Langjiuli, Villa Complex. Li Changqing's home. The living room was in a panic and mess. Li Changqing lay on the sofa, holding his chest with both hands. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth, eyes, ears, and nose from time to time. Wu Yuhang was so scared that tears fell out. She cursed anxiously, why are those 120 rubbish so slow? And Lu Daoken, why hasn't he come yet? At this time. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. Wu Yuhang was surprised. She wiped her tears quickly. Husband, don't worry, the doctor is here. After saying that, she hurried to open the door. The door opened, and an old man carrying a medicine box walked in quickly. Drive Lu, you are here. Come and save my husband. Wu Yuhang was delighted. The person who came was Lu Daoken. Lu Daoken was the only divine doctor in Yicheng who was on the saint hand list, and he was extremely famous. Even Wu Yuhang was very polite to him. Where is Director Li? Take me over to see him. Lu Daoken didn't say anything polite. Wu Yuhang quickly led him to the living room. Lu Daoken walked quickly to Li Changqing's side and examined him. When Li Changqing saw Lu Daoken coming, a trace of relief appeared on his tense face. The title of Yicheng's #1 doctor is still very impressive. Lu Daoken took Li Changqing's pulse, examined him, and undressed him for examination. After a series of operations, he frowned. Seeing this, Wu Yuhang panicked. Divine Dr. Lu, what happened to my husband? Lu Daoken said in a deep voice, I just checked and found that Director Li's body actually has no problems. Wu Yuhang was stunned. No problems? Impossible. Look at him now. All his internal organs are aching, and he is bleeding from all 7 orifices. How can there be no problems? This is also what I'm entangled with. Lu Daoken frowned. Looking at the pulse and the physical condition of Director Li, there doesn't seem to be any problem. But he is in great pain. What is going on? There can't be no cause. Lu Daoken was confused. At this time, Li Changqing injured the pain and said, Dr. Lu, do you think it is yuan qi rushing into the body? Although Li Changqing didn't know what yuan qi rushing into the body was, but he saw that Lu Daoken couldn't find the cause at all, so he said what Su Chen said. However, Li Changqing didn't expect it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Daoken slapped his thigh. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. It's yuan qi entering the body. Lu Daoken's face was full of surprise. He looked at Li Changqing in surprise. Director Li, how do you know that yuan qi entering the body has this symptom? I only found out about this disease when I read an ancient medical book in my early years. I almost forgot it myself. I didn't expect you to know it. On the side, Wu Yuhang was also a little surprised and looked at her husband blankly. She didn't know when her husband, a policeman, knew medical skills. However, Li Changqing's face was not happy at all, but full of regret. Last night, when Su Chen said these things, he scolded him. Now it seems that what Su Chen said is true, and he is the most ignorant person. No wonder Su Chen didn't come to the door at all. He must be angry with him. Thinking of this, Li Changqing wanted to slap himself twice. What Li Changqing didn't know was that Su Chen didn't agree to treat him because of Wu Yuhang's condescending attitude. At this time, Wu Yuhang hurriedly urged, Drive Lu, since you know that my husband is in a state of yin, do you have a way to treat him? Lu Daoken showed a confident smile on his face. Don't worry, if I don't know the cause of the disease, I may not be able to do it. But since I already know it, I have a treatment plan. The ancient book said that to treat this situation, you need to use the 7-star mysterious needle method. I just remembered this set of needles. Don't worry, As he spoke, Lu Daokan took out a handful of silver needles. Seeing his confident look, Li Changqing and Wu Yuhang suddenly became more confident. Soon, Lu Daokan stripped off Li Changqing's shirt. He slowly recalled the record of 7-star mysterious needle method in the ancient medical book and acupunctured Li Changqing little by little. Not long after, all 7749 silver needles were inserted. It's done. Lu Daokan clapped his hands and stood up with a smile. On the side, Wu Yuhang hurriedly looked at Li Changqing. Li Changqing's face slowly became a little more rosy. It seemed that he had really recovered. "Husband, are you still in pain?" Wu Yuhang asked with concern. Li Changqing took a few deep breaths and smiled. "Much better. The internal organs don't hurt so much, and the bleeding from the 7 orifices has stopped." Li Changqing looked at Lu Daokan. "Drive Lu, you are indeed worthy of being a miracle doctor on the saint hand list. You can even treat such a strange disease." Lu Daokan proudly stroked his beard and said proudly, "Of course. I have never failed to cure diseases and save people in my life." Speaking of this, Lu Daokan suddenly remembered the scene a few days ago when he was treating Qin Qingmei and almost got knocked over and was beaten by Su Chen. That time doesn't count. Anyway, I probably won't meet that guy Su Chen in this life. Lu Daokan added silently in his heart. Wu Yuhang was even more happy. "I said, with Dr. Lu, there's no need to worry. Husband, the doctor surnamed Su you asked me to find actually dared to put on airs with me. In a few days, I must go to see him and see what he is so proud of. Husband, I'm telling you." Wu Yuhang was about to complain to Li Changqing. At this time, puff, Li Changqing suddenly spit out a mouthful of black blood. "Ah!" he screamed, fell on the sofa with his head up, and covered his chest weakly. "Husband! Director Li!" Wu Yuhang and Lu Daokan screamed and lost their voices. I saw that black mist began to appear on Li Changqing's face, and his face looked extremely gloomy. Wu Yuhang was so scared that she trembled all over. She looked at LV Daokan and begged, "Drive LV, please come and see what happened to my husband. Please save him." At this time, LV Daokan was also panicking. He just performed the 7-star mysterious needle according to what was written in the ancient medical book. But LV Daokan had no idea what would happen. I don't know what to do. Wasn't he fine just now?" Wu Yuhang was immediately anxious and said angrily, "If something happens to my husband, don't think about getting away with it." LV Daokan's face was in a panic. Li Changqing is the head of the Yicheng public security system. This crime is not small. At this time, the ambulance also arrived. Several doctors and nurses came down and gave Li Changqing first aid, but there was no effect. Wu Yuhang was so scared that tears flowed. The doctor said, "Let's go to the hospital quickly. The hospital has advanced equipment and should be able to find out." As he spoke, several people were about to carry Li Changqing to the ambulance. At this time, Li Changqing struggled to stop him and said, "No, don't send me to the hospital. Find Dr. Su. He can see that I am yin qi rushing through my body. He must have a way." Li Changqing was clear-headed. Now, he has believed that Su Chen is definitely a master. He has judged in his heart that if he goes to the hospital, he will most likely be in danger. Only by relying on Su Chen, maybe he can survive. Wu Yuhang's eyes were red, and she cried, "Even if Dr. Su is powerful, he won't come at all. What can you do?" On the side, Lu Daokan said, "Director Li, I think you should go to the hospital. At this time, it's not reliable to rely on a doctor who comes from an unknown source." Li Changqing endured the severe pain and stared at Lu Daokan. "Dr. Lu, since you can't cure me, don't give me any advice." Lu Daokan's face turned black. In fact, he has his own little thoughts. If that doctor succumbs and really cures Li Changqing's illness, then his position as the #1 doctor in Yicheng may not be kept. That's why Lu Daokan suggested that Li Changqing go to the hospital. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside the villa. "How is brother Li?" Everyone turned their heads and saw Gao Zepeng walking quickly. Gao Zepeng walked in and was shocked to see Li Changqing's miserable appearance. "Brother Li, what's wrong with you? Is it really the yin qi rushing into your body?" Gao Zepeng asked. Li Changqing's face was gloomy, and he smiled bitterly. "Mr. Su is a master. I, Li Changqing, was wrong. It's a pity to offend Mr. Su. I can only leave it to fate. Gao Zepeng was surprised and asked, just now, my sister-in-law asked me for Mr. Su's phone number. Didn't she call? Li Changqing tried to turn his head and look at Wu Yuhang. Wu Yuhang immediately added fuel to the fire and repeated Su Chen's arrogance. However, Gao Zepeng frowned more and more as he listened. No. Yesterday, I talked to Mr. Su for a long time. With his character and tolerance, he would never talk like this. Wu Yuhang's face froze. At this time, Li Changqing's face became even uglier. He said angrily, Yuhang, tell me clearly, what did you say to Mr. Su on the phone? You can't hide a word. Poof. After saying that, Li Changqing's blood surged up, and he spit out blood again. Wu Yuhang trembled with fear. Husband. It's my fault. Immediately, she told the whole story. Li Changqing was almost angry and died. I asked you to invite Dr. Su. Yes. What's your attitude? Do you want me to die? Li Changqing's face was full of anger. Gao Zepeng was also speechless. However, Li Changqing was his friend and also his connection in the political circle. He had to speak to smooth things over and said, sister-in-law, you just said that Mr. Su is having dinner at Bincheng Hotel. Let's go and invite him directly. You must be polite. This concerns brother Li's life. Wu Yuhan wiped her tears quickly and agreed. Okay. On the side, Lu Daokan's eyes flashed with a strange light. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 Half Bottle of Water Bang. Bincheng Hotel. Su Chen and Jiuokan were still eating and chatting. Jiuokan asked, Mr. Su, are you really not going to care about Li Changqing? Su Chen smiled. Why should I care? There are so many patients in the world. Do I have to save every one of them? As the saying goes, medicine can't cure fatal diseases, but Buddha can save those who are destined to be saved. Some people are destined to be like this, and you can't force it. Jiuokan asked curiously, Mr. Su, can you tell fortunes? A little bit. Su Chen smiled. In the past, mountain, medicine, fortune, divination, and physiognomy were all the homework of Zhuan Taoism. On the side, Jiuolinga was very curious and asked, then brother Su Chen, look at my face. What kind of husband will I find in the future? Jiuokan's face suddenly darkened. He immediately scolded, how old are you, and you're thinking about finding a husband? Jiuolinga stuck out her tongue. Su Chen smiled. This Jiuokan is really a daughter slave. When his daughter said she wanted to find a husband, he was immediately stimulated. I'm afraid it will be difficult for Jiuolinga's future partner to pass this test. Su Chen smiled and said, don't worry. Judging from your face, you should get married late, but you will be rich and stable for life. Jiuolinga was overjoyed. She asked again, then, is my husband handsome? Jiuokan's face suddenly darkened. Su Chen laughed in his heart. If Jiuolinga asked again, it would be difficult for her to meet another man in the future. At this time, Jiuokan asked, Mr. Su, you also saw Li Changqing yesterday, so will he die today? Su Chen smiled and said, destiny may be roughly predictable, but it is very easy to change. This is why it is said that the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. However, Li Changqing's face does not look like a short-lived person. Jiuokan was quite curious, since Wu Yuhang has offended you so much, it is strange that Li Changqing can still live. Could it be that there are other miracle doctors who can treat Li Changqing? Su Chen smiled and said nothing. At this time, dong dong dong, the door of the box was knocked. Jiuokan was stunned. The dishes have all been served. Jiuolinga jumped to open the door. I'll go open it. Then, the door opened. Two figures rushed in. Mr. Gao? Su Chen called out. The people who broke into the box were none other than Gao Zepeng and Wu Yuhang. Su Chen didn't know Wu Yuhang, so he just called Gao Zepeng. Mr. Gao, why are you here? Su Chen asked. Gao Zepeng looked embarrassed. He looked at the middle-aged woman next to him and introduced. Mr. Su, this lady is Wu Yuhang, the wife of Director Li Changqing. I brought her here to apologize to you. Su Chen looked at Wu Yuhang and said nothing. He and Wu Yuhang had just had an unpleasant argument on the phone. Unexpectedly, they met again so soon. Wu Yuhang looked embarrassed. However, she also knew that the situation was critical. Wu Yuhang rushed directly to Su Chen. Bang! She knelt directly in front of Su Chen. Dr. Su, everything is my fault. Please forgive me. I'm arrogant and ignorant, and I'm rude. It's all my fault. It has nothing to do with my husband. As long as you are willing to save my husband, you can punish me in any way. Please. Wu Yuhang cried with tears all over her face, and then kowtowed to Su Chen fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. It seems that Wu Yuhang is also determined to ask Su Chen for forgiveness. One after another, there is no mercy. After a few knocks, blood was shed. On the side, Zhou Wanqiu was dumbfounded. This is the wife of Director Li, the boss of the Yicheng security system. Now, she kowtows to Mr. Su. Zhou Wanqiu's admiration for Su Chen is 3 points deeper. At this time, Su Chen stretched out his hand. The vitality gushed out and directly supported Wu Yuhang in the void so that she could not kowtow. This scene made Wu Yuhang dumbfounded. She realized that Su Chen was not an ordinary person at all. In addition to medical skills, his achievements in martial arts must also be extraordinary. Thinking of this, Wu Yuhang regretted even more. Okay, I hope you don't have your eyes on the top of your head every day in the future. Your husband's power is not yours. Moreover, his position represents more responsibilities and obligations, rather than privileges. I hope you can take care of yourself. Su Chen said coldly. Wu Yuhang was overjoyed. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Su. I'll remember it. Get up. Let's go now. Su Chen said lightly. Wu Yuhang stood up quickly. However, she kowtowed too hard just now. After Wu Yuhang stood up, she almost fell down. Su Chen supported her and said lightly, look into my eyes. Wu Yuhang was startled and didn't know what Su Chen was going to do. But she still obeyed and did as he said. Wu Yuhang looked into Su Chen's eyes, which were dark and bright. She suddenly felt as if she saw a whirlpool, and her whole mind was suddenly in a trance. In an instant, Wu Yuhang's head felt cool. She felt like she had just had a good sleep, the dizziness in her head had gone away, and she was much more awake. What kind of divine means is this? Wu Yuhang looked at Su Chen with a shocked face. Su Chen just smiled and stepped out of the door. Now, his spiritual power has entered the divine eye stage from the spiritual seed stage, which is much stronger. His spiritual power can not only be used to attack, but can even control others to hypnotize or recover. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is no different from a god. Soon, Su Chen and others came to the Langiu and Jiuli Villa district. Wu Yuhang's home. Li Changqing was lying on the sofa. He only felt that his internal organs were like being burned by a raging fire. The blood in the 7 orifices had to be wiped constantly. At this moment, feeling the passing of life, Li Changqing's inner regret almost drowned himself. If I hadn't been arrogant last night, but listened to Su Chen's words, how could there be today's tragedy? If I die because of this, I deserve it. On the side, Lu Daokan advised, Director Li, you should go to the hospital as soon as possible. Maybe you are not infected with Yunqi. Besides, even if you are infected with Yunqi, I don't believe that the Dr. Su you said can cure you. I'm a doctor on the saint hand list. I can't cure you. You believe that a young doctor can cure you? Isn't this funny? Before Li Changqing could speak, a voice came from outside the door. Are the doctors on the saint hand list very powerful? I remember that there are many frauds on the list. Hearing this voice, Li Changqing's eyes lit up. He knew that it was Su Chen's voice. Lu Daokan was furious. Being selected into the saint hand list was the proudest thing in his life. Now, someone mocked the saint hand list. Where did this arrogant and ignorant person come from? He dared to belittle the doctor on the saint hand list before he even grew up. I'm a saint hand. Suddenly, Lu Daokan shut up because he saw a nightmare-like figure coming in from outside the house. It was Su Chen. Behind Su Chen, there were Wu Yuhang, Gao Zeping, Zhou Wanqiu and Zhou Linga. Zhou Linga wanted to watch the fun, so Zhou Wanqiu was also pulled over. Lu Daokan was stunned. Ever since he was beaten by Su Chen last time he treated Qin King Mi, he had nightmares these days, all of which were about Su Chen laughing at him. He thought that, as long as he didn't go to Bincheng again, he would never meet Su Chen in this life. However, he never expected that he would run into him again in Yicheng. Su Chen walked in and gave Lu Daokan a cold look. This old man's medical skills are okay, but his character is not so good. He cares too much about face and reputation. Lu Daokan lowered his head in fear and dared not speak again. He was very worried that Su Chen would tell about his failed treatment of Qin King Mi. However, Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention to him and walked towards Li Changqing. Li Changqing saw Su Chen and looked ashamed. Mr. Su, I apologize to you. Li Changqing struggled and wanted to stand up. Su Chen waved his hand. No need. As he spoke, he stepped forward to check. Seeing the silver needles on Li Changqing's body, Su Chen was slightly startled. 7-star mysterious needles? This is a good way to deal with the yin qi rushing into the body. Hearing Su Chen's affirmation, Lu Daokan immediately regained some confidence. He raised his chin and said in a pretentious tone, "Humph, you are quite knowledgeable. This is what I learned from ancient medical books. I spent more than 10 years to piece together this complete set of 7-star mysterious needles from more than a dozen ancient medical books. I'm afraid that no one else in the world can master it except me. It's a pity that Li Changqing's condition is a bit special. Otherwise, I would definitely cure him," Lu Daokan said proudly. Su Chen smiled and looked up at Lu Daokan. "I said you are fat, but you are still panting? You." Lu Daokan was very angry. Su Chen said in a loud voice, "1 star is born in the Cheyenne to acupoint. Thousands of doors and windows attract fire and wind. 2 stars are in the Huage acupoint. Half of the Shenzang is in the Zigan. 3 stars are in the Yutang Tanzhang acupoint." Lu Daokan was dumbfounded. How do you know the formula of the 7 stars profound needle?" Su Chen had a blank expression. "Do you think that you are the only one in the world who knows the 7 stars profound needle? You are even making excuses and putting the blame on directly for the complicated situation. It is obviously your poor skills and wrong acupuncture method. You pierced the Cheyenne to acupoint 2 points shallowly. You pierced the Zhou Wanqiu acupoint and the Huage acupoint half a point deeper. And the Yutang acupoint. You leaned to the left. You looked through a few ancient books and pieced them together, and then you think you have mastered the secrets. You are talking about you when you are half full. Treating people is not for you to practice. You pierced the 7 stars profound needle to retreat yin into gathering yin. The patient is lucky not to be killed by you." Su Chen scolded coldly. Lu Daokan's face turned red and hot. Finally, Lu Daokan gritted his teeth and said stubbornly, "You can tell it. Who knows whether what you said is true or false? If you have the ability, cure the patient first. If you can cure him, I will kneel down and kowtow to you to become my disciple." Su Chen sneered. "Then you just watch." Chapter 332 Su Chen, get out here. Su Chen raised his hand. Whoosh. All the silver needles on Li Changqing's body instantly gathered in his hand. Then, Su Chen scattered them casually, 3 or 5 at a time, directly towards Li Changqing. However, all the silver needles were inserted into Li Changqing's acupuncture points with great precision, without a single mistake. Lu Daokan's face was stern. Just now, he was very careful when applying acupuncture, and he even missed several needles. Now Su Chen seemed to be playing, but he was not wrong at all. Just this acupuncture skill can surpass him by 100,000 miles. However, Lu Daokan said stubbornly, "Isn't this the same as mine?" Su Chen sneered. "Same as you? Look at the position of each needle, and the pattern formed by all the silver needles. Do your needles look a bit like the 7 stars? Lu Daokan was speechless. Because although the position of Su Chen's silver needles was not much different from his just now, the whole formed a 7 stars map. Also, you haven't learned the essence of the 7 stars needle at all. The key to the 7 stars needle is the 7 stars. You must use the gold needles. If you can't even distinguish the 7 stars, what kind of 7 stars needle is it?" As he spoke, Su Chen took out 7 gold needles from his arms. They dropped directly on the positions of the Big Dipper. But, in an instant, the entire 7 stars needle diagram seemed to be activated. The 7 gold needles even emitted a faint glow, like stars in the night sky. Oh my god. It really looks like the Big Dipper. Is this our traditional medical technique? It's amazing. Lu Daoken's eyes revealed a trace of obsession. This is the complete 7 stars needle. Su Chen's vitality urged it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, all the needles trembled. Indistinctly, it seemed that a ray of starlight was sprinkled. A faint black gas began to emanate from Li Changqing's body. Su Chen said, "You guys move away. Otherwise, this yin qi will enter your body, which is bad for your health." Everyone retreated quickly, and Lu Daoken was the one who ran the fastest. Although he said he didn't accept it, he was the one who recognized Su Chen the most in his heart. Soon, the black air dissipated. Su Chen shot out a stream of flame energy. There seemed to be a burning smell in the air. Su Chen raised his sleeves, and the air instantly became fresh. He raised his hand again, and he took back the silver needles and gold needles. At this time, Li Changqing also opened his eyes. He quickly stood up, put on his clothes, and bowed to Su Chen. "Mr. Su, thank you for saving my life. Last night, I was ignorant and fearless. I apologize to you." Li Changqing was very frank, and apologized to Su Chen. Su Chen admired his attitude. He nodded and smiled. At this time, Wu Yuhang also ran in. She was seen with tears on her face. "Husband, Wu, you scared me to death." The couple hugged each other, thankful to have survived the disaster. Gao Zepeng approached Su Chen and said with gratitude, "Mr. Su, thank you. My brother-in-law is right. Your medical skills are amazing." Ji Yuolinger was also very excited. "Brother Su Chen, you are so handsome." Su Chen smiled and asked casually, "Is he more handsome than your future husband?" Ji Yuolinger was stunned, and then her face turned red. "Ah. Brother Su Chen, you are making fun of me." Su Chen was slightly stunned. He suddenly realized that his casual reply seemed a little inappropriate. Turning around, he saw that Ji Yuokan, the daughter slave, had a dark face. "Forgive me, I slipped my tongue." Su Chen was a little embarrassed. Ji Yuokan didn't say anything. Soon, Li Changqing took Wu Yuhang and walked to Su Chen. "Mr. Su, I apologize to you on behalf of Yuhang. She really shouldn't have done that. Please forgive me." Li Changqing bowed. Wu Yuhang hurriedly followed. "Please forgive me, Mr. Su. You can punish me however you want." Su Chen waved his hand and said, "Just remember it in the future." "Yes, Mr. Su, I will definitely take this as a warning in the future." Wu Yuhang looked grateful. At this time, Gao Zepeng said, "Just now, Mr. Su was having dinner, and we invited him. Brotherly, Sister Hong, please treat Mr. Su to dinner again. It's both an apology and a thank you." Wu Yuhang hurriedly said, "Yes, that's right." Li Changqing also nodded in approval. Then, Li Changqing turned to look at Ji Yuokan and his daughter. "Mr. Ji Yuo, you and your daughter should come too. I hope you will do me the honor." Ji Yuokan was shocked. This is the headquarters of the Yicheng security system. A serious official. And he was just a civilian, or even a bandit, but he was invited. It seems that it was all because of Su Chen's face. "Okay. Thank you, Director Li." Ji Yuokan agreed with a smile. At this time, Director Li walked to Lu Daoken again. He handed Lu Daoken 2 stacks of money and said, "Drive Lu, I guess you have a lot of things to do in your clinic, so I won't keep you here. These 20,000 yuan will be my medical expenses." "Thank you." Lu Daoken looked embarrassed, and he took the 20,000 yuan with a dark face. "Okay. Goodbye." After that, Lu Daoken was about to leave. Gao Zepeng suddenly said, "Wait a minute. Just now, I heard Dr. Lu say that if Mr. Su cures Director Li, he must kneel down and become his disciple. Now that Brother Li is cured, doesn't Dr. Lu admit his fault?" For a moment, everyone looked at Lu Daoken with a smile. Lu Daoken's old face flushed. He gritted his teeth and struggled for a long time. Finally, bang, Lu Daoken knelt on the ground. "Master, please teach me the 7-star mysterious needle technique," Lu Daoken said in a deep voice. He had a good plan. Anyway, he had already said it, and he would definitely kowtow and become his disciple. He might as well take this opportunity to learn something from Su Chen. However, Su Chen said lightly, if you want to be my apprentice and learn the 7-star needle, your character needs to be considered. Let's talk about it later. Lu Daokan was startled, knowing that his thoughts were seen through. Suddenly, his face turned red, and he ran away in shame. Everyone looked at each other and laughed. Li Changqing changed his clothes and set off with everyone. This time, the place where Li Changqing invited everyone to dinner was still Qiansheng Hotel. Su Chen felt funny. Is there no other good hotel in Yicheng? The huge round table in the box was filled with signature dishes again. Of course, Su Chen had seen these dishes twice. Gao Zepeng invited them to dinner once, and Jiuo Qian invited them to dinner again. Everyone ate and talked, and the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. Li Changqing and Wu Yuhang were very grateful to see that Su Chen really did not bear grudges. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes were 5 flavors. Li Changqing suddenly asked, Mr. Su, can I ask a question? How did I get the yin qi into my body? Su Chen put down his chopsticks and said lightly, if I'm not mistaken, directly should have received some new gifts recently, especially antique jade, and you often play with it. Li Changqing's face suddenly showed a thoughtful look. Wu Yuhang said, husband, didn't you say that you received a good piece of jade? Oh. Li Changqing slapped his head and quickly took out a jade pendant from his body. Everyone looked at it and saw that the color of the jade pendant was very good and the carving was also very exquisite. Good jade. Yes. Look at this color, this carving technique. It looks like the handwriting of master. Su Chen glanced at it and said lightly, does your jade feel very cool to the touch? Every time I feel upset, I play with it for a while and feel my mind clearer. Li Changqing was stunned. Mr. Su, how do you know? Others around were also curious and stepped forward to touch it. Sure enough, this jade felt very cool to the touch. At this time, Su Chen said lightly, because your jade is a yin object. Yin object? Everyone was stunned. What is a yin object? Li Changqing asked. Su Chen said lightly, it is what the dead person holds in his hand or in his mouth in the coffin. Your jade is so effective, it should have been buried in the cemetery for more than 100 years. Clang. Li Changqing's hand trembled, and the jade pendant fell directly on the dining table, and the others couldn't help but dodge to the side. This is a dead person's thing, or a thing that has been with the dead for 100 years. Too taboo, and Li Changqing was dumbfounded, thinking of how he had held this thing in his hand, on his face, and on his forehead before. He felt like vomiting. Now, he just wanted to find a big iron brush and brush himself thoroughly. Mr. Su, Li Changqing wanted to cry, but had no tears. Su Chen smiled and said, don't worry, I have already removed the negative energy in your body. If you don't use this jade for a long time, you should be fine. Of course, if you still want this jade pendant, I can help you deal with it. Li Changqing shook his head quickly. Mr. Su, I don't want it anymore. I'm scared when I think that this is a dead person's stuff. If you don't mind, I'll give you this jade. Su Chen was stunned, then nodded and took the jade pendant. Okay. Then I'll be disrespectful to refuse it. Li Changqing was relieved. Su Chen said, you'd better check who gave you this jade pendant. Was it intentional or unintentional? Yeah. Li Changqing's eyes flashed with light. Everyone continued to eat and drink. At this moment, a hurried knock on the door sounded. Open the door. Su Chen, get out. Chapter 333 Shoot. Bang, bang, bang. There was a very urgent knock on the door outside the box. Everyone frowned. Li Changqing's face looked even worse. He was the head of the Yicheng security system. He felt very embarrassed to be disturbed like this when he was entertaining guests. And Su Chen was also quite surprised. He didn't know who he had provoked again. Su Chen, I know you are in there. If you don't come out, don't blame me for breaking in. Su Chen stood up with a calm expression. Everyone, someone is looking for me outside. I'll go see what's going on. As he spoke, Su Chen went directly to the door of the box and opened it. As soon as he opened the door, Su Chen was a little surprised, because there were 3 uniformed police symbols outside the door. Su Chen asked with some confusion, 3, what do you want from me? The leader was a fat man in his 40s. He frowned and said in a cold voice, I'm looking for you because of something. My name is Zhu Yang, and I'm the director of Yangsheng Avenue office. We received a report that you are suspected of raping a woman. Please come back with us for investigation. Su Chen looked pained. Rape a woman? These people fabricated the crime. At least they should be more careful and make it more realistic. I have never come into contact with a few women in Yicheng, so how could I commit such a crime? Excuse me, do you have an arrest warrant? Or a document for compulsory summons? Su Chen asked. Su Chen has learned a lot in this period of time and knows the necessary procedures of these law enforcement agencies. Zhu Yang was stunned when he heard Su Chen's words. He didn't expect that Su Chen was so familiar with their processes and procedures. Zhu Yang's face darkened and he said toughly, "Do we need you, a criminal suspect, to teach us how to do things? What you have to do now is to cooperate. Stretch out your hands. We are going to handcuff you. You'd better not resist the law violently." Then, he took out handcuffs and handcuffed Su Chen. Su Chen's face turned cold and he said, "If you can't produce the written documents, don't blame me for not cooperating." Zhu Yang's eyes widened. "Don't cooperate? You dare?" As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed Su Chen. However, no matter how he dragged me, Su Chen didn't move at all. Zhu Yang was immediately furious. "Brothers, this kid resisted law enforcement. Show him what you can do." Behind him, two subordinates immediately took out pepper spray and batons. Su Chen's face turned cold. "If you do this, don't blame me for being rude." Zhu Yang said angrily, "I'll see how you are rude. Get him." The two subordinates rushed over directly. Su Chen snorted coldly and kicked out. Bang, bang, bang. 3 people were kicked in the chest in an instant and flew backwards. "My uncle. Dare to rely on force to disobey law enforcement." "Brothers, the criminal suspect violently attacked the police. Take out the gun. You can kill the murderer at any time." Instantly, Zhu Yang and the other 2 took out their guns. Snap. The 3 guns opened their safety and loaded them. Pointed directly at Su Chen. With a gun in his hand, Zhu Yang's face was full of arrogance. "Son of a bitch. Try to move one more." Su Chen sneered. "You have a little power. You really don't know your last name." Zhu Yang laughed wildly. "KO. I have power. What can you do? You are so awesome. If you dare to move, I will shoot you directly." At this time, a cold shout came from the box. "Asshole, put down the gun." Zhu Yang looked up at the box, but didn't see anyone. He cursed loudly. "KO, which bastard wants to show off again? Come out and let me see. Look at my gun before you talk." The next second, Li Changqing walked out of the box. He looked gloomy, as if he was going to kill someone. He walked in front of Zhu Yang step by step. Then, he pointed Zhu Yang's gun at his forehead. "Come on. Director Zhu, I'm looking at your gun now. You are so powerful. Shoot. Shoot me to death." Li Changqing was furious. Li. Director Li." Zhu Yang's voice trembled. The arrogance on his face disappeared, and he wanted to cry but couldn't. He would never have thought that the person who came out of the box was Li Changqing. The other 2 subordinates were also scared, and their faces turned pale. Li Changqing was so angry that he trembled all over. "Today, I'm really unlucky. At home, my wife relied on her status to boss Su Chen around. I just apologized, and now a subordinate is pointing a gun at Su Chen. Isn't this a trap for himself?" Li Changqing turned around and bowed respectfully to Su Chen, saying, "Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. I really don't know this guy." Su Chen waved his hand directly. "I understand. This is definitely not you. However, you should work harder on your internal discipline self-examination." "Yeah, I understand. I will arrange it right away," Li Changqing promised again and again. Su Chen said, "Ask him what's going on." "Yes," Li Changqing responded immediately. Zhu Yang was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Director Li was so respectful to Su Chen. He had really stirred up a hornet's nest. "Zhang Lianru. Damn you, your ancestors." Now, Zhu Yang wanted to rush to Zhang Lianru's house and shoot this grandson to death. Li Changqing walked over. "Pa." A slap on Zhu Yang's face. "Didn't you hear what Mr. Su said? Who asked you to come? If you tell a lie, you should consider the consequences." Li Changqing's eyes widened with anger. Zhu Yang quickly confessed, "Director Li, it's Zhang Lianru, the younger brother of Zhang Lianjin. the president of Killing Group. He gave me 5 million and asked me to. Zhu Yang knew that all this could not be hidden. Therefore, it is better to tell the truth directly and strive for leniency. Li Changqing's face was livid. He turned to look at Su Chen. Mr. Su. Su Chen turned around and walked back to the box. You can handle it yourself. Li Changqing's face turned pale and he called the nearby police symbols directly. He arranged for these people to handcuff Zhu Yang and the other two. Take the 3 of them to Zhang's house and arrest Zhang Lianru. Then, let the 3 of them write a confession of guilt and repentance and wait for the organization to review. Zhu Yang and the other two looked desperate. They knew that their lives were completely over. Zhang Lianru, I'm your ancestor. Zhu Yang cursed in his heart. After Li Changqing dealt with everything, he hurried back to the box and apologized to Su Chen. Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. I really didn't know. Su Chen raised his hand and stopped him, saying, don't worry. I know that this matter has nothing to do with you. However, the same thing, we must strengthen power supervision, standardize law enforcement procedures, and put power in a cage. Today, because Zhang Lianru targeted me, and because you, Director Li, happened to be here, it was so easy to solve it. If it were an ordinary person, he might be wronged. These words made Li Changqing blush. Thank you, Mr. Su, I will definitely take it as a warning. Li Changqing promised. Su Chen nodded and said nothing more. On the other side, Zhang Lianru was lying on the hospital bed. At this moment, he looked anxious and irritable. Didn't Zhu Yang say he was going to catch Su Chen? Why is there no news yet? It's so damn slow. At this moment, bang, the door of the room suddenly opened. Zhu Yang walked in from outside. Zhang Lianru was immediately delighted and he shouted loudly, Captain Zhu, why are you here? Could it be that you want to give me a surprise and bring that Su Chen here? Zhang Lianru's face was full of excitement. However, the next moment, the excitement on his face disappeared because he saw a pair of bright silver handcuffs on Zhu Yang's hands. Go in. Someone pushed Zhu Yang from behind. Zhu Yang staggered in and almost fell to the ground. Several people in uniforms and wide-brimmed hats followed in. Zhang Lianru, you are suspected of bribery, hiring a killer and other crimes. We are arresting you. An arrest warrant appeared in front of Zhang Lianru. Zhang Lianru panicked. No, you're wrong. It's not me. Humph. The bank card you gave to Zhu Yang is in our hands. We have evidence, so don't struggle. Zhang Lianru looked desperate. Woo woo. No. It's all Zhu Yang's fault. It has nothing to do with me. At this time, Zhu Yang rushed to the bed and hit Zhang Lianru hard. Fuck you. You dare to blame me? Zhang Lianru was hit so hard that his head was bleeding and he burst into tears. You're still crying. I've been hurt so badly by you, and I haven't cried yet. You're crying. You're paralyzed. Zhu Yang was handcuffed and beat Zhang Lianru crazily. Several people hurriedly stopped him and pulled Zhu Yang away. On the bed, Zhang Lianru, with a bruised face and nose, cried even harder. And Zhu Yang also cried woo woo. However, no matter how miserable they cried, it was useless. What awaited them was legal sanctions. Bincheng Hotel, in a box. The atmosphere among the crowd became harmonious again. Li Changqing looked at Gao Zepeng and said, Zepeng, I left in a hurry last night and didn't tell you clearly. Your chemical plant must not have any more accidents. Su Chen looked at Gao Zepeng. His chemical plant seemed to have a big problem. Chapter 334 Want to kill someone? Have you asked me? Gao Zepeng smiled bitterly. Brotherly, I don't want anything to happen to the chemical plant. After all, it's the foundation of my provincial capital factory. Because of these 2 accidents, my provincial capital factory has suffered huge losses. Now, I'm more anxious than anyone else. Li Changqing sighed and said, don't blame me. The letters of complaint from the masses are piled up on my desk like snowflakes. The leaders above are also putting pressure on me. If there is another explosion accident, even if I want to help you, I can't. Gao Zepeng was silent. Even if Li Changqing has a good relationship with him, he still has to consider the pressure of public opinion. Alas. Gao Zepeng sighed and cursed in a low voice. I'm almost annoyed by this shitty thing. I personally led the team to check several times and eliminated all safety hazards. In the end, the accident still happened. Li Changqing said, "It's useless for you to tell me about this. I can only look at the results here. No matter how well you do, if something goes wrong again, you must stop working." Gao Zepan nodded. "Brotherly, don't worry. Don't laugh at me, this time it's too weird." So I invited the Taoist priest from Fuan Temple. This Taoist priest is said to be very good at finding dragon points and feng shui. I really have no choice but to put my hope on this kind of expert. On the side, Li Changqing rarely refuted. Maybe this illness has changed him a lot. Li Changqing pondered for a moment and said, "The Taoist priest of Fuan Temple can be tried as a plan. In addition, I will assign a few more capable people to you. The golden eyes of the criminal investigation team and the firefighting experts of the fire brigade will all go to help you." Gao Zepan was overjoyed. "That's great." At this time, Su Chen suddenly said, "Mr. Gao, I'll go with you to take a look." Gao Zepan was stunned. Last time, when he invited Su Chen to dinner, Su Chen mentioned this matter. At that time, Gao Zepan thought that Su Chen just mentioned it casually. Now it seems that he should be really interested. "Okay, Mr. Su, after we finish our meal, let's go to my chemical plant together." In Gao Zepan's opinion, Su Chen should be curious because he heard such a weird thing. Su Chen nodded. At the side, Ji Yuolinga's eyes also lit up, and she asked, "Uncle Gao, can I go with you to take a look?" Gao Zepan naturally had no objection. He smiled and said, "Of course. One more person means one more chance to find a problem." "Yeah." Ji Yuolinga looked excited. Ji Yuokan looked helpless. His daughter loved to watch the fun too much. After everyone finished their meal, Li Changqing and Wu Yuhang said goodbye to everyone. After all, Li Changqing had just recovered from a serious illness and still had to go back to rest. Su Chen, Ji Yuokan and others went to the garage to drive to Gao Zepan's chemical plant. Just as they walked to Ji Yuokan's car, Su Chen suddenly stretched out his hand. "Wait." Su Chen stopped Ji Yuokan and Ji Yuolinga. "What's wrong?" Both of them were stunned. Su Chen looked serious. He said, "Ji Yuokan, go to the car first, look under the car carefully, and take out the things underneath." Ji Yuokan looked puzzled. However, he still listened to Su Chen's words and slowly approached and lay down. Ji Yuolinga looked curious, not knowing what happened. After a while, Ji Yuokan came back with a dark face. In his hand, he was holding a damaged bomb. "Which bastard is trying to mess with me? Damn." Ji Yuokan cursed. Although this bomb may not cause any fatal damage to him, but if Ji Yuolinga was in the car, she might not be able to escape the explosion. "Mr. Su, thank you." Ji Yuokan looked at Su Chen with gratitude. Ji Yuolinga looked at Su Chen with fear. "Brother Su Chen, how did you find this explosive?" Su Chen smiled faintly. His mental power has been promoted to the divine eye stage. It is a sin in the dark room, and the divine eyes are like lightning. Everything around him is difficult to escape his eyes. What's more amazing is that now he has a sense of the cicada knows the autumn wind before it moves. This made him suddenly inspired and took the initiative to use his divine thoughts to scan the bottom of the car. At this moment, a sneer sounded. Alas, I knew that this low-level method is useless. Everyone's face changed. Ji Yuokan shouted angrily, "Who is it? Get out." In the shadow of the corner of the garage, a tall figure slowly walked out. Su Chen looked over and saw that, although the man was tall, he didn't have much flesh on his body. The whole person was like a giant skeleton. The most eye-catching thing was his big hands. Each finger was as big as a corn cob, and the joints were clearly visible. It seemed that this man's skills were definitely not weak. "Who are you?" Ji Yuokan felt the opponent's momentum and directly blocked Ji Yuolinga behind him. On the opposite side, the tall voice said coldly, "The one who wants your life." Ji Yuokan sneered, "Haha. There are many people who want to kill me, Ji Yuokan. However, most of them died in my hands. Today, I'm afraid you will be the next one." As he spoke, Ji Yuokan turned to Su Chen and said, "Mr. Su, please take care of Linga for me, and wait for me to capture this murderer." Su Chen nodded. "Be careful of his fist." Ji Yuolinga also swung his fist and said, "Come on, Dad, beat him hard." "Okay." After Ji Yuokan finished speaking, he rushed directly towards the tall figure. Boom. The bursting energy condensed in an instant. Zhou Wanqiu was like a killing god, with endless fighting spirit. The man in front of him placed a time bomb under his car, which had already touched his reverse scale Zhou. Go to hell. Zhou Wanqiu roared, and then punched out. In an instant, the energy storm formed in Zhou Wanqiu's hand and smashed hard at the tall figure. The tall figure did not retreat or dodge, but directly punched forward. Bang. Two terrifying energy exploded fiercely together. Boom. An invisible energy force suddenly exploded in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The glass of the vehicles around him exploded instantly. On the ground, spider web-like cracks also appeared. The next second, Zhou Wanqiu was entangled with the tall figure. The terrifying energy fluctuated violently, and the sound of collisions was heard everywhere. Zhou looked nervous. She looked at Su Chen and asked, "Brother Su Chen, my dad is so powerful, he should be able to defeat this bad guy, right?" However, Su Chen shook his head gently and said, "Not necessarily. Now, although your dad and that man have not yet decided the winner, that man obviously hasn't used his full strength yet." What? Zhou was shocked. Sure enough, the next second, a chuckle came. "Zhou Wanqiu, you are the underground emperor of Yicheng. I thought you were so powerful. Is this all? With just this ability, you dare to betray Mr. Long? You are simply courting death." Su Chen understood immediately. This man was actually sent by Mr. Long. The tall figure sneered. Turbulent wave fist. In an instant, a sound of rolling waves came faintly. The tall figure punched one after another, like a turbulent wave hitting the shore. Su Chen was shocked. Boxing intention? The boxing method used by the tall figure in front of him actually has boxing intention. It seems that this is a boxing method that focuses on boxing intention. Su Chen has seen this kind of boxing method once before. That is the Shenai fist that Liu Yuantang gave him. However, the Shenai fist is different from the turbulent fist. The fist meaning of Shenai fist is not fixed. You need to experience it yourself and find the fist meaning that suits you best. But the fist meaning of the man in front of you is ready-made. It is unknown which one is better or worse. Su Chen judged that in the initial stage, this man's turbulent fist must be easier to practice. However, if you look at the power, fit, and growth in the later stage, Shenai fist is definitely more powerful. Your dad is going to lose, Su Chen said to Zhou. Zhou was stunned and said in disbelief, "No, my dad is very powerful." The voice fell. The next moment, a sudden change occurred. Turbulent fist. The tall figure flashed wildly in an instant. He punched one after another and smashed Zhou Wanqiu fiercely. Zhou Wanqiu was shocked, cheered up, and responded one by one. However, the opponent was tireless and never stopped. Slowly, Zhou Wanqiu felt that the figure had disappeared from his sight and had turned into a raging wave in the sea, smashing towards him fiercely. And he had no choice but to force himself and break through these waves. Zhou Wanqiu felt that he was becoming more and more powerless. Go to hell. A cold shout exploded in his ears. Zhou Wanqiu saw that a huge wave fell from the sky, wanting to completely submerge him. This huge wave smashed down, like the collapse of a pillar of heaven and the raging sea rolling back. Facing such a natural force, Zhou Wanqiu instantly lost the courage to resist. No one can resist such a huge wave. This is what Zhou Wanqiu thought in his mind. However, in the eyes of Zhou and Su Chen, Zhou Wanqiu gave up resistance with his eyes blank and watched the other party's fist smash. Su Chen said, "Your dad was affected by the other party's fist and lost his way." Dad? Zhou face turned pale in an instant. "Brother Su Chen, save my dad. Don't worry." As soon as the voice fell, Su Chen's figure flashed out. The next second, he punched out. The tall figure turned around and took the punch. Bang! The figure flew backwards. Su Chen said calmly, "You want to kill someone, have you asked me?" Chapter 335. The name of the mountain has a meaning. One mountain can calm 100 waves. Su Chen threw a punch. The tall figure flew backwards. However, he flipped in the air and landed steadily on the ground. He stared at Su Chen with an angry face. Zhou Wanqiu, on the other hand, was bewildered. Just now, he saw a huge wave crashing towards him. However, in the next moment, Su Chen suddenly appeared and destroyed the huge wave that connected the sky and the earth with one punch. Mr. Su, Zhou Wanqiu finally came back to his senses. Su Chen said in a deep voice, "This man's boxing intention is very powerful. You are affected by him, and you don't even know it. You retreat first. Let me see how powerful this man is." Zhou Wanqiu finally understood what happened just now. "Mr. Su, then you be careful." He didn't act pretentiously and quickly retreated. Su Chen stood opposite the tall figure. The man asked, "Who are you?" "Su Chen." Su Chen said indifferently, "What about you?" The tall figure sneered, "The fist saint of the wind, Ziku Wanfeng. You should have heard of him, right?" Su Chen said indifferently, "Sorry, no. You." Ziku Wanfeng laughed angrily, "Okay. When you die today, when you go to the Hades Palace, remember to tell who killed you." The next second, Ziku Wanfeng stomped on the ground. Crash. His figure turned into a gust of wind and rushed towards Su Chen. Turbulent wave fist. His punch was like a shockwave, hitting Huanglang directly. "Come on." Su Chen was not afraid at all and raised his fist to meet it directly. He just wanted to feel the fist of this man. Bang. The two fists collided fiercely, but there was no sound. Then, the two fists separated like lightning and then attacked each other again. Ziku Wanfeng's face was fierce, and the vitality around his fist was surging, and there was a faint sound of waves coming. Hoo la la. Su Chen was not in a hurry and broke Ziku Wanfeng's offensive with one punch after another. However, Su Chen found that Ziku Wanfeng's fist in front of him had turned into waves without him noticing. Su Chen knew that this must be the first meaning of the turbulent waves fist. Now, he was gradually affected. Su Chen was not panicked at all, because this was exactly what he wanted. Just now, when Su Chen found out that the other party was mainly practicing fist meaning, he had decided to do this. Because he wanted to experience and understand Ziku Wanfeng's fist meaning, and then use it as a reference for his own Shenai fist. Ziku Wanfeng didn't know Su Chen's plan at all. When he saw Su Chen being gradually affected by his fist meaning, he suddenly showed a proud smile on his face. The turbulent waves fist, the fist meaning is continuous, like surging waves. If it fails once, the next attack will only be more terrifying. Beside him, Zhou Wanqiu's face was a little ugly. Not good. Mr. Su has also been affected by this man's fist meaning. Zhou Wanqiu and Zhou Linga were very anxious. However, what they didn't know was that Su Chen was enjoying it at the moment. Although Ziku Wanfeng's attacks were getting stronger and stronger, but Su Chen, relying on the spiritual power of the divine eyes, slowly felt the essence of the fist. The raging waves are Ziku Wanfeng's fist. Then what should my fist be? The raging waves, the huge waves, can overturn large ships, can destroy houses, can cover the sky, but can't move the mountains at all. Yes, mountains. In an instant. In Su Chen's mind, the appearance of mountains appeared. There are endless mountains, a lonely peak that leans against the sky, and steep cliffs. Not long after, in Su Chen's mind, the image of a mountain was slowly visualized and outlined by him. This mountain is not a famous mountain, but it is a mountain that Su Chen is most familiar with. It is the mountain behind the mountain village, where Su Chen grew up. From childhood to adulthood, Su Chen has climbed mountains and ridges in it. He is most familiar with this mountain. And the name of this mountain, Su Chen has also heard from his grandfather. There is a mountain. But, a strange change suddenly occurred in the battle. Su Chen slowly closed his eyes and his movement slowed down. Why did Mr. Su close his eyes? Zhou Wanqiu was shocked. Zhou Linga hurriedly asked, is brother Su Chen also affected by that person like you, Dad? Zhou Wanqiu did not answer, but stared at the battle, ready to rush to save people at any time. Ziku Wanfeng was delighted when he saw Su Chen close his eyes. Go to hell. The shocking wave fist smashed down again. The huge waves were like a river in the sky, flooding the earth in all directions. Boom. However, Su Chen just raised his hand slowly. Bang. A punch was thrown. Ziku Wanfeng felt that his vitality and fist intent were split directly from the middle, as if they had encountered a sharp blade. What's going on? Ziku Wanfeng was shocked. He didn't believe in evil, and continued to punch him. The fist intent was like a surging wave, and the vitality was like a rising tide, covering the sky and the earth. However, Su Chen still eliminated Ziku Anfeng's attack with a simple punch. Impossible. Impossible. Ziku Anfeng roared in his heart, punching Su Chen one after another. Su Chen was still not in a hurry and responded slowly, but he made Ziku Anfeng's surging attacks all return in vain. In Ziku Anfeng's eyes, Su Chen's figure gradually disappeared. What appeared in front of him was a mountain that was neither majestic nor steep. This mountain stood quietly in front of him. It was so natural and so reasonable. It was as if this mountain was created by heaven and earth, with a trace of innate Taoism. What mountain is this? Ziku Anfeng was a little flustered. The sea was raging, the waves were connected to the sky, and they smashed hard on the Yaodao mountain. The waves were broken, but the mountain remained the same. On the side, Jiuo Kan's eyes suddenly lit up. So that's how it is. I understand. Mr. Su is using this man to hone his own boxing spirit. Genius, a true martial arts genius. Jiuo Kan was very excited. He had never heard of anyone who could use his opponent to hone his martial arts all from scratch in a battle. Ziku Anfeng also realized that something was wrong. This bastard. He actually relied on my boxing spirit to hone his own boxing spirit. But what kind of mountain is this? Why is it so powerful? He felt that something seemed to be wrong. Ziku Anfeng wanted to run away. At this time, Su Chen's eyes suddenly opened. In Ziku Anfeng's eyes, Yaodao mountain seemed to come alive and merged with Su Chen's figure. Su Chen said calmly, "Your raging waves have lost their indomitable momentum. Are you afraid?" Ziku Anfeng was angry. "Boy, don't be arrogant. You just borrowed my fist to hone a tortoiseshell defensive fist. At most, I'll leave first. I don't believe that you can protect Jiuo Kan forever." Su Chen smiled. "You can't leave. You can't keep me." Ziku Anfeng stepped back. However, Su Chen stepped forward like lightning. "Since you said that my Yaodao fist can only defend, then I will show you what it means to be crushed by a mountain. What it means to be a landslide." The next second, Su Chen's figure approached quickly. Ziku Anfeng was startled. He turned his head suddenly and saw a mountain coming towards him to suppress him. Ah! Raging waves fist. The sea is boundless. Su Chen punched down fiercely. Bang! In an instant, a high mountain suppressed all the raging waves. Even if your waves are 100 feet high, I can calm them with one mountain. Calming the waves. Boom. Crack. Like a broken mirror, the entire sea surface burst open in an instant. Puff. Ziku Anfeng spurted out a mouthful of blood. The whole person flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. His bones were all shattered, as if they were crushed by a steamroller. He stared at Su Chen blankly. You are awesome." As soon as the words fell, Ziku Anfeng tilted his head suddenly and died completely. Su Chen was stunned and almost laughed. This man is really polite. Not only did he help him practice the Fist of Shinaiquen, but he also praised him before he died. "Mr. Su." Jiuo Kan ran over at the first time and looked at Su Chen in amazement. "Brother Su Chen, you are so awesome. My dad couldn't beat this guy, and you actually killed him. You are much better than my dad." And Jiuo Ling rushed forward and hugged Su Chen's arm. She was very excited, and her eyes were full of stars when she looked at Su Chen. Su Chen was a little embarrassed, and one of his arms was tightly held by Jiuo Linger, and he couldn't get rid of it. He glanced at Jiuo Kan and saw that Jiuo Kan's face was black. "Okay, Linger, stop fooling around. Let go of Mr. Su." Jiuo Kan said with a cold face. Jiuo Linger said coquettishly, "Dad, Mr. Su saved our lives. I'm expressing my gratitude." Jiuo Kan was speechless. At this time, Gao Zeppin ran over. He saw the mess around him and the body of Ziku Anfeng on the ground, and he was a little frightened. "Mr. Su, what's going on?" Su Chen said. "Someone came to attack Mr. Jiuo." Gao Zeppin was shocked. Su Chen said, "Mr. Gao, you have an appointment with someone at the chemical plant, so you go there first. I'll find someone to take care of this. After that, I'll go to your factory to meet you." Gao Zeppin nodded. "Okay. Mr. Su, you go ahead. If you really can't leave, you go do your own thing." In Gao Zeppin's opinion, even if Su Chen went, he couldn't help much. After Gao Zeppin left, Su Chen called Qiheteo. As soon as Qiheteo arrived, he went forward to check the body on the ground. Zikuang Feng? Qiheteo was stunned. Su Chen asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is Zikuang Feng very famous?" Qiheteo swallowed his saliva and said, "Mr. Su, Zikuang Feng is very famous in other provinces. Moreover, he is a master in the top 50 of the tiger list." Su Chen was slightly surprised. If he is in the top 50 of the tiger list, then he is really something. After all, the old man Jin Guang is only in the top 70. "Mr. Su, you are so awesome. I can take some credit from you again." Qiheteo laughed. Su Chen smiled. Then, he asked Qiheteo to collect the bodies. Jiuo Kan did not leave with Su Chen. Because of the fight just now, the underground garage and vehicles were damaged a lot. He took the initiative to ask to stay here for Su Chen to deal with the compensation for the vehicle damage. Although Jiuo Linga wanted to go with Su Chen, Jiuo Kan, who was in a bad mood, held her tightly. Su Chen smiled, said goodbye and left, and took a taxi to the chemical plant. He wanted to see what happened to Gao Zepeng's chemical plant. Chapter 336. Prepare to apologize. Su Chen got in a taxi and gave the address to the driver. Soon, Su Chen arrived at Gao Zepeng's new chemical plant. As soon as he got off the car, a middle-aged beautiful woman came up to greet him. It was none other than Feng Juan, Gao Zepeng's wife. "Mr. Su, you are here. Old Gao asked me to wait for you here." Su Chen smiled. Gao Zepeng was really a smart man, and he was very good at dealing with people. He had to accompany someone to inspect the chemical plant, and was afraid that Su Chen would feel neglected, so he asked his wife to wait here. It can also be seen that what happened in the past 2 days has made him respect Su Chen a lot more. "Sorry to bother you," Su Chen said politely. Feng Juan smiled. "What are you talking about? You are the benefactor of our family. This is what we should do. Besides, you came to the chemical plant to help. We can't thank you enough." Feng Juan is also a person of appearance, and her words are very comfortable. Su Chen smiled and followed Feng Juan to the factory. Usually, Feng Juan followed Gao Zepeng to work, and she also had a better understanding of the factory's affairs. She briefly introduced the situation to Su Chen. "Mr. Su, our chemical plant is a newly opened large factory. It supplies all the raw materials to the factories in the provincial capital. It can be said that, if the factory here stops working, the business in the provincial capital will basically be ruined. Therefore, Lao Gao and I have paid great attention to safety here from the beginning. We have checked all the safety hazards, system hazards, operational hazards, etc., and basically determined that there will be no problems. But accidents still happened, which is very strange. There are many flammable and explosive items in the chemical plant. Therefore, open flames are prohibited in the entire workshop. Every worker who comes in must be searched, but even so, accidents still happen one after another." Feng Juan sighed deeply. Su Chen said calmly, "Let's go. Let's go to the workshop and take a closer look." "Okay." Feng Juan responded. It just so happens that Lao Gao and Taoist Kingxin, as well as people from the Criminal Investigation Brigade and the Fire Brigade are here. Su Chen asked, "Did they find anything?" Feng Juan shook her head. "I was waiting for you outside just now, so I'm not sure yet. However, I see that Lao Gao respects Taoist Kingxin very much. Maybe he can find something." The two walked to the door of the workshop. The staff came forward and wanted to search Su Chen. Feng Juan wanted to stop him, but Su Chen said, "It's okay. Fire safety is everyone's responsibility. It's best not to have privileges in this kind of thing." "Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Su." Feng Juan was very grateful. After Su Chen and the others finished their inspection, they walked directly into the large workshop of the chemical plant. As soon as they stepped in, Su Chen frowned slightly. "Do you feel that it's a bit hot here?" Feng Juan looked at Su Chen in confusion. "Mr. Su, the workshop will definitely be hotter. However, this is a constant temperature workshop, and the temperature should not make people uncomfortable." Su Chen nodded and said nothing more. The two walked forward again. Soon, Su Chen saw a group of people checking everywhere. Gao Zepeng was accompanying a middle-aged Taoist priest in a coarse Taoist robe. The Taoist priest holding a whisk in one hand and a compass in the other, looked like an immortal. Gao Zepeng saw Su Chen coming and then waved to Su Chen as if he wanted to come over. Su Chen waved at him and asked him to continue to accompany the Taoist priest. Su Chen looked at the second wave of people. These people were wearing uniforms and wide-brimmed hats, and they were obviously from the criminal investigation brigade sent by Li Changqing. The leader was actually a young woman with short hair. The woman's facial features were not excellent, but they were very clean and neat, with a different kind of beauty. The last wave of people were wearing firefighting clothes, and they should also be firefighters sent by Li Changqing to eliminate hidden dangers. The leader was a man in his 30s. Feng Juan introduced that Taoist priest is Taoist priest Kingson of Fuan Temple. Lao Gao said that he is very good at finding dragon points and analyzing Feng Shui. The female captain of the criminal investigation team is called Chu Qingwu, and she is very good at solving cases. And the leader of the fire department is called Zhou Fang, who is also experienced. Su Chen nodded and walked closer to them. At this time, Chu Qingwu from the criminal investigation department was communicating with Zhou Fang from the fire department. Chu Qingwu asked, "Captain Zhou, have you gained anything? I didn't see any signs of human intervention. Moreover, after interrogating the employees, I didn't find any suspicion." Zhou Fang said rather melancholy, "Captain Chu, it's the same here. The firefighting measures in Mr. Gao's factory are very well implemented. It can be said that there are no blind spots for open flames, but an explosion still occurred. This is too unreasonable." Chu Qingwu nodded and said, "I checked the surveillance footage, but didn't find any signs. It's like a haunted place." Zhou Fang raised his chin towards Gao Zepeng and said with a wry smile, "Yes. That's why Mr. Gao invited the Taoist priest to judge the Feng Shui." Chu Qingwu glanced at Taoist priest Kingson, curled his lips and said, "It's just feudal superstition. Only fools believe it." At this time, a voice sounded from behind the two of them. "Madam, you can't say that. Qi disperses with the wind and stops with the water. The ancients gathered it so that it would not disperse, and moved it so that it would have a stop. So it was called Feng Shui. The theory of Feng Shui has existed since ancient times. Perhaps some people who are not well trained or cheat have ruined the reputation of Feng Shui, but it cannot be denied that there are still many effective aspects in this theory of Feng Shui." The two turned their heads and saw Su Chen with a faint smile on his face. Chu Qingwu frowned. What she hated most was this kind of man who showed off his knowledge after learning a little bit of fur. In her opinion, Su Chen's behavior was like a male peacock spreading its tail to attract a female peacock. Very childish. Chu Qingwu frowned and said, "Who are you? Don't you know we are investigating here? You just eavesdropped on our conversation. I have reason to suspect that you have ulterior motives." Su Chen said, "Sorry to bother you two. My name is Su Chen. Actually, I'm here to help Mr. Gao investigate the cause of the explosion. I just wanted to ask you some questions, so I accidentally overheard your conversation. Please forgive me." Chu Qingwu snorted coldly and said nothing. Zhou Fang was very polite. "Mr. Su, please tell me what you want to ask." Su Chen said, "I want to know when the two accidents in this chemical plant started and where they were respectively. Will it be useful if I tell you?" Chu Qingwu asked. Su Chen glanced at Chu Qingwu. "This woman is a little angry." Su Chen said lightly, "If you don't tell me, you can't find it out yourself, right? You." Chu Qingwu was immediately very angry. Zhou Fang smiled and said, "Mr. Su, this is not a secret. Let me tell you. The first time was at 2 AM on the 13th, and the fire started at about this location. The other time was at 4 PM on the 17th, and it was about that location." Zhou Fang explained the time and location of the two explosions. Su Chen said politely, "Thank you, Mr. Zhou. You're welcome." Zhou Fang said. But Chu Qingwu said coldly, "Even if you know, what can you do? Maybe I can find out the truth." Su Chen smiled mysteriously. Chu Qingwu said disdainfully, "Just you? Just rely on your feudal superstition?" "Yes. Just rely on the feudal superstition you mentioned." Su Chen said lightly. "Haha." Chu Qingwu smiled coldly, "If you find out the truth, I will bow to you respectfully and apologize." Su Chen smiled. Then you should move your body first, so as not to hurt your waist when you bowl later. As he said this, Su Chen turned around and left. TSK. Chu Qingwu pouted. Zhao Fang's face was full of smiles. He had heard that Chu Qingwu, the golden eye of the criminal investigation team, had always been in a bad temper with men who approached him actively. Now it seems that it is true. Then, Zhao Fang cast his eyes on Su Chen. Can this young man really find out? Su Chen was just strolling around, walking here and there, walking back and forth non-stop. Sometimes, he would stand in one place for a while, which was very strange. Playing tricks. Chu Qingwu sneered. In less than 10 minutes, Su Chen came back with a calm face. What? Can't act anymore? Chu Qingwu sneered. However, Su Chen opened his mouth and looked at Zhao Fang. Captain Zhao, I want to confirm something. Zhao Fang said, you say. Su Chen said calmly, in addition to the 2 AM on the 13th and the 4 PM on the 17th, there should be 3 more fire accidents, right? But it should have been discovered in advance and didn't cause any trouble, right? After the voice fell, Chu Qingwu and Zhao Fang were stunned. Chapter 337. It is better for the Azure Dragon to be thousands of feet high than for the White Tiger to look back. Chu Qingwu was stunned. Zhao Fang was also dumbfounded. Because Su Chen was right. They just found out about this. Even in the entire chemical plant workshop, many workers didn't know. Because when the flames were just discovered, the workers who were discovered put them out immediately. When they handed over the situation to Gao Zeppen just now, Gao Zeppen didn't tell them about this. This shows that the people below were afraid that Gao Zeppen would get angry and didn't report it at all. How did Su Chen know? The two were puzzled. However, Su Chen continued, if I guess wrong, it should be 8 o'clock in the morning on the 15th, 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the 16th, and 10 o'clock in the morning on the 18th. As for the location, it's this way, that way, and at the corner. Su Chen accurately identified all the information. Chu Qingwu and Zhao Fang were dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Is this fortune telling? How do you know? Chu Qingwu found it a little hard to accept. Su Chen smiled faintly and said, it is based on your feudal superstition to make the calculation. Chu Qingwu was speechless. Zhao Fang said in surprise, Mr. Su, you are right. These 3 fires really happened. The time and location you said are all correct. It's just that they were discovered and extinguished by nearby employees at the first time. He was afraid of causing trouble, so he didn't report it. Captain Chu saw that they were suspicious and forced them to ask. On the side, Feng Juan was also stunned when she heard these words. She thought that Su Chen was just here to join in the fun. Now it seems that Su Chen is really helping, and it is very likely to solve this problem. At this time, Chu Qingwu stepped forward and bowed fiercely to Su Chen. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I apologize to you. I was blinded by my own eyes and didn't see the big picture, and I was sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Please forgive me. By the way, please explain to us how you saw it. This Chu Qingwu is also a bachelor. He apologized to Su Chen directly and asked how he saw it. Su Chen looked at Chu Qingwu and smiled. Actually, this is very simple. As soon as I came in here, I felt a little hot here. But Sister Feng said this is a constant temperature workshop. Obviously, this heat may not be physiological. After asking you about the time and place of the fire and explosion, I found that this time and place are very interesting. It was at the time of Chao and Qian, and at the time of Shen and Zun. If you look at it according to the reversal of the 8 diagrams, there should be. Su Chen then explained in detail why there were 3 other times and places. When he finished speaking, he saw that Chu Qingwu, Zhao Fang and Feng Juan all had an expression of I have tried very hard to listen, but I still don't understand it. The 3 stared at Su Chen and found the feeling of powerlessness when they listened to math classes in school. Is this what you said is very simple? This is a heavenly book, okay? The 3 chose to give up. That traditional culture is indeed profound. Zhao Fang said this after a long time. Chu Qingwu nodded. Yeah, we must study hard. Hearing what the 2 said, Su Chen almost laughed out loud. Feng Juan was excited and said, Mr. Su, since you have already seen the problem, you must have a way to solve it, right? Su Chen nodded. Feng Juan was overjoyed. Then let's go talk to Leo Gao. Okay. Su Chen responded. Immediately, the four of them hurriedly walked towards Gao Zepeng and Taoist Kingsin. When the four of them arrived, Taoist Kingsin was explaining to Gao Zepeng. Feng Juan was about to speak, but Gao Zepeng raised his hand to stop her. Wife, Taoist Kingsin has already found the problem, and he is helping me find a solution. Don't interrupt his thoughts. Taoist Kingsin, please continue. Gao Zepeng was very respectful. Feng Juan was a little helpless, but she could only shut up and wait. Chu Qingwu and Zhao Fang were also surprised. Su Chen found the problem as soon as he arrived, and Taoist Kingsin also found it. Now, are there so many masters? Su Chen looked at Taoist Kingsin. The old man looked thin and had a goatee. With a bun on his head, he looked quite like an immortal. He stroked his goatee, shook his head and said, in fact, the biggest problem of this chemical plant is the white tiger looking back. The white tiger looking back. Everyone was stunned. But Su Chen almost laughed. Taoist Kingsin continued, as the saying goes, the azure dragon is on the left and the white tiger is on the right. The left side is the azure dragon, and the right side is the white tiger. The white tiger is responsible for killing, and is extremely fierce, representing disaster. Generally speaking, no matter what building is built, the left side must be higher than the right side, to suppress the evil spirit of the white tiger. It is better to let the azure dragon be thousands of feet high than to let the white tiger look back. That's what it means. Everyone looked confused. It seemed that they understood, but also that they didn't understand. Gao Zepeng said anxiously, Master Kingsin, please tell me directly how to rescue. Master Kingsin smiled and pointed to the warehouse on the left and the production room on the right and said, look, the warehouse is on the left, which is the azure dragon, and the production workshop on the other side is the white tiger. This warehouse is so low, and the production workshop is so high. This is obviously the white tiger suppressing the azure dragon, and the disaster is one after another. If you want to solve this problem, you must remove all the equipment in the production workshop, and move it to the left. As soon as these words came out, Gao Zepeng was dumbfounded. The production workshop is the core of the entire chemical plant. The installation of these production equipment was designed when the factory was built. It can even be said that the drawings, when the factory was built, were arranged according to this production workshop. Now, Master Kingsin said that the production workshop should be moved, which is no different from rebuilding the factory. Master, no. These equipments were installed by crane before the roof was sealed. If they are moved, it will be the same as rebuilding the factory. In this case, my business in the provincial capital and other cities will basically stop. This loss is too great. Master, please think about it again. Is there any other way? I can raise the warehouse to press over the production equipment workshop. Okay. Gao Zepeng said expectantly. However, Master Kingsin waved his hand and said, the Feng Shui formation has been formed. Do you think that a simple cover can solve it? If it can be solved casually, then it would be a joke. Now, the evil position has been formed. If it is not rebuilt, I'm afraid that the white tiger position will become more and more evil, and you may even risk the destruction of your family. In one sentence, Gao Zepeng was frightened, and his face turned pale. No matter how big the loss in business is, it is not as good as the lives of his wife and children. Okay, I will demolish it. Gao Zepeng gritted his teeth. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Master Kingsin's mouth. At this moment, Su Chen said coldly, you, the Taoist priest, are really a bastard plus 3 levels. In one sentence. Taoist Kingsin's face froze instantly. Everyone was also stunned and looked at Su Chen. Taoist Kingsin turned his head sharply and stared at Su Chen. Boy, what did you say? Gao Zepeng was about to speak to mediate, but Su Chen raised his hand to stop him. Su Chen took 2 steps forward, stared at Taoist Kingsin, and said word by word, I said you are really a bastard plus 3 levels. How about it? Did you hear it clearly this time? In an instant, Taoist Kingsin was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. You. Su Chen said coldly, what do you mean? You are really amazing to use the rules of the cemetery of the dead to explain the factory of the living. In one sentence, Taoist Kingsin was stunned. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338, You're the Only One Called Iron Shirt. Su Chen looked at Taoist Kingson coldly. Taoist Kingson was a little flustered. He thought that no one knew these feng shui things. But Su Chen suddenly appeared and revealed the secret. Taoist Kingson was furious. It was almost there. Just now, Gao Zepeng had believed in himself, and he was about to agree to demolish the factory. The eyes of other people around him were all focused on Taoist Kingson, wanting to see what explanation he could give. However, Taoist Kingson just flicked his sleeves and shouted angrily, "Nonsense. The art of Feng Shui is profound. I have studied it for decades, to reach the current level. What do you know?" Su Chen smiled coldly. The old Taoist had nothing to say, and could only use age as an excuse. There is no order of learning. The one who has achieved success comes first. Su Chen said coldly, "Since you said it is better to let the blue dragon rise 10,000 feet high than to let the white tiger look back as used to describe Yangju, then may I ask which ancient book did you read it from?" Taoist Kingson was stunned. How dare he answer this question? You don't understand, even if I tell you. I just want to ask one question. Mr. Gao, do you believe me, or this young boy who is still wet behind the ears? If you believe me, just tear down this production workshop. Taoist Kingson directly put the pressure on Gao Zepeng. Gao Zepeng was not stupid. He had already felt that Taoist Kingson was a little flustered. Taoist Kingson, this is related to the business of several of my companies. Please forgive me for having to be cautious. Gao Zepeng's words were polite, but his distrust was obvious. Taoist Kingson's face rose. He knew that he might return empty-handed this time. Humph. In this case, then I wish you a speedy solution. After saying that, he flicked his whisk and turned to leave. At this time, Su Chen spoke again. "Master, should you explain to us why you are so keen to let Mr. Gao tear down this production workshop?" Gao Pengs was stunned. Indeed, this Taoist Kingson was indeed a little strange, and he had been persuading him to rebuild this production workshop. Taoist Kingson paused, and his face was livid and he said, "Everyone has a different understanding of Feng Shui. How can you understand me?" After that, he was about to leave again. At this time, Chu Qingwu also saw something wrong. She stepped forward and took several staff members of the Criminal Investigation Brigade under her command to stop in front of Taoist Kingson. "Master Kingson, I think it's better for you to explain it clearly." Zhao Fang also saw something wrong, waved his hand, and several firefighters under his command also blocked Taoist Kingson's retreat. For a while, Taoist Kingson was surrounded by everyone. His face darkened. "What do you mean?" Chu Qingwu said, "Nothing. I just hope that the Taoist will cooperate with us and explain it clearly. After all, the Taoist is now under great suspicion." Taoist Kingson was very angry. He swept his eyes over the crowd coldly and said disdainfully, "Do you think that you rotten sweet potatoes and eggs can stop me?" As soon as the voice fell, he dodged his foot. Suddenly, the terrifying mysterious force burst out. The people around were directly shocked and staggered back. Chu Qingwu's face changed. This Taoist Kingson is so powerful. She quickly took out her pistol and shouted loudly, "Taoist Kingson, I now ask you to give up resistance and cooperate with us in the investigation as the second captain of the Yichun Criminal Investigation Brigade." Taoist Kingson shouted coldly, "Haha. Don't use your identity to scare me. I don't care at all. Try to shoot and see if you can stop me." As he said that, he actually rushed directly towards Chu Qingwu. "Stop. Warn once. Warn twice." Chu Qingwu shouted angrily. But Taoist Kingson showed a fierce look on his face. Chu Qingwu gritted her teeth and pulled the trigger of the pistol. Bang! A bullet flew towards Taoist Kingson. HMPH. Taoist Kingson snorted coldly, "Iron shirt." Then, his skin turned dark gray. His whole body was like cement. Bang! A sound. Taoist Kingson grabbed the bullet in his hand, and there was no scar on his body. Chu Qingwu was stunned. She had never seen such magical kung fu before. Taoist Kingxin sneered, but he was still coming. Chu Qingwu gritted her teeth and kicked him directly. Taoist Kingxin did not dodge. Boom. Chu Qingwu felt as if she had kicked a mud wall. The next second, the whole person was ejected. Is this still a human? Chu Qingwu was confused. She was the champion of the internal competition of the Yichen Criminal Investigation Brigade. As a result, in front of this Taoist priest, she was like a child. Chu Qingwu was a little flustered. She raised her pistol, aimed at Taoist Kingxin's leg, and fired a few more shots. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots in a row. There were 3 holes on the Taoist robe of Taoist Kingxin. However, all 3 bullets were stuck in the surface of his skin and did not cause any damage. What a powerful iron shirt. However, although it did not cause any damage, the pain was no less. Taoist Kingxin seemed to be enraged. He shouted angrily, "Go to hell." Then, he kicked Chu Qingwu hard. Chu Qingwu looked desperate. This old Taoist priest was really powerful. Just when Chu Qingwu closed her eyes and thought she was about to be killed. Boom. A loud bang exploded. Chu Qingwu opened her eyes and saw a back figure standing in front of her. It was Su Chen. Chu Qingwu was confused. She had a deep understanding of how powerful the iron shirt of Taoist Kingxin was. It can be said that he was just like an Iron Man. Now, Su Chen actually kicked him away. Is Su Chen's martial arts skills so powerful? The figure of Taoist Kingxin flew out directly and rolled on the ground for several times before standing up. Although he was not injured, his robe was covered with dust, and he looked very embarrassed. Su Chen said calmly, "You can run away if you want, but you dare to hurt others. You are asking for trouble." Taoist Kingxin was furious. "You bastard. You ruined my business. I haven't bothered you yet, but you dare to attack me. I'll let you taste the power of my Fuyanguan iron shirt." As he spoke, Taoist Kingxin suddenly shouted, and his whole body was filled with mysterious energy. Then, the dark gray on his body became more intense. Bang, bang, bang. He took a big step and rushed towards Su Chen. With every step, the ground shook slightly. "Go to hell." Taoist Kingxin exerted force on his feet, suddenly flew into the air, and then slapped Su Chen with a palm. And the next second, ridiculous. Su Chen's figure flashed. Taoist Kingxin only felt his eyes blurred, and Su Chen's figure disappeared in front of him. "What are you looking for?" A voice came from the side. Taoist Kingxin turned his head and saw a huge slap coming towards him fiercely. Iron shirt. He panicked and quickly defended with all his strength. However, Su Chen slapped him. Bang. Snap. The dark gray on Taoist Kingxin's body broke apart inch by inch. Ah. He immediately panicked and shouted again, "Iron shirt." However, before his gray Zhuanqiu could condense, Su Chen slapped him again. Bang. Puff. Taoist Kingxin spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew out directly. Crash. All of Taoist Kingxin's defenses completely collapsed. The whole person fell to the ground fiercely, like a dead dog. Su Chen shook his hands and said lightly, "You call this thing an iron shirt?" Taoist Kingxin was furious when he heard this. Puff. Another mouthful of blood was spit out. The others around were all dumbfounded. Chu Qingwu swallowed her saliva and looked at Su Chen in a daze. Others may not know, but she knows best how terrifying Taoist Kingxin is. However, such a powerful person was beaten to death by Su Chen's 2 slaps. Su Chen's martial arts skills are probably even more terrifying. Thinking about her previous attitude towards Su Chen, Chu Qingwu felt her face burning. Su Chen walked up to Chu Qingwu and pulled her up. "You can go and interrogate him." Oh. Chu Qingwu ran over quickly. When she walked to Taoist Kingxin, Chu Qingwu was even more shocked. She saw that his skin was cracked all over and some places were still bleeding. Moreover, Taoist Kingxin's meridians and Zhuanqiu seemed to have been destroyed by Su Chen's 2 slaps. It seems that this guy's not dangerous anymore. The criminal investigation team staff members directly lifted him up. "Tell me, why do you keep persuading General Manager Gao to dismantle the production workshop?" Chu Qingwu asked. Taoist Kingxin looked weak. I said this because I received money from others. Someone came to me and asked me to say this on purpose." "Who?" Chu Qingwu said coldly. Taoist Kingxin had a bitter look on his face. "I don't know who that person is. He sent someone to find me, and he just wanted to delay Mr. Gao's business." I saw that he offered a lot of money and thought there was no danger, so I agreed. Who knew? At this point, he looked at Su Chen helplessly. Everyone understood what he meant. It was indeed unlucky for Taoist Kingxin to meet a guy like Su Chen who not only understood Feng Shui, had martial arts skills, and was terrifying. Su Chen looked at Taoist Kingxin's expression and knew that this guy should not be lying. He nodded to Chu Qingwu. Chu Qingwu directly sent 2 police symbols to escort Taoist Kingxin back. What awaited him was naturally not a good end. After arresting Taoist Kingxin, Chu Qingwu said to Gao Zepeng, "Mr. Gao, it seems that this guy is most likely sent by your business rival, and the purpose is to affect your business." Gao Zepeng nodded. Then, he turned to look at Su Chen and said expectantly, "Mr. Su, you are so capable. Do you know what is going on here?" At the side, Feng Juan smiled and said, "Mr. Su has already found out the situation just now, and he wanted to come and talk to you about it." Gao Zepeng was instantly overjoyed. Chapter 339, 9 Dragons Fire Formation. Gao Zepeng was overjoyed. He bowed to Su Chen repeatedly and said, "Mr. Su, please teach me. But I still want to ask, do I not need to dismantle the production workshop?" Gao Zepeng looked nervous. Su Chen smiled. "Don't worry. No need to dismantle it. Otherwise, I would not have stopped the Taoist priest just now." Gao Zepeng smiled and asked, "Then Mr. Su, what's going on with my chemical plant? Is the Feng Shui bad?" Su Chen shook his head. "It's not a Feng Shui problem. It's a formation. Someone has set up a 9 dragons gathering fire formation here." 9 dragons gathering fire formation? Everyone was stunned, feeling like they were listening to a fairy tale. Chu Qingwu instinctively wanted to refute, but she forced herself to hold back. If Su Chen hadn't been so amazing before, Chu Qingwu would have scolded him. "Mr. Su, isn't this formation thing too mysterious?" Chu Qingwu couldn't help but asked. On the side, Feng Juan and Gao Zepeng also nodded. Su Chen smiled. He looked at the time, then lowered his head and calculated for a while. Finally, he found a wooden stick and drew on the ground. Chu Qingwu and others were confused and didn't know what Su Chen wanted to do. After a while, Su Chen raised his head. "Mr. Zhao, give me a few cigarettes," Su Chen said to Zhao Fang. Zhao Fang was startled and quickly handed the cigarettes on his body to Su Chen. When he just entered the workshop, he put the lighter outside, but the cigarettes remained on his body. But Zhao Fang didn't understand why Su Chen knew that he had cigarettes on him. However, this matter is not important. The key is, what does Su Chen want to do with the cigarettes? Su Chen took the cigarette box and took out 3 cigarettes. Then, he put the 3 cigarettes in 3 positions. Those 3 positions were all ordinary, nothing special. Everyone looked puzzled. "Mr. Su, what are you doing?" Chu Qingwu said. Su Chen smiled. "Wait 3 minutes, you will know." Chu Qingwu was confused and felt that Su Chen was playing tricks. Everyone had to be patient. 3 minutes passed quickly. Everything was normal. Chu Qingwu couldn't help but said, "Mr. Su, what are you doing?" At this time, Zhao Fang suddenly shouted, "Look, the cigarettes are lit." Everyone turned their heads and saw that 3 cigarettes were slowly emitting smoke. Chu Qingwu's face was as if she had seen a ghost. She also saw the placement of the 3 cigarettes. They were just casually placed on the ground, and there was no fire source around. But why were the cigarettes lit? Gao Zepeng hurried forward and extinguished all 3 cigarettes. He returned to Su Chen with the 3 cigarettes and asked in surprise, "Mr. Su, what is going on? Was this the reason for the accident in our factory before?" Su Chen nodded. "Yes. This is the 9 dragons fire gathering formation I just mentioned. It is because someone set up a formation in your factory that there are spontaneous combustion situations in different directions and at different times." Chu Qingwu was dumbfounded. Everything in front of her was completely beyond her cognition. And Zhao Fang was even more stunned. All the fire source and firefighting knowledge he had learned in the past were invalid. Gao Zepeng was full of resentment. "Which bastard is harming me? If I know, I will definitely fight him." Feng Juan looked at Su Chen and said quickly, "Mr. Su, since you know it is this formation, can you solve it first to avoid problems in our factory?" Su Chen nodded. Don't worry, I have calculated the locations of several arrays of the 9 dragons fire gathering array. Everyone follow me. After speaking, Su Chen led everyone to turn around in the chemical plant. Mr. Su, isn't the array you are talking about in the workshop? Chu Qingwu asked. Su Chen shook his head. Although that person controlled the fire location in the workshop, the formation does not need to be arranged in the workshop. That would be more exposed and difficult to control. He doesn't need this formation to be very powerful. There are many flammable and explosive items in the workshop. As long as he can make a little open fire in it, it will be fine. Everyone didn't quite understand it, but just felt it was very profound. Here, dig down. At this time, Su Chen pointed to a place on the ground and said. Gao Zeppen was immediately delighted and quickly asked the workers to start. Damn. There is really something. It's a snake. Everyone was shocked. I saw that there was a transparent jar buried underground. Inside, there was a snake, and outside the jar, there was a talisman paper. It is indeed a fire-starting talisman. Su Chen took the jar and said coldly. Chu Qingwu was also shocked and said, 9 dragons gathering fire formation. Then this snake represents the dragon, right? That means there should be 8 more snakes. Su Chen nodded. Almost, that's what it means. Mr. Su, where else? Let's go and dig it out. Gao Zeppen looked at Su Chen, as if he was looking at a god. Su Chen led everyone to walk through every corner of the new factory and successfully dug out 7 identical jars. At the same time, not far from the chemical plant, there is a small hill. In a cave, an old monk in a cassock sat cross-legged. The old monk was quite old, and looked to be over 80 years old. His beard and eyebrows were all white, and his eyebrows hung down to the corners of his eyes. His cassock was not the normal red, but a black background with gold lines, which looked quite sinister. In front of the old monk, there were 9 tea bowls. On each tea bowl, there were complex array patterns carved, and in the tea bowls, they were full of lamp oil. The wicks were like dragons crossing the river. Just then, puff, on the edge, an oil lamp suddenly went out. Snap. The tea bowl also broke, and the lamp oil spilled directly on the ground. The old monk's face sank. What happened? Did someone accidentally dig out the eye of my array? It's okay, there are still a few others. He just finished speaking. Then, bang, 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 there were bursting sounds. 8 of the 9 tea bowls exploded in an instant. The old monk stood up suddenly, his face full of anger. Asshole, you actually broke my formation. You're looking for death. As soon as he finished speaking, the old monk dodged his feet and rushed out of the cave. Then, like an eagle, he swooped down the mountain. His target was the chemical plant at the foot of the mountain. On the other side, in the chemical plant, Su Chen led people to dig out 8 transparent jars and return to the workshop again. Do you feel that it doesn't seem to be so hot anymore? Su Chen asked. Chu Qingwu nodded. That's right. Before, although the temperature in the workshop was constant, I always felt a little hot in my heart. But this time, I feel a little cold. Gao Zeppen was not in the mood to pay attention to these. He asked anxiously, Mr. Su, didn't you say that this is the 9 dragons fire gathering formation? We have found 8 now, so where is the last one? Su Chen smiled. The last one left is the core of the 9 dragons fire gathering formation. The closer to the core position, the better. Anode is negative. Everyone walk around the workshop and see where it is the coolest. That is basically the location of the last array. Everyone quickly dispersed and felt around. Not long after, Chu Qingwu shouted loudly, here, I feel it's very cool here. Everyone turned around and saw Chu Qingwu standing at the door of the workshop. Su Chen and others walked over. Standing in Chu Qingwu's position, a chill really hit. Feng Juan stood there, even shivering. Why is it so cold here? Su Chen smiled and said, the 9 dragons gathering fire is extremely yang, but the yang turns to yin. The last core array should be here. As he spoke, Su Chen pointed at his feet. It was the main entrance of the workshop. Gao Zeppen immediately cursed, this bastard. He even set a trap at the door of my workshop. Come on, dig for me. Several workers have dug 8 times, so they are naturally experienced. Ding ding dong dong for a while. I see. It's here. It doesn't seem to be a jar this time. It's a wooden stick. There's a dragon carved on it. Several workers worked together and pulled out a wooden stick more than 3 feet long directly from the ground. The whole wooden stick is dark red, coiled in the shape of a dragon. Dragon head wooden stick. Su Chen said in surprise. Flame dragon wood. At this moment, a roar came. Those who touch my wooden dragon stick and break my array, come out and die. This roar shook the earth and was like thunder. Chapter 340. The Crazy Monk. Everyone turned to look. They saw the old monk striding over. This man was tall and strong. Although he was old, he was very agile. He was wearing a black and gold cassock, and he came running like a black bear. Every step the old monk took was a loud noise. Boom. 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 His figure was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the old monk rushed to the door of the workshop. His eyes were like torches, sweeping across everyone's faces. Everyone who was swept by his eyes felt a chill all over their body, as if they were being stared at by a natural enemy. Which bastard broke my formation? Get out and die, the old monk said coldly. Su Chen stepped forward. Did you set up this 9 dragons fire gathering formation? The old monk nodded and said, it was your grandfather Bincheng. Bincheng. Su Chen was stunned. He had never heard of this name. Boy, did you break my formation? Asked the old monk Bincheng. Su Chen nodded. Old monk Bincheng nodded. I didn't expect that at such a young age. You have such a deep attainment in formations. Well, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me as your master, and I'll spare you this time. You want me to be your master? Su Chen smiled faintly. Sorry, you're not worthy. Hearing this, Bincheng's old face flushed. He was so angry that he said, if that's the case, then you can die. Powerful devil subduing palm. Bincheng roared and rushed forward. In an instant, his figure rose out of thin air, and his 2 palms also expanded instantly. Su Chen sneered. This is more like a black bear spirit. Bincheng was furious. Go to hell. He hit Su Chen with his 2 big hands. Su Chen's eyes focused. Golden evil palm. Su Chen's 2 palms instantly turned into dark gold, and the size was not inferior to Bincheng's. Bang, bang. The 4 palms of the 2 people intersected, and the sound of the fight was clanging. Bincheng was shocked. He originally thought that he could kill Su Chen with 1 move, but he didn't expect that the other party could fight him head on without losing. Good boy. You have something. Remember, the one who killed you is me, the crazy monk of 10 perfections. Bincheng. Bincheng roared, and then took a step back. He made a seal with both hands, and then suddenly pointed out with 1 finger. In an instant, Su Chen felt a shock. Su Chen instinctively activated the unbeatable golden body in an instant, and his whole body was like gold. At this time, Bincheng roared, powerful Vajra finger. Whoosh! A domineering and unparalleled vitality instantly shot out from Bincheng's finger. That vitality was amazingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed to Su Chen. Bang! Su Chen was shot directly, before he could react. Swish! Su Chen's figure retreated at a very fast speed. Thump thump thump. Su Chen retreated 4 or 5 steps in a row, before he stabilized his body. He looked down, and found a small hole on his chest. And there was a pain in his chest. What a powerful finger skill. Su Chen secretly exclaimed. Master Bincheng was also stunned to see that Su Chen was safe and sound. You actually practiced a body protection skill? Su Chen exclaimed. What a powerful method. You also come to taste my attack. As soon as the voice fell, Su Chen directly mobilized the vitality of his whole body and hit Bincheng with a palm. The flame vitality instantly covered the sky and the earth. Bincheng sneered. Isn't it just the vitality of the flame attribute? What's so arrogant? As he said that, he went straight up. The next second. Bincheng screamed and dodged. He was seen to be black all over and burned miserably. Su Chen smiled coldly. He hit again with a palm. The lavender flame wrapped around the flame vitality, burning the air to change its shape. Su Chen's flame energy. The flame is divided into 5 levels: white, yellow, red, purple, and black. Now, Su Chen has reached the second to last level. The power of that flame is absolutely unbearable for ordinary people. Bincheng was careless for a moment and suffered a heavy blow. Now, Su Chen attacked again. Bincheng shouted, come on, stick. He stretched out his hand, and the dragon head wooden stick instantly flew into his hand. Disperse. He raised the dragon head wooden stick and hit the flame energy. Boom. All the flame energy instantly dissipated into nothingness. Su Chen was shocked. Sure enough, this dragon head wooden stick is the flame dragon wood. This kind of tree grows in an extremely hot slurry zone and has excellent heat resistance. It can even faintly restrain the fire attribute. Bincheng was overjoyed after using the dragon head wooden stick to disperse the flame energy. Haha. Boy, let's see what you are still arrogant about. After shouting, he jumped up directly like a rock spreading its wings and smashed towards Su Chen. Su Chen smiled coldly, raised his fist and hit Bincheng. Mysterious thunder energy. In an instant, a bright silver lightning slurry, like a punishment from heaven, rushed fiercely towards Bincheng. Thunder attribute. The disdain on Bincheng's face disappeared in an instant. His face changed drastically, and he hurriedly used the dragon head wooden staff to resist. Boom. Snap. A cracking sound came. Bincheng flew back, looking at the flame dragon wooden staff in his hand. It was already blackened and broken. Seeing the treasure damaged, Bincheng was about to explode. Flame dragon wood is extremely precious. It took Bincheng a lot of effort to find this little bit. If it weren't for this flame dragon wood, he wouldn't even come to the chemical plant today. As a result, now, this flame dragon wood is directly destroyed. Son of a bitch, I'm going to kill you. Bincheng's eyes were red, and he roared, and ran towards Su Chen. Su Chen looked calm, and a stream of mysterious thunder energy hit Bincheng. But Bincheng was extremely irritable. Akalavadiyaraj of power. An invisible energy surrounded monk Bincheng. Even though Su Chen's Zhou Wanqiu attack was unmatched, it could only cause Bincheng to suffer minor injuries, and it was difficult to defeat him. Bincheng took the damage from Su Chen and rushed towards Su Chen with red eyes like a mad bull. Damn. This old monk is really worthy of being called the 10 perfect crazy monk. He knows so many things, and he's so crazy. Su Chen cursed inwardly. The 10 perfect crazy monk Bincheng rushed to Su Chen with blood all over his body. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Asshole, your most powerful thunder attribute Wanqiu didn't defeat me. Let's see what tricks you have." Su Chen smiled faintly. "Sorry, I have a better way to deal with you." Bincheng was stunned. Su Chen smiled coldly. "Try my punch again." Su Chen slowly punched out. Bincheng was dazed. Suddenly, Su Chen's figure disappeared. What appeared in front of monk Bincheng was a mysterious mountain. What's going on? Bincheng hadn't figured it out yet. The next second, the entire mountain suddenly began to tilt and then smashed towards him fiercely. Ah! Bincheng's face was filled with horror. He hurriedly resisted. However, it seemed useless. The mountain was crushing. The earth was collapsing. Rumble. The terrifying pressure directly caused Bincheng to completely collapse. Puff. A large mouthful of blood spurted out. Bincheng's figure was thrown out fiercely. At this time, his breath was weak, and his vitality was dissipated. The original defensive Akalanatha power had completely dissipated. Several terrifying fist marks were deeply imprinted on his body, which were extremely clear. Bincheng's face was as white as paper, and he was dying. While spitting blood, he looked at Su Chen in despair. What kind of fist is this?" Su Chen said lightly. "Divine Wolf Fist." "What mountain is that?" Bincheng spit out blood again. Su Chen did not hide it and said, "Yaodao Mountain." Su Chen's expression changed, and he asked, "Did Mr. Long ask you to set up this 9 dragons fire gathering formation?" "Yes." Bincheng nodded. "What a Shenai fist. What a Yaodao Mountain. What a pity." He tilted his head and fell to the ground and died. Su Chen was silent. This old monk is really amazing. He knows a lot of things. It was the first time he saw such a comprehensive martial arts practitioner since he came down the mountain. He not only knows formations, but also fists, finger skills, and body protection skills. No wonder he is called the 10 perfect crazy monk. At this time, Chu Qingwu, Gao Zeping and others on the site only dared to come out after seeing Bincheng dead. Everyone looked at Su Chen with shock in their eyes. Chapter 341 Too horrible. Everyone's face was filled with shock and fear. In the past, they had heard that martial arts masters fighting was very terrifying. However, they had never seen it with their own eyes. The previous battle between Su Chen and Taoist Kingxin had already shocked them. But that battle ended too quickly. Although Taoist Kingxin looked very powerful, Su Chen took him down with 2 slaps. Therefore, everyone was not deeply touched. But this time, Su Chen and Bincheng fought back and forth, and the fight was very lively. Especially the terrifying battle scene between the two made these people begin to doubt whether humans evolved secretly and did not bring themselves with them at all. Oh my god. Is this a noise that humans can cause? Chu Qingwu swallowed her saliva. At this moment, she suddenly felt that her winning the award in the Criminal Investigation Brigade's competition was simply a joke, and Zhao Fang, who was standing aside, was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. And Gao Zeppen was extremely grateful in his heart. He finally understood why his eldest brother-in-law Feng Zhangsheng repeatedly told him to have a good relationship with Su Chen. It's so rare to find someone who knows medicine, feng shui, and martial arts. What's more important is that Su Chen is still so young. In the future, his achievements may be even more limitless. The more Gao Zeppen thought about it, the more excited he became. At this moment, he was even more excited about making friends with Su Chen than solving the problem of the chemical plant. Su Chen felt a little awkward being stared at by everyone, and smiled. Why are you looking at me like that? Chu Qingwu pouted. We want to see if you are an alien wearing a human skin mask. Go to hell. Su Chen laughed and scolded. He didn't expect that Chu Qingwu, this woman, would actually joke with him. Everyone laughed. Su Chen walked up to Gao Zeppen and said, Mr. Gao, the monk just admitted that he was sent by Mr. Long. Mr. Long? Gao Zeppen was shocked. I have also heard of this Mr. Long. I heard that he is behind many people in Yicheng. I just don't know why he would attack me. Su Chen said, this man is very secretive. Usually, when he attacks someone, he either wants to recruit that person or to swallow up that person's assets. I think Mr. Long is going after you because of your assets. Gao Zeppen was shocked. I heard that Mr. Long will not give up until he achieves his goal. Feng Juan on the side was also worried. Su Chen said calmly, it's okay. When I came to Yicheng, I also had a conflict with Mr. Long. I will try to solve him before leaving. Don't worry. Gao Zeppen was overjoyed. Mr. Su, thank you for your help. Su Chen smiled. You're welcome. However, the Taoist priest Kingxin should not be in the same group with Mr. Long. Otherwise, he would have come here to instigate you to demolish the factory. Gao Zeppen nodded. Yes, I think so too. It should be one of my enemies who knew about the chemical plant here, so he set a trap based on this matter to delay my business. Su Chen nodded. Since Gao Zeppen could figure this out, he didn't say anything more. Su Chen turned around and said to Chu Qingwu, Miss Chu, I will ask the Tiger Guards to solve this Bincheng. Is there any problem on your side? Chu Qingwu was stunned. Do you still have the contact information of the Tiger Guards? Su Chen smiled, raised his hand, and showed his consultant ring. Chu Qingwu was stunned at first. Then, she recognized the ring. Chu Qingwu, the captain of the second team of the Yicheng Criminal Investigation Team, greets Mr. Qinhui consultant. Chu Qingwu stood up straight and saluted Su Chen respectfully. The police symbols of the other criminal investigation teams also reacted and saluted Su Chen. At this moment, Gao Zeppen and Feng Juan both widened their eyes and didn't know what to say. It turned out that Su Chen was not only good at medicine, martial arts, and feng shui. His power and status were so high. Chu Qingwu felt ashamed. Su Chen clearly had the identity of Qinhui consultant. When she mocked him just now, he didn't use his identity to humiliate her. Thinking of this, Chu Qingwu looked at Su Chen with a little more strangeness. Su Chen smiled and waved his hand, saying, don't be so polite. We are friends. Chu Qingwu also smiled gratefully at Su Chen. Then, Su Chen took out his mobile phone and called Qiheteo. Qiheteo rushed over as soon as he received Su Chen's call. Mr. Su, what do you want? Qiheteo asked respectfully. Not long ago, he had just taken over the body of Zi Kuangfeng from Su Chen. He was a master ranked in the top 50 of the Tiger list. Therefore, when facing Su Chen, Qiheteo was even more respectful. Su Chen pointed to the corner. Qiheteo turned his head and was stunned. Another body? Qi Hetao turned his head and glanced at Su Chen, smiling bitterly in his heart. This old man is really a bad luck star. It's been less than 2 hours, and he killed someone again. And it looks like he is another powerful martial arts master. Who is it this time? Let me see. Qi Hetao walked over. He felt that, no matter who it was this time, he would not be surprised. After all, he had just collected a top 50 on the tiger list for Su Chen. Now, no matter how powerful this one is, can he be as powerful as Ziku Feng? Walking closer, Qi Hetao saw Kang Cheng's appearance clearly. Suddenly, his mind went blank. Wipe it. Isn't this the crazy monk of 10 perfections? Old monk Kang Cheng seems to be around 30th on the tiger list. Oh my god. Qi Hetao felt his feet go soft, and he almost fell down. Su Chen stepped forward and supported Qi Hetao. Captain Qi, what's wrong? Qi Hetao smiled bitterly. I didn't. How did Kang Cheng offend you? Su Chen said, General Gao Zepeng's chemical plant has been in trouble, and it was the 9 Dragons fire gathering formation set up by this guy. Just now I broke his formation, and he came to kill me. Then, I killed him. Su Chen said casually. Qi Hetao was confused. Is it that simple? Yes. Su Chen nodded. Qi Hetao smiled bitterly and said, okay. Mr. Su, you are so awesome. Su Chen smiled. Not bad. I have to keep working hard. Qi Hetao was speechless. You are just pretending. Is this not bad? You have made it into the top 30 of the tiger list. If you work harder, are you going to kill your way to the dragon ranking? Qi Hetao no longer wants to deal with this pervert Su Chen. He is only in his early 20s, but he kills tiger ranking masters like chickens. He is almost twice the age of Su Chen, but he is still like trash. It hurts his self-esteem. Qi Hetao endured his inner sadness and took away Kang Cheng's body. Gao Zepeng and Feng Juan also sent Chu Qingwu, Zhao Fang and others away. Su Chen wanted to say goodbye and leave. As a result, Gao Zepeng grabbed Su Chen and refused to let him go. Mr. Su, you have helped me so much. This time, you must come home with me. We will have a family dinner today to thank you. I will cook for you myself and make you a special dish. You can try the fish I cook. It will definitely be delicious. Gao Zepeng was very enthusiastic. Today, after seeing Su Chen's horror in Feng Shui, martial arts, and power, Gao Zepeng wanted to get closer to Su Chen. Su Chen couldn't refuse, so he had to agree. Feng Juan also said with a smile, Mr. Su, please come home with us. Old Gao's fish is very delicious. But this guy's lazy, but he says he is busy every day and rarely cooks. Just let him cook once, and I will also take advantage of you. Su Chen nodded with a smile and agreed. Soon, Gao Zepeng found someone to clean up. Then, he drove Su Chen and Feng Juan home. With Gao Zepeng's status, his residence is naturally extraordinary. His home is a villa with a large area. After letting Su Chen into the living room, Gao Zepeng went straight into the kitchen, as if he really wanted to show off his skills. Seeing that posture, Su Chen immediately looked forward to it. Ding dong. At this time, the doorbell suddenly rang. Feng Juan ran to open the door. Suddenly, a slender and graceful figure appeared in the villa. A sweet voice sounded, Sister-in-law, I'm here. My brother is cooking fish today, right? I'm here to eat his fish. Feng Juan smiled. I knew you, a greedy cat, would come. Come on, Zhao, let me introduce you to a friend. As she spoke, Feng Juan smiled and pointed at Su Chen. Suddenly, Gao Tingting's face darkened. Chapter 342 A long fart. Feng Juan led Gao Tingting into the living room. She introduced to Su Chen. Mr. Su, let me introduce you to this beautiful lady, Gao Tingting, the cousin of Lao Gao's second uncle. She's already 26 or 27 years old, and she hasn't had a date yet. Her parents are worried every day. You should talk more. As she spoke, Feng Juan pressed Gao Tingting on the sofa. Tingting, this is Mr. Su Chen. Mr. Su is a little younger than you, but he is very outstanding. You should learn more from him. Su Chen was a little confused. From what Feng Juan meant, it seemed that she wanted to be a matchmaker for him. What's the connection? Su Chen felt funny in his heart, but he didn't show it. On the other side, Gao Tingting's face turned black. In the past 2 years, she has been very uncomfortable at home. Although she has just turned 25, her family always feels that she can't get married and recommends various blind dates to her every day. Even her parents asked her cousin Zhou Wanqiu to recommend her several times. She originally thought that today was really just to eat the fish cooked by her cousin. In the end, it was still no good banquet. In an instant, Zhou Wanqiu looked at Su Chen with annoyance. Su Chen was very puzzled. He could feel that the woman in front of him was very hostile to him. Feng Juan saw the two sitting on the sofa and didn't say anything. She thought that they were a little embarrassed because she was there. Feng Juan smiled and said, "Ting Ting, you chat with Su Chen first. I'll go to the kitchen to help your brother." As she spoke, Feng Juan turned and left. Only Zhou Wanqiu and Su Chen were left in the living room of the villa. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Ahem. Su Chen coughed lightly and said, "Hello, Miss Zhou." Facing Su Chen's greeting, Zhou Wanqiu just snorted and said, "I'm not good." Su Chen rolled his eyes in his heart. "With this temper, you are really not very good." Zhou Wanqiu looked Su Chen up and down, and the more she looked, the more dissatisfied she felt. "Cousin and sister-in-law, what kind of partner did you find for yourself? He is not short, but his body is very thin. He is not handsome, at most he is pretty. He didn't have the temperament of a noble young master, and he was wearing ordinary clothes." Zhou Wanqiu was getting angry while looking at Su Chen. It is said on the internet that if you want to know what position you have in the hearts of your friends and family, just go and see what the blind date they introduce to you is like. Generally speaking, the image of you in the hearts of your relatives and friends is at the same level as the blind date recommended to you. They will not recommend you those who are lower than you and will feel that they are humiliating you, but they will not recommend you those with particularly excellent conditions because they think you are not worthy. Therefore, Zhou Wanqiu looked at Su Chen and felt that she was humiliated. Could it be that she can only match this kind of blind date? No, I have to endure it. Maybe this Su Chen has advantages that I don't know. Otherwise, my brother and sister-in-law would not recommend him to me. Zhou Wanqiu forced herself to hold back her anger and asked, "Mr. Su, I want to ask, where are you from?" Su Chen said lightly, "A small mountain village." "Mountain village? Phoenix man." Zhou Wanqiu asked again, "Which famous university did you graduate from?" Su Chen said, "I didn't go to college. My grandfather taught me everything." Damn. Still illiterate. Now, Zhou Wanqiu wanted to rush to Zhou Wanqiu and ask, "Am I so bad now? Can I only go on a blind date with such an illiterate person from the mountain village?" Huh. Zhou Wanqiu took a deep breath and stabilized her emotions. "Mr. Su, then may I ask, are you starting your own business now? Or are you working in a company?" Su Chen thought for a while. "I'm in Bincheng, Zhao's catering group, working as a secretary." Zhou Wanqiu pouted. "Just brag. An illiterate person from a mountain village, working as a secretary, haha." After asking for a long time, Zhou Wanqiu didn't find anything good about Su Chen. "Is he very rich? There is a mine in the village?" Zhou Wanqiu asked again. "Then Mr. Su, I'm going to ask a private question. You don't have to answer it." "Excuse me, are you very rich?" Su Chen nodded. "I guess so." He already had billions in his hands. Moreover, although Liu is in charge of the business of Lao Zhenjiang in Weicheng, it belongs to him. In this way, Su Chen is also a billionaire. Sure enough, my brother and sister-in-law won't cheat me. Zhou Wanqiu thought to herself, and then looked at Su Chen. She asked again, "Then can I ask, Mr. Su, how much savings do you have?" Su Chen said calmly, "Hundreds of billions." Puff. Zhou Wanqiu almost spit out a mouthful of water. Hundreds of billions. Hundreds of billions in his early 20s, isn't this nonsense? Suddenly, Zhou Wanqiu remembered a joke on the internet. The day after the wedding, the bride leaned against the wall and came out, cursing, "This liar." Before the wedding, he told me that he had 30 years of savings, and I thought it was money. Thinking of this, Zhou Wanqiu's pretty face flushed. Could it be that this bastard is driving me? Damn hooligan. Pervert. Zhou Wanqiu blushed and cursed. Then, she turned her head to the other side, picked up her phone, and complained to her bestie. Su Chen was confused. They were chatting happily. Why did he suddenly start cursing? On the other side, Feng Juan also walked into the kitchen. At this time, Gao Zepeng was squatting on the ground scaling the fish. Feng Juan smiled and said, "Honey, Ting Ting is here. I asked her to chat with Mr. Su in the living room." Gao Zepeng was immediately delighted. Haha. I knew that, as soon as this girl heard me cooking fish, she would come over to eat. She can't guess at all. I was just planning to tease her. Feng Juan smiled and patted Gao Zepeng. You guy, you have so many tricks. However, Ting Ting hates it most when others introduce her to potential partners. Do you think she will have a falling out with Mr. Su? Gao Zepeng smiled and shook his head. Don't worry. Although Ting Ting has a quick temper, her family education and personality are not bad, and she won't do anything too extreme. Mr. Su is really outstanding. If Ting Ting can win over Mr. Su, our Gao family will be very happy. If these two people really get together, I don't know how our second uncle and second aunt will thank us. Feng Juan smiled and nodded. That's right. Mr. Su is such a great man. I would also think it's a pity if he gave up such a capable person like Mr. Su to become the son-in-law of another family. Of course. Gao Zepeng laughed. So, we should praise Mr. Su a little later. If a girl chases a boy, there will be a lot of hope. As long as Ting Ting likes Mr. Su, a beauty like her will take the initiative to pursue him. There is still hope. Feng Juan nodded and said, okay. Then I will go out and see how they are chatting and help them add fuel to the fire. Yeah. Gao Zepeng laughed. After a while, Feng Juan took a break and walked into the living room. As a result, she found Su Chen watching TV on the sofa. Gao Ting Ting, on the other hand, kept tapping on her phone, as if chatting with someone. What's going on? Are they done chatting? Or are they both shy? Feng Juan was puzzled. However, she had an idea. Ting Ting, don't just play with your phone. Talk more with Mr. Su Chen. I tell you, although Mr. Su is young, his medical skills are very good. Your nephew Xiaoji's heart disease was cured by Mr. Su. Hurry up and let Mr. Su check you to see if you have any problems. Feng Juan directly helped Gao Ting Ting and Su Chen find a topic of conversation. However, Gao Ting Ting looked at Su Chen with disdain. He can still treat diseases? Isn't he so accurate? Gao Ting Ting sneered. Su Chen didn't say anything. He was too lazy to argue with this girl. Gao Ting Ting saw Su Chen's condition and thought she had guessed it. She immediately took advantage of the victory and said, aren't you a good doctor? Come and see. What's wrong with me? Su Chen glanced at Gao Ting Ting and said, you don't have any major problems, only some minor problems. For example, endocrine disorders, hair loss, insomnia, and gastrointestinal problems. Gao Ting Ting was shocked. Because, Su Chen was right. You haven't even felt the pulse, you must be guessing. The minor illnesses you mentioned are just common sub-health diseases among young people nowadays. Gao Ting Ting immediately retorted. In medical skills, it is important to observe, smell, ask and palpate. If the medical skills are well studied, observation is enough to see all the problems. Su Chen's face was calm. His current mental power has reached the divine vision stage. Su Chen's observation is more accurate than the advanced equipment in the hospital. Practice. Gao Ting Ting looked provocative. Do you mean that your medical skills are very good? Su Chen said, I dare not say that I'm the best in the world, but I should be in the top 3. This evaluation was given to Su Chen by his grandfather. Su Chen didn't know whether it was true or not, but his grandfather never told lies. Moreover, after Su Chen went down the mountain, he also saw Lu Daokan and Bian Sanson on the Saint Hand list. The level of those two people was really just like that. He felt that it would not be difficult for him to rank in the top 3. However, when Gao Ting Ting heard this, she was even more unhappy. You are so arrogant. Gao Ting Ting complained, and then said, but you guessed wrong. I don't have any gastrointestinal problems at all. My stomach is very healthy. She deliberately refuted Su Chen. However, Su Chen just smiled faintly. If your stomach is really fine, you can press 2 inches below the navel. Use a little force. Just press and you will know. Su Chen said faintly. Gao Ting Ting immediately sneered. Press it. I will expose you, the little liar today. As she spoke, Gao Ting Ting pressed hard. The next second, poof, a loud and long fart sound echoed in the living room of the villa. In an instant, everyone was stunned, and Gao Tingting's face was as red as a big apple. Chapter 343, Strike Down Su Chen's Arrogance. After a fart, all the sounds in the living room disappeared. Gao Tingting put her hand under her navel and froze. Her face was extremely red with shame. If there was a crack in the ground, she would have jumped into it. Feng Juan, who was watching the fun, was also stunned. She had seen Gao Tingting and Su Chen bickering, and she felt that they were a pair of happy enemies. But she didn't expect that Gao Tingting would make herself socially dead. Ahem. Feng Juan hurried out to ease the awkward atmosphere. Tingting, do you believe it now? Mr. Su is really a miracle doctor. It doesn't matter if you have a stomach disease. People who eat grains and cereals will get sick. Just ask Mr. Su to help you, isn't it? Feng Juan's words were flawless. She directly attributed this embarrassing scene to the illness and took the opportunity to let Su Chen treat Gao Tingting. Sure enough, Gao Tingting's face became more natural. She looked at Su Chen, and her blushing face was still quite embarrassed. I apologize to you. Your medical skills are really amazing. Gao Tingting was straightforward. However, she added in her heart, but you are still a stinky hooligan. Su Chen smiled. This woman has a bad temper, but she is also straightforward. Do you want me to treat you? Su Chen asked. Gao Tingting blushed and sat next to Su Chen. I'll treat you. I'm afraid of you. Su Chen smiled helplessly. It's just a treatment, but Gao Tingting said it like a fight. He stretched out his hand and tapped Gao Tingting a few times, then inserted a few silver needles and quickly pulled them out. It's done, Su Chen said lightly. Gao Tingting was confused. Have you finished the treatment? Su Chen nodded. It's basically finished. I'll prescribe you a medicine later. You just need to take it 2 or 3 times. It's obvious that there is no change at all. You won't lie again. Gao Tingting didn't finish her words. Suddenly, gurgle. There was a rolling sound in her stomach. Go to the toilet quickly, Su Chen reminded. Gao Tingting was startled, and then she hurriedly ran to the toilet. Feng Juan almost laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. I knew that Mr. Su could make Tingting believe in your medical skills. Su Chen smiled and did not point out the intentions of Feng Juan and others. Soon, Gao Tingting came back with a refreshed face. Are you feeling better? Su Chen asked. Gao Tingting blushed. Yeah, I feel better. Su Chen raised the corner of his mouth. Am I still alive? TSK. Why are you so stingy? Gao Tingting said unconvinced. Maybe you only know these few tricks. Su Chen smiled. Too lazy to argue with this woman. After a while, Gao Zeppen came out and shouted, the meal is ready. Come. Let's eat. Yeah. I can eat the fish made by my brother again. Gao Tingting was full of joy. Little greedy cat. Gao Zeppen patted Gao Tingting's head affectionately. Everyone sat down. Gao Zeppen first picked up a large piece of fish for Su Chen. Mr. Su, how about you try the fish I cooked? Gao Zeppen smiled confidently. Gao Tingting said jealously, brother, you always gave me the first piece before. Gao Zeppen smiled and said, you can eat this fish today because of Mr. Su. Just wait patiently. Suddenly, Gao Tingting pouted even higher. Su Chen looked at Gao Zeppen's confident look and felt a little bit of expectation. He ate the fish. Sure enough, the fish cooked by Gao Zeppen was very delicious. Su Chen nodded and said, it's delicious. I didn't expect that Mr. Gao's cooking skills are so good. Gao Zeppen laughed and said, what I'm most proud of in my life is my skill in cooking fish. I was thinking that if I lose money in business, I will open a restaurant to cook fish, and I should be able to support my wife and children. It's a pity that my business is getting bigger and bigger. There is nothing I can do. Su Chen looked at Gao Zeppen. This old Gao is also a good hand at pretending. He nodded and said, Boss Gao, it's okay to sell this fish. Gao Tingting took a bite of the fish and interrupted, of course. The fish cooked by my brother is the best in the world, and it is definitely not worse than the mysterious green water fish in Bincheng. Green water fish? Su Chen thought about it and said, in fact, the reason why green water fish is delicious is that the fish meat is delicious, which is the advantage of the food. And Boss Gao's fish is better in the cooking method and heat. Each has its own strengths. Hearing this, Gao Tingting curled her lips and said, "You are so talkative. It's as if you have eaten green waterfish. I have eaten it several times." Su Chen laughed. Gao Tingting almost laughed out loud. The green waterfish they have is limited to Bincheng Green Water Villa. Only one net is caught every day, and only reservations are accepted on the same day. How many local wealthy people in Bincheng have been watching it every day, but they may not be able to eat it? How many times have you eaten it? It's not your fault that you are ignorant, but it's wrong to brag. Su Chen smiled and said nothing. At this time, Feng Juan interrupted and said, "Tingting, Mr. Su is not bragging. He really ate Bishuayu, and he ate it with my brother Feng Zhongsheng. Compared with Mr. Su, we are the ones who are ignorant." Swish. Gao Tingting blushed immediately. It's so embarrassing. Really? Oh. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Gao Tingting felt that she had never been more embarrassed than today in her life. She could only blush and lower her head to shovel rice into her mouth. After the meal, Su Chen was about to say goodbye. At this time, Gao Zepeng came over and said, "Tingting, Mr. Su has been in our Yicheng for a few days. You take him around Yicheng. You are all young people, and you have more topics to talk about together. Take him to the places you often play." Su Chen thought that Gao Tingting would refuse. Unexpectedly, she nodded and agreed directly, which surprised Su Chen. "Let's go. Mr. Su, I will treat you well." Gao Tingting smiled. She wanted to refuse at first. However, thinking about how she had embarrassed herself so much in front of Su Chen today, Gao Tingting decided to get back at him. Su Chen thought it wouldn't take too long, so he agreed. "Wait for me at the door. I'll go drive." After saying that, Gao Tingting turned around and drove. Gao Zepeng and Feng Juan sent Su Chen to the door of the villa. At this time, Gao Tingting was on the phone and drove a red Porsche over. The Porsche approached quickly, and Su Chen could still faintly hear Gao Tingting's voice. "Let's go to the Heilong boxing gym. Bring your wife, and call He Jingxuan to help me get revenge and strike down Su Chen's arrogance. Otherwise, I'm done for today, sister." "Okay, you guys go. I'll be there soon." Soon, the window of the Porsche rolled down, revealing Gao Tingting's harmless smile. Su Chen laughed in his heart. These women are all born good actors. If it weren't for his strong mental strength, he might not have known that this woman wanted to turn the game around. "Come on, Su Chen," Gao Tingting shouted. Su Chen also wanted to see what tricks this sister had, so he got in the car immediately. After saying goodbye to Gao Zepeng and Feng Juan, the Porsche slowly left. When the car disappeared, Gao Zepeng said with some melancholy, "Wife, do you think Mr. Su Chen will be interested in Tingting? I think Tingting seems to have always been at odds with Mr. Su." Feng Juan smiled and said, "It's normal for Tingting to dislike Mr. Su now. After all, in the past 2 years, you parents have introduced so many people to her. She will definitely hate the men you introduced. However, with Mr. Su's ability, as long as Tingting has more contact with Mr. Su, she will know how powerful he is. By then, she will most likely like Mr. Su. I just don't know if Mr. Su will be interested in Tingting." Hearing this, Gao Zepeng sighed. "It depends on whether our ancestors of the Gao family bless us." On the other side, Su Chen and Gao Tingting also arrived at their destination soon. Heilong Boxing Gym. Chapter 344 Underground Boxing Match. Looking at the huge boxing gym in front of him, Su Chen was quite surprised. "Is this a boxing gym? Why does it feel like a small stadium?" Su Chen exclaimed. Gao Tingting curled her lips. Sure enough, she is a bumpkin from a mountain village, so ignorant. It is estimated that the reason why she can eat clear water fish in Bincheng is because of her sister-in-law and her brother. What's this? Let's go in later, you can see more amazing things. Gao Tingting looked excited. The two stepped in. Su Chen found that Gao Tingting seemed to be very familiar with this place. She led Su Chen directly to a place where the stairs went down. After a flight of stairs, the view opened up, and cheers and music came. Various lights flashed, and all kinds of music and roars exploded in his ears. Su Chen was stunned. This is actually an underground boxing arena. The decoration around it looks like a bar and a gymnasium. In the middle, there is a large stage. This is a boxing ring. surrounded by fences made of various metal materials. In the middle is the competition venue. What surprised Su Chen was that the boxing ring was not empty, but was filled with various props such as tables, chairs, beds, and cabinets, which seemed to imitate real scenes. Wow, these city people really know how to have fun. On the stage, they simulate real fights. Su Chen thought to himself. Colorful lights flashed, and in the deafening music, the audience around them held bottles and glasses, drinking and shouting excitedly. The game hasn't started yet, so everyone is using this place as a bar, drinking and dancing. Gao Tingting shouted at Su Chen. Su Chen nodded to show his understanding. Gao Tingting took Su Chen and turned left and right and found a booth. Hey, Zhou Wanqiu, I'm here. Gao Tingting waved. The two went over immediately. In the booth, there was a woman and two men. The woman was in her 20s, with big wavy hair, pretty, and a hot body. Her name was Wanqiu, Gao Tingting's best friend. One of the tall and strong men was Liu Heitao, Wanqiu's boyfriend. The other man was a thin young man named Bincheng. Gao Tingting and these three people have been classmates and friends for many years. As soon as she came up, Gao Tingting introduced Su Chen to them. The three of them were also very curious about Su Chen and wanted to see who could make Gao Tingting feel frustrated and angry. However, seeing Su Chen at this moment, they were a little disappointed because they couldn't see what was so great about Su Chen. Everyone chatted and got to know each other. Su Chen discovered that the thin young man Bincheng actually had some basic knowledge of martial arts. Originally, Gao Tingting wanted to instigate Liu Heitao and Bincheng to embarrass Su Chen by forcing him to drink. As a result, Su Chen drank 3 bottles of red wine in front of them without changing his expression. Gao Tingting's face changed instantly. Has this country bumpkin never drunk alcohol? Doesn't he know that he should get drunk or vomit after drinking? Let's not force him to drink. If we want to get him drunk, at least 2 or 3 of us will fall down. Besides, I think all our pocket money will be spent on buying alcohol. Gao Tingting decisively gave up her plan. Wanqiu and the other two also raised their feet and hands in approval. Su Chen smiled and wanted to see what other tricks these people had. Soon, the music on the stage suddenly became powerful. Everyone's face suddenly became happy, and they all looked at the stage. It's about to start. Get ready to bet. Today's game is a showdown between the strong. It's a good loss. I have to win this game back. Everyone around was excited. Even Gao Tingting and others stretched their heads to look at the stage. I saw a middle-aged man appear on the stage. On both sides of him, a contestant appeared. Along with the introduction of the middle-aged man, the records and highlights of the 2 contestants also appeared on the big screen. The atmosphere on the scene was ignited to the extreme. Crazy lion. Crazy lion. Black wolf. Black wolf. These 2 players seemed to be veterans of underground boxing matches, and each had his own fans. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the martial arts style of Yichen was indeed much more serious than that of Bincheng. Even ordinary people like this kind of competition so much. Su Chen looked at the stage and saw that the crazy lion was a tall and strong man with bulging muscles and long hair dyed golden. The black wolf looked much thinner, but his eyes were full of fierceness. Who do you think will win? Who are you buying? Gao Tingting asked curiously. Wanqiu immediately said, of course I'll buy the crazy lion Chen Song. Look how fierce he is. As long as the black wolf lets him touch it a little, it is estimated that the game will end. Liu Heitao smiled and said, I think my baby is right. I will buy the crazy lion too. Then I will buy the crazy lion too. Gao Tingting said immediately. Then, everyone looked at Bincheng. Bincheng scratched his head and said, I think the crazy lion has a better chance of winning. But I always feel something is wrong. Don't worry about what's wrong. The crazy lion will definitely win. Gao Tingting urged. Bincheng thought about it and wanted to buy it directly. At this time, Su Chen suddenly said, I think you should think about it carefully. The black wolf has a more stable pace and should have a better chance of winning. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at Su Chen. Gao Tingting said disdainfully, brother, you are just a doctor who knows some folk prescriptions. Do you understand martial arts? He Jingxuan has learned martial arts, and he thinks the crazy lion can win. Don't talk nonsense. Liu Heitao and Wang Danqian both smiled. He Jingxuan looked at Su Chen. Su Chen said nothing more. Finally, everything was bought, and the game was closed. The atmosphere on the scene instantly became heated. On the middle stage, the crazy lion Chen Song ran towards the black wolf Lu Lang. He fiercely knocked away the furniture blocking the road and grabbed the black wolf. The black wolf also knew how powerful the opponent was, so he used various equipment and furniture to dodge the attack of the mad lion. Sometimes, he would pick up a chair as a weapon and smash it hard at the mad lion. But the mad lion didn't care at all and just took the damage. Not long after, the black wolf was forced into a corner by the mad lion, and the space for dodging was getting smaller and smaller. At this time, Gao Tingting laughed. I told you. The mad lion will definitely win. Although the black wolf is flexible, he can't threaten the mad lion at all. It seems that I will win tonight. On the side, Wang Danqian and Liu Heitao also showed joy. On the stage, the mad lion grabbed the black wolf fiercely. At this moment, the other side suddenly appeared. The black wolf suddenly stopped dodging, but slammed into the arms of the mad lion. Then, a fierce elbow hit the mad lion's chest directly. The mad lion roared in pain. He held the black wolf tightly with both hands, and then hit it violently. But Black Wolf didn't care about his own safety at all. He protected his vitals and hit his head hard, directly hitting the same position. Bang, bang, bang. After a few hits, the mad lion suddenly howled in pain and fell to the ground. His chest was already a bloody mess. The black wolf's body was also bruised. Ah! A burst of noise came. Most people lost this bet. Gao Tingting looked disappointed. I actually lost. Liu Heitao also shouted, it can't be a fake match. I have 100,000 yuan. On the side, Wang Danqian shook his head. No. This is Yu Heilang's place. He is Jiuo Khan's man. He has issued a ban on fake matches, otherwise they will be broken. Before, someone made an appointment for a fight in the underground boxing arena and opened a bet. In the end, it was confirmed that the match was fake. The two people had their hands and feet broken and all the money was vomited out. Su Chen was a little surprised. It turned out that Jiuo Khan's people opened the place. Ah. Then I lost miserably. Gao Tingting looked miserable. She turned to look at He Jingxuan. Old He, how much did you lose? He Jingxuan said a little embarrassedly. I didn't lose. I even won 300,000. What? Gao Tingting, Wang Danqian, and Liu Heitao were all stunned. He Jingxuan glanced at Su Chen and said, at first, I also thought that crazy lion would win. But after brother Su Chen said that, I thought Black Wolf might win, so I placed my bet on Black Wolf. But I didn't dare to bet too much. So, I won less. In an instant, Gao Yuting and the other two looked at Su Chen. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345 Looking for Trouble. Everyone was a little frightened. They looked at Su Chen with strange eyes. They didn't know how Su Chen did it. TSK. Gao Tingting said disdainfully, are you just guessing? Su Chen smiled and said, no. Then how do you know that Black Wolf can win? You are just a local doctor and you don't know martial arts. Gao Tingting asked. Su Chen smiled and said, who told you that I don't know martial arts? Gao Tingting and others were all stunned. You still know martial arts? Su Chen nodded. Although the mad lion is fierce, its steps are particularly frivolous. You can tell at a glance that it has not worked hard. And the Black Wolf, although it does not have an advantage in size, its speed, reaction, and rhythm of movement are all qualified martial artists. In addition, the mad lion obviously underestimated the enemy and was defeated by the Black Wolf. It is normal. Everyone seemed to understand. However, He Jingxuan's eyes lit up slightly, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes when he looked at Su Chen. Gao Tingting saw Su Chen stealing the show again, and immediately said indignantly, who knows if you are just guessing? You said you also know martial arts, so who is more powerful between you and that Black Wolf? Su Chen smiled. One punch is enough to deal with him. Looking at Su Chen's confident look, Gao Tingting was stunned. For some reason, she actually believed Su Chen's words in her heart. However, she still mocked. TSK, just brag. With your weak arms and legs, Lu Lang can deal with you with one punch. That's good enough. While everyone was talking, the middle-aged man came on stage again and announced the result of the game. The winner of this game is Black Wolf Lu Lang. Congratulations. Suddenly, the audience cheered. At this time, a young man slowly walked onto the stage. Lu Lang immediately bowed respectfully. Master Qin. Su Chen asked in confusion. What's this for? Liu Heitao curled his lips slightly and said, this Black Wolf Lu Lang should be the boxer Qin raised. I guess this boxing match made Qin a lot of money. This young master is probably going to show off. Sure enough, on the stage, Qin took the microphone directly. Good evening, everyone. Today, my boxer Black Wolf defeated the Crazy Lion. I'm very happy. I decided to let everyone share the happiness with me. This 1 million is for everyone. As soon as the voice fell, Qin raised his hand, and money began to float down from the sky. Everyone in the audience suddenly became excited and began to jump to grab the falling money or bend down to pick up the money. Master Qin is awesome. As expected of a young master from Yicheng, he is so bold. Master Qin's family owns Zhou Construction Group, which is a real estate tycoon in Yicheng. The Qin family is associated with the Yan family, the first family in Yicheng. This little money is nothing to Master Qin. The audience cheered and praised Qin. Qin's face was full of enjoyment. Show off. Liu Heitao curled his lips. Gao Tingting, who was standing aside, was also full of disdain. In fact, they all came from good families. Although they were not as good as Qin, they were also from wealthy businessmen. They still couldn't do the same thing as an avo-rich like Qin. Gao Tingting glanced at Su Chen and said worriedly, Su Chen, don't bend down to pick up the money. Don't embarrass me. Su Chen was speechless. Did he look so short of money? He glanced at Gao Tingting and said unhappily, don't worry, I don't like his behavior of throwing money around. Gao Tingting was stunned and then laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. They are indeed idiots. No, they are throwing money. On the side, Wang Danqiang and others heard the conversation between the two and laughed. On the stage, Qin watched everyone picking up money and felt very happy. However, he also noticed that Su Chen and others in the booth area were laughing. Qin frowned slightly and then his eyes suddenly lit up. He called his men and whispered a few words. Off the stage, Su Chen's little joke with a homophonic pun brought the people closer together. Sure enough, the first secret to making friends is to find someone you both hate. In the process of attacking that person, you can make friends. Even Gao Tingting poured Su Chen a glass of wine. Ding-ling-ling. At this time, Su Chen's mobile phone suddenly rang. He looked down and saw that it was Qi Hetao's call. Su Chen frowned as he felt the deafening music. I'll go out to answer a call, Su Chen said. Gao Tingting waved at Su Chen directly. A 15 booth. Don't lose it when you come back. Okay. Su Chen nodded and went out to find a secluded place to answer the phone. Su Chen just left. A figure came to the booth. Gao Tingting and others were stunned. The person who came was a man who looked like a bodyguard in a black suit. Who are you? What do you want? Liu Heitao spoke directly. The man in the suit said coldly, I'm the bodyguard of Master Qin. Our master wants to invite this lady to have a drink. I hope the lady will do me a favor. The man in the suit stared at Wang Danqiang. Suddenly, everyone's face changed. And Liu Heitao's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. What the hell are you talking about? Say it again. He was furious. The other party's behavior was simply slapping him in the face. Our master Qin said that he wanted to invite this beautiful lady to have a drink. Then, exchange feelings. The bodyguard didn't give Liu Heitao any face. He has done this kind of thing a lot. Generally speaking, the male companions of these women will be angry. But what's the use of being angry? As long as Master Qin comes out, they will obediently send their women up. Fuck you. Liu Heitao kicked the bodyguard directly. However, the bodyguard just dodged Liu Heitao's attack with a slight dodge. Liu Heitao is just an ordinary man who looks relatively strong. How can he be the opponent of such a professional bodyguard? After dodging Liu Heitao's attack, the opponent hit Liu Heitao in the stomach with a casual blow. Suddenly, a sharp pain came. Ugh. Liu Heitao hugged his stomach, bent over and knelt on the ground, vomiting acid water. Heitao. Wang Danqiang's eyes suddenly turned red and she screamed. Miss, please. The bodyguard made an invitation gesture to Wang Danqiang again. Gao Tingting quickly stood in front of Wang Danqiang and said angrily, get out of here. We don't want to drink with Qindang at all. The bodyguard sneered, it's not a question of whether you want it or not. As long as young Master Qin wants it, you can only accept it. As he spoke, he went straight forward and grabbed Wang Danqiang. At this time, on the side, a strong wind kicked violently. The bodyguard in the suit dodged quickly, but failed to dodge, and was kicked back 2 or 3 steps. It was He Jingxun. The bodyguard in the suit dusted off the dirt on his body. He looked at He Jingxun coldly and threatened, there is actually a martial artist. However, I advise you not to stop young Master Qin's business. Otherwise, you can't afford the consequences. He Jingxun said coldly, get out. Looking for death. The bodyguard in the suit cursed, then raised his hand and punched. He Jingxun went straight to meet him. The two exchanged a few blows. The movement here immediately attracted many people to watch. What happened? It seems that Master Qin has taken a fancy to that woman. I guess the men at their table disagreed, so there was a conflict. Master Qindang's family has been so prosperous in the past 2 years, and there are still people who dare to go against his will. He is really uncomfortable. Isn't it just a couple of drinks? Why don't you go over and accompany Master Qin? Why make trouble for yourself? While everyone was discussing, bang, the bodyguard in a suit was directly beaten and flew out, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of He Jingxun's mouth. It seems that he also suffered a loss. At this time, a cold voice came. How dare you hurt my people? Haha. Have you thought it through? Leave a hand or a leg today. Gao Tingting and others looked up. Qindang looked gloomy and stared at them. Gao Tingting said unconvincedly, do you still have reason? It's your people who insisted on taking my friend to drink. We didn't agree, so he beat my friend. Now he deserves to be beaten. Qindang turned to look at Gao Tingting with a look of surprise on his face. Oh, I only saw that hot chick just now, but there's a better looking one here. So, you two accompany me to drink a few glasses, and then we can talk about life, and I'll let them go. Gao Tingting immediately cursed, you are so shameless. Su Chen is right, no wonder you like to spend money, you are a coin spending person. In an instant, Qindang's face darkened. Kill that fighting guy for me. I'll play with this little hot pepper slowly, he said coldly. The next second, 2 bodyguards in suits rushed up. He Jingxun gritted his teeth and rushed up. However, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. In less than a minute, He Jingxun was pressed to the ground. Qindang stepped forward and stepped on He Jingxun's face. With a sneer on his face, he looked at Gao Tingting coldly. Little Pepper, are you going to be arrogant again? Gao Tingting was scared immediately. Chapter 346, One punch for me is enough. Su Chen walked outside the underground boxing ring and found a secluded place. The deafening sound in his ears gradually faded away. He felt that his mind was much more relaxed. Picking up the phone, Su Chen called Qi Hetao. Team leader Qi, what's the matter? Su Chen asked. Qi Hetao on the other side immediately said, Mr. Su, there is no urgent matter. If you have something to do, just go ahead. He thought Su Chen didn't answer the phone just now and was busy with other things. Su Chen smiled and said, I'm fine now, just tell me. Qi Hetao said, this is it. When I was helping you clean up the body of the 10 perfect crazy monk, I found some things. Su Chen was slightly stunned. This afternoon at the chemical plant, he killed the 10 perfect crazy monk and didn't search him. It seems that Qi Hetao got some spoils from Bincheng. Qi Hetao flattered, I think you should be able to use those things, so I decided not to hand them over and leave them for you. You see, when should I send them to you? Su Chen smiled faintly. It seems that Qi Hetao also wants to curry favor with him. Su Chen would naturally not refuse the benefits that were delivered to his door. He looked at the time and said, okay. Then I'll trouble team leader key. I'm staying at Kyoto Hotel now, but I'm outside. You can wait until after 10 o'clock in the evening, or tomorrow, and send it to me. Kiheteo nodded immediately, indicating that it was okay. The two hung up the phone. Su Chen's face showed a hint of expectation. This crazy monk Kang Chen can be said to be the most comprehensive master Su Chen has met since he came down the mountain. I don't know how many good things he has. Su Chen shook his head and prepared to go back. When he returned to the underground boxing arena, he found that the atmosphere seemed to be wrong. Although the music and lights were still going on, everyone's eyes seemed to be looking at a corner. When Su Chen looked over, he found that the direction they were looking at was actually the booth area where Gao Tingting and others were. Su Chen walked over quickly. The booth area. Qindan was staring at Gao Tingting, and Wang Danqian with a playful smile on his face. These two women, one with a very beautiful appearance and the other with a hot body, both very much sweeted his appetite. Qindan was so excited to think that he could have two girls with him tonight. Gao Tingting looked uneasy, but she still said calmly, my cousin is Gao Zepeng. Do you dare to touch me? Qindan was stunned. Gao Zepeng's reputation is still very loud in Yicheng. However, he quickly adjusted his mentality. Gao Zepeng, so what? Yan Chao, the eldest son of the Yan family, the first family in Yicheng, is still a good brother to me. Besides, I didn't force you. It's up to you whether you want to go drinking with me. Gao Tingting's face was happy, thinking that Qindan was afraid of his cousin. However, Qindan continued to sneer. It's just that, if you don't go, these two men. As soon as he finished speaking, he gave his bodyguards a look. The next second, two bodyguards in suits stepped forward and kicked Jingxuan and Liu Heitao down, and kicked and beat them again. Soon, the two men had bruises and blood in their mouths and noses. What are you doing? Wang Danqian and Gao Tingting were immediately anxious. The two cried and shouted, and stepped forward to stop them. But how could the two women stop such a professional bodyguard? Stop fighting. I'll go. Let's go. I'll go drink with you. Wang Danqian and Gao Tingting cried with tears on their faces. Qindan smiled smugly, why not do this earlier? I didn't force you. Haha. Gao Tingting and the others were humiliated, but they could only follow Qindan to leave. At this moment, a cold shout came. Stop. A cold shout came. Everyone turned their heads and saw Su Chen with a gloomy face. When Gao Tingting saw Su Chen, her face was happy at first, and then she showed disappointment. Even if Su Chen came, what could he do alone? However, Wang Danqian and Gao Tingting still ran over in a hurry. Gao Tingting pulled Su Chen's sleeve and whispered, don't conflict with Qindan first. Go out and call my cousin, and ask him to come. Su Chen said coldly, no, I can handle it. Gao Tingting was stunned. Wang Danqian didn't think so much. She said with red eyes, Su Chen, I heard from Tingting that you know medical skills. Please save Heitao and Jingxuan. Su Chen nodded and looked at Liu Heitao and Jingxuan. Seeing the miserable appearance of the two, Su Chen's heart was boiling with anger. Although Gao Tingting wanted to teach them a lesson. But in the end, Liu Heitao and Jingxuan did not do anything too excessive. Moreover, during the contact, Su Chen had a good impression of the two. But I didn't expect that they were beaten into this state after I was out for a while. Su Chen suppressed his anger and gave the two people a simple treatment. At this time, Qindan's teasing voice came again. Two beauties, there are people here to take care of your friends. Let's have a good drink. Gao Tingting and Wang Danqian trembled all over. Then, they reluctantly took steps and left with Qindan. At this time, Su Chen turned his head and looked at Qindan coldly. If you kneel down and apologize now, I will spare your life. As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. Fuck, this new brother is so fierce. Ha ha ha. Dare to say this to the eldest son of the Qin family, you must be dying. I have seen his miserable state later. On the side, Gao Tingting's face also changed. She stared at Su Chen with her beautiful eyes, cursing in her heart. Su Chen, this bastard, said he could handle it. Is this how he handled it? What else does this do except make Qindan more angry? Sure enough, Qindan's face turned cold, and he sneered, good boy. You are the first person to talk to me like this. Go. Break this kid's legs. I want him to kneel in front of me and watch me drink with two beauties." As soon as he finished speaking, two bodyguards in suits rushed directly to Su Chen. Su Chen seemed not to see it and turned to look at Gao Tingting. Did they beat Liu Heitao and He Jingxun? Gao Tingting was stunned and nodded blankly. The next second, Su Chen's figure flashed out. Everyone's eyes flashed, and they saw Su Chen collide with two bodyguards in suits. Bang, bang. The two bodyguards in suits fell to the ground holding their abdomens. Su Chen raised his foot and stepped down hard. Crack, crack. 4 sounds of broken bones rang out. The arm bones of the two bodyguards were completely broken. Ah! The two bodyguards shouted in pain. Gao Tingting and Wang Danqiang were completely stunned. This Su Chen is so good at fighting? And Qindan was also stunned. The next moment, his face was livid, staring at Su Chen. "Boy, you dare to cripple my people." Su Chen said coldly, "I will cripple you too." Qindan's eyes suddenly turned cold. What an arrogant boy. He turned and waved. "Black Wolf, teach this boy a lesson." As the voice fell, a strong figure slowly walked out from behind. It was the Black Wolf who had just fought with the crazy lion in the boxing ring and won. On the ring, compared to the mad lion, the figure of Black Wolf seemed thin. But at this moment, off the stage, he looked very strong. Black Wolf's name is Lu Language. At this time, Lu Lang stepped forward with a cruel sneer on his face. "Mr. Qin, do you want to live or die?" he asked in a deep voice. Qindan said coldly, "It's best to live. I want him to kneel in front of me and watch me drink with two beauties. But if it's difficult, death is also fine." Lu Lang said coldly, "It won't be difficult." Suddenly, he strode towards Su Chen. The audience around him became excited. This kid has some tricks, but he will never be Black Wolf's opponent. Yeah. It's a pity that the two of them didn't go to the ring. Otherwise we could place bets. Do you think Yu Heilong is a fool? If we all bet on Black Wolf, he will lose a lot. The audience made a noise. Gao Tingting also held Su Chen and advised, "Su Chen, don't fight him. He is a boxing champion who has won 10 consecutive games. I have secretly sent a message to my brother. He will be here soon." However, Su Chen said lightly, "I told you that one punch is enough to deal with him." As he said that, Su Chen went straight to meet him. Lu Lang looked at Su Chen and said coldly, "Apologize to Master Qindan now, and you can still live. Otherwise, when I take action, it will be too late for you to regret it. You talk too much nonsense." Su Chen said coldly, "Looking for death." Lu Lang shouted angrily and stepped on the ground quickly. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to Su Chen. One punch. He hit Su Chen hard, and Su Chen's footsteps did not move. Lu Lang was overjoyed. Just now, he saw Su Chen so calm and thought he was a master. Now it seems that he is just arrogant and ignorant. Just when Lu Lang thought that he would hit the target with one punch, suddenly, Su Chen made a lightning move. One punch. Bang. A sharp pain exploded from Lu Lang's chest. Ah! Lu Lang cried out in pain, flew backwards, and fell heavily on the ground 7 or 8 meters away. Puff. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious. In an instant, the entire underground boxing arena suddenly became quiet. Gao Tingting was stunned, looking at Su Chen with a calm face. "One punch from me is enough to deal with him." This sentence once again appeared in her mind. Chapter 347 Paying for Redemption. The entire boxing ring suddenly fell silent. Those who had been betting on how many seconds it would take for Su Chen to fall to the ground also shut up. Gao Tingting was shocked. It turned out that what Su Chen said was true. Qindan, on the other hand, was stunned. Lu Lang was a boxer he had kept for a long time, and he was very powerful. In the end, he fell down with one punch from Su Chen. You. Qindan couldn't even speak clearly. Then, he turned his head suddenly and looked at the middle-aged man next to him. "Yu Heilong, this man beat up Yi Lang. Don't you care? Lu Lang is a boxer from your Heilong boxing gym. Are you just letting him mess up the place?" The Yu Heilong Qindan cult was the owner of the Heilong boxing gym, the middle-aged man who hosted the competition on the stage. Yu Heilong walked over with a gloomy face. He could see that Su Chen was not easy to mess with. But Qindan was his big money sponsor, so he had to be partial. Boy, you beat my boxer in my boxing ring. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Yu Hailong stared at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled coldly. It's not like you didn't understand what happened here. Are you too blind to ask me for an explanation? Yu Hailong's face was ugly. Good boy, you dare to scold me. You're looking for death. Brothers, clear the field. Grab weapons. The next second, one by one, shirtless men rushed out from the back. They held steel pipes and sticks in their hands and began to drive the audience away. Soon, all the audience were driven away. At the scene, only Su Chen's group and Qindang's group, as well as the people from Hailong Boxing Gym, were left. Yu Hailong stared at Su Chen and said coldly, boy, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down now to apologize to Master Qindang and become his boxer. Maybe Master Qin will spare your life. He doesn't deserve it. Su Chen said lightly. Qindang's face darkened. Yu Hailong, kill him. Yu Hailong nodded. Okay, Master Qin. Brothers, do it. Suddenly, 40 or 50 strong men rushed towards Su Chen. Gao Tingting and Wang Danqiang were shocked. Su Chen, be careful, they shouted at the same time. But Su Chen didn't even look back and rushed into the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. Su Chen rushed into the flock of sheep like a tiger coming down from the mountain. Although there were 40 or 50 people on the opposite side, their speed was just a joke in Su Chen's eyes. Su Chen's figure flashed like a humanoid monster. Every time he punched, a stick would be broken. Every time he kicked, a boxer would be kicked away. In less than half a minute, Su Chen was lying in front of him. These people curled up on the ground, wailing in pain. But Su Chen didn't even sweat. Gao Tingting was completely dumbfounded. It turned out that Su Chen was actually a martial arts master. Liu Haitao and He Jingxuan on the sofa also recovered some spirits. At this moment, they saw Su Chen killing people everywhere, and they almost jumped up excitedly. Yu Hailong and Qindang looked at each other, both stunned. They never thought that Su Chen could beat dozens of boxers. Moreover, in such a short time, Su Chen looked at the two coldly and approached step by step. Qindang was terrified and quickly retreated. Yu Hailong forced himself to be brave, stared at Su Chen and shouted, you dare to hit the boxers of my Hailong Boxing Gym. Do you know that my boss is Jiuo Qian? Su Chen smiled coldly. Jiuo Qian, is it? Call him now and ask him to come. Seeing Su Chen's arrogant look, Yu Hailong was stunned. Good boy. You wait. Yu Hailong directly called Jiuo Qian's number. Boss, I'm Yu Hailong. Please come to Hailong Boxing Gym. Someone came to our boxing gym to make trouble, and dozens of boxers were beaten by him. You come quickly. After hanging up the phone, Yu Hailong breathed a sigh of relief. He said to Su Chen coldly, if you have the courage, you wait here. Boss Jiuo is nearby. He will be here soon. Hearing what he said, Su Chen simply didn't rush to take action. Instead, he turned back to treat Liu Haitao and He Jingxuan. Just now, Su Chen simply treated them. Now it is just right to take advantage of this moment to treat their wounds. He Jingxuan has a good physical fitness and recovers quickly. He said with swollen eyes, Su Chen, I didn't realize that you are a martial arts master. And, you are a great master. On the side, Liu Haitao said, fortunately you are a master. Otherwise, we would have suffered a great loss today. At this time, Gao Tingting said, Su Chen, why did you let that Yu Hailong call Jiuo Qian? He is the underground emperor of Yicheng, and it is said that his martial arts skills are very high. If he comes, we will be unlucky again. Gao Tingting looked anxious. Now, I hope my brother can arrive earlier. Su Chen said lightly, don't worry. Jiuo Qian will only bow and apologize when he sees me. Gao Tingting rolled her eyes when she heard this. On the side, Yu Hailong heard this and was even more disdainful. Boss Jiuo apologizes? This kid is really daring. According to Boss Jiuo's temper, this kind of person who is looking for trouble will be crippled if not dead. Not long after, a roar sounded. Who is causing trouble in Hailong Boxing Gym? Everyone turned their heads to look. They saw a tall and strong man walking towards them with big strides. It was Jiuo Qian. Gao Tingting and others were shocked. The underground emperor of Yicheng is really here. It's over. Yu Hailong, on the other hand, was very excited. As soon as Jiuo Qian arrived, he had a backbone. He hurriedly trotted to greet him and briefly explained what happened. The initial cause naturally had to be concealed. He only explained that it was a conflict between Su Chen and Qin Dong of the Qin family, and he, as the manager of the boxing gym, was mediating. The point was how Su Chen was domineering and injured dozens of boxers in his own boxing gym. Sure enough, Zhou Wanqiu was furious when he heard this. "Tell me, which bastard did it?" Zhou Wanqiu asked. "Come with me." Yu Hailong's face was overjoyed. He took Zhou Wanqiu to the front of everyone and then pointed at Su Chen. "Boss, it's this little bastard." Zhou Wanqiu was about to curse, but suddenly stopped. He stared at Su Chen, his mouth opened and closed, and he didn't know what to say. And Su Chen just looked at him coldly. "Boss Zhou, how are you going to teach me a lesson?" Su Chen asked coldly. Yu Hailong immediately provoked and said, "Boss, did you see how arrogant this bastard is? You are here, but he still doesn't take you seriously." Bang. Before Yu Hailong finished speaking, he was slapped in the face by Zhou Wanqiu. Yu Hailong covered his face, looking confused. "Boss, did you hit the wrong person? Why did you hit me?" Zhou Wanqiu kicked Yu Hailong down with one foot, and then went up and kicked him hard. "I beat this blind bastard. Damn you. You must have framed me to please others. You still want me to be your thug. Damn you. Is there anyone as bad as you?" The moment he saw Su Chen, Zhou Wanqiu guessed the whole story. With Su Chen's character, he would not do anything to bully others. The only explanation is that Yu Hailong tried to please Qin Dong and was beaten by Su Chen. Zhou Wanqiu beat Yu Hailong violently. This scene made everyone look confused. Then, bang, Zhou Wanqiu ran to Su Chen and knelt down directly. "Mr. Su, please forgive me. I really didn't know that this bastard offended you." Zhou Wanqiu looked worried. He was really afraid that Su Chen would no longer pay attention to him because of Yu Hailong. Now, he is very sure that Su Chen is definitely the thickest thigh he has ever met in his life. If he can't hug him now, there will be no hope in the future. Gao Tingting, Wang Danqiang and others were completely stunned. Countless question marks floated through their minds. This is Zhou Wanqiu. This is the underground emperor of Yicheng. He actually knelt down to Su Chen. What is Su Chen's identity? On the other side, Yu Hailong, whose head was covered in blood, was also dumbfounded. He suddenly figured out why Su Chen dared to let him call Zhou Wanqiu. Qin Dong looked flustered. He didn't know who Su Chen was. Qin Dong rolled his eyes, secretly took out his mobile phone, and sent a message. Zhou Wanqiu knelt on the ground with his head down. Su Chen looked at him and said, "I know, this matter has nothing to do with you." Hearing this, Zhou Wanqiu was relieved. But, Su Chen paused, pointed at Yu Hailong. "I'll deal with this guy." Zhou Wanqiu promised repeatedly, "Yes, boss, don't. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Yu Hailong's face was panicked. Zhou Wanqiu scolded coldly, "Shut up." Yu Hailong didn't dare to speak and could only look at Qin Dong for help. But Qin Dong pretended to look away and didn't even look at him. Yu Hailong was so disheartened. At this time, Su Chen continued, "Go. Break Qin Dong's legs, make him kneel here, and notify his family to redeem him." "Yes." Zhou Wanqiu responded immediately. Qin Dong's face changed instantly. Chapter 348. If you want revenge, go ahead. Zhou Wanqiu agreed. Then, without any hesitation, he walked directly towards Qin Dong. Qin Dong's face changed. He took a few steps back and shouted, "Zhou Wanqiu, what do you want to do? My father is Qin Xianyang, the chairman of Zhaoyuan Construction Company. I have been good brothers with Yan Chao, the eldest son of the Yan family, the first family in Yicheng, for many years. Are you going to offend me for this kid?" Zhou Wanqiu was startled when he heard these steps. Then, he gritted his teeth and continued to walk towards Qin Dong. Qin Dong was a little flustered. Looking at Zhou Wanqiu's cold eyes, he finally knew how to be afraid. "You wait." Qin Dong shouted, turned around and ran away. "Humph." Zhou Wanqiu snorted coldly and rushed forward. He stretched out his hand and wanted to grab Qin Dong back. At this moment, a terrifying gust of wind suddenly hit from outside. Zhou Wanqiu turned around temporarily and dodged in the air. Bang! Jiuo Khan landed safely and looked outside with a cautious face. Who is it? Jiuo Khan shouted. Several figures walked in from outside. The leader was a young man in his 20s. He was dressed in a suit and tie, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and looked very refined. This man was Yan Chao, the eldest son of the Yan family, the first family in Yicheng. Behind Yan Chao, there were 5 people. 4 of them were bodyguards in suits and tie. The last one was a hunchbacked old man. Jiuo Khan's eyes were fixed on the old man. Just now, it was this old man who forced him to retreat and save Qindan. Seeing the people coming, Qindan was instantly overjoyed. Brother Chao, save me. This Jiuo Khan is crazy. He will listen to a stinky boy and break my legs. Yan Chao's face was calm. Don't worry. With me here, no one can hurt you. Then, he asked, where are the 2 girls you mentioned? Qindan quickly pointed to Gao Tingting and Wang Danqian. Brother Chao, those are the 2 women. Do they suit your taste? From the beginning, I thought these 2 women were good, and you would definitely like them. As a result, when I invited them, these cheap men stopped me. Yan Chao looked at Gao Tingting and Wang Danqian, and his eyes suddenly lit up. They are really good. When I'm done, I'll let you have a taste too. Qindan smiled flatteringly. Thank you, Brother Chao. At first, he originally wanted to enjoy these 2 women by himself. But Su Chen came out and disrupted his plan. So, he had to ask Yan Chao for help. Although he couldn't taste them firsthand, with Yan Chao's support, he would not have much risk. Moreover, he could also get closer to Yan Chao. Thinking of this, Qindan felt more balanced. Jiuo Khan glanced at Yan Chao, stepped forward and continued to walk towards Qindan. Qindan saw Jiuo Khan's action and quickly hid behind Yan Chao. Brother Chao, look. In front of you, Jiuo Khan, this bastard, still wants to attack me. Yan Chao's eyes turned cold, and he blocked Jiuo Khan directly. Young Master Yan, this matter has nothing to do with you. Please get out of the way. Jiuo Khan said coldly. The Yan family is the first family in Yicheng, and it is said that they have a close relationship with Mr. Long. Therefore, Jiuo Khan is unwilling to cause trouble. Yan Chao sneered. You little underground rat, dare to talk to me like this? Get out. I don't want to talk to a dog. Let your master come over. With one sentence, Jiuo Khan's face instantly became ugly. Humph. That's offensive. As soon as the voice fell, Jiuo Khan grabbed Qindan directly. Yan Chao shouted coldly, old you. The next second, the hunchbacked old man flashed and blocked Jiuo Khan. He hit out with one palm. In an instant, the surging vitality came towards Jiuo Khan. Jiuo Khan's expression was stern, and he fought with all his strength. Boom. There was a loud bang, and it exploded. The tables, chairs, and benches around were instantly splashed. Hiss. A harsh sound rang out. Jiuo Khan's figure retreated back. A deep scratch was left on the ground. He retreated all the way to the booth where Su Chen and others were sitting, and then he barely stopped. Jiuo Khan was shocked. The vitality of this old man was too strong. Jiuo Khan gritted his teeth, and was about to rush forward again. At this time, Su Chen said lightly, stop. You are not his opponent. Jiuo Khan was stunned, and his expression was a little embarrassed. However, he still obeyed the order, and stood behind Su Chen. This scene surprised Yan Chao on the opposite side. Yan Chao stepped up, and said in a cold voice, who are you? Su Chen said lightly, my name is Su Chen. Yan Chao went through this name in his mind, but he had never heard of it. Send those 2 women up here. Then kneel down and apologize, and I'll let you go. Yan Chao was arrogant. Su Chen smiled coldly, I'll say the same thing to you. Hand over Qindan, then kowtow to me and apologize, and I'll pretend you've never been here. Everyone's face changed. The man in front of them was the eldest son of the Yan family, the first family in Yicheng. Su Chen actually had this attitude. Gao Tingting looked anxious, and pulled Su Chen's sleeves repeatedly. Su Chen turned around, and said to her, don't worry. Gao Tingting was speechless. Don't worry? I don't worry about your uncle. Haha. Yan Chao sneered. Okay, very good. Old you, kill him. As soon as the voice fell, the hunchbacked old man rushed out again. Boom. The rolling vitality, like a layer of clouds, pressed directly towards Su Chen. In an instant, Gao Tingting and others instantly felt difficulty breathing. "Mr. Su, be careful," Jiuo Qian reminded. Su Chen smiled coldly and stepped hard. Suddenly, a completely inferior vitality attacked fiercely. Swish. Old Yu's vitality was instantly shattered. He was shocked. He never thought that a young man like Su Chen was not weaker than him. Before Old Yu was shocked, Su Chen rushed towards him. So fast. Only this thought appeared in Old Yu's mind, and then he felt a pain in his chest. Su Chen's palm broke through several layers of vitality defense and hit Old Yu's chest. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Old Yu was thrown out fiercely. Clang. Old Yu hit the wall and slowly slid down without any sound. For a moment, everyone was stunned on the spot. Jiuo Qian stared at Su Chen, a little stunned. The old man's strength was by no means inferior to his, but Su Chen could kill him in seconds. That Su Chen's strength was far beyond his imagination. At this moment, he began to be glad for his original choice. On the side, Gao Tingting and others were numb. At first, Gao Tingting thought that Su Chen was just a local doctor who knew some folk remedies. Then, she found out that he also knew a little about martial arts. Later, she found out that he was quite good at fighting. Now, she felt that Su Chen was like a god of war. She had already understood why Gao Zepeng and Feng Juan had tried their best to recommend Su Chen to her. Across the street, Yan Chao and others panicked and hurried to Old Yu. As a result, they found that Old Yu was already dead. He turned around and stared at Su Chen. He had spent a long time to get this innate master level bodyguard from his father Yan Boy. Now, he died directly in Su Chen's hands. "Asshole, how dare you kill my bodyguard master?" Yan Chao's face was as gloomy as water. However, in response to him was a slap from Su Chen. Bang. Su Chen walked forward, raised his hand and slapped Yan Chao in the face. Immediately, one side of Yan Chao's cheek swelled up, and his gold-rimmed glasses were also slapped off. Just as the four bodyguards in suits were about to take action, Su Chen kicked out with lightning speed. Bang, 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 bang. The four of them flew out and fell to the ground without making any sound. Qindang saw this and hid behind Yan Chao, not daring to move. Yan Chao was furious. "Fuck you." Slap. Su Chen raised his hand and slapped him again. Instantly, both sides of Yan Chao's face became red and swollen. "Fuck your ancestors. Do you know who my father is?" Slap. Slap. Su Chen slapped him twice more. Puff. Puff. Yan Chao spit out 2 teeth, and a trace of blood flowed out of his mouth. Su Chen said coldly, "Keep scolding. Let me see, is it you who is hard-mouthed or my slap is hard?" Looking at Su Chen's cold eyes, Yan Chao finally shut up. He could only lower his head and cover his face, and he didn't even dare to look up at Su Chen again. Jiuo Qian, break their legs, let them kneel there, and wait for their families to pay the ransom. Su Chen ordered. Yan Chao and Qindang were stunned, looking at Su Chen in disbelief. Jiuo Qian glanced at Su Chen, gritted his teeth, and walked up to the two. Yan Chao's face was full of panic. He said in a timid way, "Jiuo Qian, you dare to touch me? My father is Yan Boy, you are." Bang, bang. Jiuo Qian slapped him twice. "Your father is your father every day, but I'm not your father." Just now, Yan Chao called Jiuo Qian a dog, and Jiuo Qian took the opportunity to vent his anger. Anyway, he has offended him, so he is not afraid to vent his anger again. In the blink of an eye, Yan Chao's face swelled up like a pig's head. "Ah! Ah!" 2 screams. Jiuo Qian broke Yan Chao's legs and made him kneel on the ground. On the other side, Qindang was trembling with fear. The first family didn't work, so he certainly couldn't. Bang. Qindang knelt on the ground and cried, "I kneel down. Please, don't break my legs." Su Chen had a blank expression. Jiuo Qian took action directly and broke Qindang's legs fiercely. "Ah! Ah!" 2 more screams. Suddenly, the 2 men's shin bones were completely broken, and they knelt on the ground miserably. Jiuo Qian also had a bad taste, and directly asked the 2 men to kneel on both sides of the booth, one on the left, and one on the right. Gao Tingting, Liu Heitao and others were both enjoying and worried. At this time, Su Chen suddenly turned around and looked at Liu Heitao and He Jingxun. If you want revenge, go and beat them up now. Liu Heitao and He Jingxun were stunned. Then, the two gritted their teeth and stood up. Chapter 349. I like your arrogant look. Liu Heitao and He Jingxun looked at each other, stood up and walked towards Qingdang. Gao Tingting and Wang Danqiang were shocked and wanted to dissuade them. However, Su Chen said, let them go. Let them vent their anger, and they will feel better. Especially, Heitao. Wang Danqiang was stunned. She understood instantly. The person who felt the most helpless today must be Liu Heitao. Su Chen did this on purpose, to let him feel relieved. Gao Tingting was also slightly startled and looked at Su Chen with some surprise. However, she was still a little worried and said, but, Su Chen said lightly, don't worry. I'll take care of it if anything happens. This sentence gave Gao Tingting and Wang Danqiang infinite confidence. Although they didn't know what Su Chen's confidence was, but now that Su Chen said this, they all believed it inexplicably. Su Chen's medical skills were naturally impeccable, and Liu Heitao and He Jingxun were almost healed. Liu Heitao walked in front of Qingdang with a cold smile on his face. Qingdang's face turned pale with pain, because his leg was broken. However, when he saw Liu Heitao, he was still arrogant. You dare to touch me? My father is Qin Xianyang, the chairman of Zhou Construction. However, Su Chen's voice came over. Don't worry. I will naturally make his father have no objection. Okay. Liu Heitao laughed, and then kicked Qingdang fiercely. Bang. Qingdang fell to the ground. Liu Heitao stepped forward, and punched and kicked him. He kicked and cursed. You bastard. Aren't you arrogant? Don't you want to sleep with this and that? You are still arrogant. KO. And He Jingxun also rushed up, and stepped on Qingdang's face with his foot. Qingdang humiliated him like this before. The two fought for a while, and Qingdang was bleeding from his mouth and nose, and was dying before they stopped. Soon, the two came back, and bowed to Su Chen to thank him. Thank you, Su Chen. Liu Heitao said comfortably. Being able to beat this bastard like this, even if he beats me back later, I will accept it. Su Chen smiled and said, don't worry. Since I'll let you beat him, I won't let you get revenge. That's even better. Liu Heitao laughed. At this time, Jiuo Kan approached Su Chen and whispered, Mr. Su, Qingdang and Yan Chao's families have already called. It won't be long before their families will be here. Should we let them kneel? Su Chen said coldly, let them kneel. Let their families watch carefully. I don't know what they can do. Hearing Su Chen's words, Jiuo Kan smiled. Mr. Su is still so domineering. On the side, Gao Tingting and others also felt very happy. But they were still worried. Soon, there was a burst of hurried footsteps outside. Then, a group of people rushed in. The leader was a middle-aged man in his early 50s, slightly fat and quite majestic. Dad. Qingdang, who was kneeling on the ground, was immediately ecstatic when he saw this middle-aged man. Mr. Su, this man is Qin Xianyang, the chairman of Zhou Construction Group, and also Qingdang's father. Su Chen nodded and looked at Qin Xianyang. Qin Xianyang saw his son kneeling on the ground, not only in a mess, but also with a broken leg. A burst of anger suddenly rose to the sky. Who hurt my son? Come out and die. Qin Yangxin roared like a wounded lion. Liu Heitao and He Jingxun were immediately frightened and trembled. They had a great time beating Qingdang just now, but now they regretted it a little. It's me. Do you have any objection? Su Chen stood up and said coldly. Good. Very good. Qin Xianyang gritted his teeth and sneered. You even dared to hit my son, Qin Xianyang. You are so brave. Su Chen said indifferently. Mr. Qin, don't you ask first why I hit your son, and what your son did. Humph. Qin Xianyang snorted coldly. No matter what my son did, you are not qualified to touch him. If you touch him, it's your fault. Are you ready to die? Su Chen sneered. It's true that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Qin Xianyang was furious and said, you dare to scold me. You are looking for death. Come on, give me. Qin Xianyang was about to give an order when suddenly a roar sounded outside the door. Then, there was a burst of urgent footsteps. Bang. The door was pushed open again. Another group of people walked in hurriedly. The leader was a middle-aged man with glasses. Mr. Yan. Mr. Yan. Qin Xianyang's voice trembled a little, because the second wave of people who came in turned out to be Yan Boi, the head of the first family in Yicheng. Qin Xianyang hurried forward and greeted Yan Boi. Master Yan, why are you here? Get out of here. Yan Boi yelled. Qin Xianyang's face froze, and he quickly got out of the way. Yan Boi walked closer, his eyes swept over Yan Chao on the ground, and then looked at Su Chen and others. When Yan Chao saw Yan Boi, he was like seeing a savior. Dad, I'm here, save me. Look, my face is swollen from this bastard. He also broke my leg. Save me, kill him. Yan Chao shouted. At this time, Qin Xianyang on the side was stunned. Only then did he realize that the guy kneeling in front of his son, with a face swollen like a pig's head, was actually Yan Chao, the eldest son of the Yan family. Qin Xianyang was stunned. This young man in front of him not only beat his son Qindong, but also dared to humiliate the first family of Yicheng like this. Haha. I'm afraid Yan Boi will kill him without me doing it myself. Qin Xianyang sneered in his heart. However, in the face of Yan Chao's cry for help, Yan Boi glared at him fiercely and cursed. Asshole. Shut up. Then, Yan Boi turned his head and respectfully clasped his fists to Su Chen and said, Mr. Su, this is our first meeting. Please give me more advice. I'm a rebellious son who doesn't know etiquette and offends you. I beg Mr. Su to be magnanimous and spare this bastard. Yan Chao was stunned for a moment. On the side, Qin Xianyang and Qindong, who were waiting to watch the show, were also dumbfounded. Gao Tingting and others, who were originally trembling with fear, stared at Su Chen with shocked eyes. Su Chen glanced at Yan Boi indifferently and said, do you know me? Yan Boi clasped his hands and said, Mr. Su came to Yicheng and first taught Zhang Lian Jin and Zhang Lian Ru a lesson, and then recruited Ji Yuo Qian, a tiger general, and killed several innate masters. How could I not have heard of him? Mr. Su, you are like a fierce dragon crossing the river. Su Chen's eyes were slightly cold. It seems that the Yan family has a lot of spies. I have only been in Yicheng for a few days, but they have found out everything I have done. Thinking of this, Su Chen looked at Yan Boi and said, no matter how powerful a river crossing dragon is, it may be bitten to death by a local snake, right? Yan Boi smiled gently and said, I dare not. It's not that I dare not, but I can't do it for the time being, right? Su Chen sneered. It's okay, I'll wait for you. Yan Boi's face twitched, and he didn't answer. Su Chen continued, Master Yan, how do you think we should solve the problem here? Yan Boi glanced at everyone and said, since everyone is frightened by my rebellious son, then each person will pay 100 million in mental damages. As for Mr. Su, you also helped me educate my son, so I'll give you 500 million. Su Chen sneered. The dog that bites doesn't bark. Yan Boi's attitude makes him even more difficult to deal with. However, Su Chen is not worried. As long as he has absolute strength, he is not afraid of what the other party can do. Su Chen turned his head and looked at Gao Tingting and the others. You don't have any objections, right? Gao Tingting and the other three stared and shook their heads numbly. How dare they have any objections? The head of the first family in Yicheng came here not to avenge his son, but to apologize to them. Moreover, he also compensated them with 100 million each. What happened to this world? Then, Yan Boi arranged for someone to transfer money on the spot. After a while, Gao Tingting and the others received 100 million each in their accounts. Mr. Su, can I take this rebellious son away? Yan Boi said politely. Su Chen waved his hand. Of course I can, after paying the ransom. Thank you. Yan Boi thanked him and asked someone to carry Yan Chao away. Mr. Su, I look forward to seeing you next time. Before leaving, Yan Boi left a word. Su Chen said lightly, when we really meet, you may not be looking forward to it. Then wait and see. Yan Boi turned and left. A wave of people came quickly and left quickly. Qin Xianyang, who was standing aside, was stunned. Yan Boi, the head of the first family, had his son beaten up like that, but he still had to pay money and apologize to end the matter. What was the identity of the young man opposite? Suddenly, Qin Xianyang felt an inexplicable fear of Su Chen. Qin Xianyang hesitated and tried to speak. Mr. Su, However, Su Chen interrupted. Mr. Qin, I still prefer your arrogant look at the beginning. Please recover. Qin Xianyang was stunned. Chapter 350. Looking forward to the spoils. Qin Xianyang's face turned green and red. However, he dared not say anything. HMPH. Behind Su Chen, Gao Tingting, Wang Danqiang and others saw this scene and laughed so hard that their faces turned red. Su Chen is really a bad guy. Qin Xianyang was obviously scared. As a result, Su Chen deliberately let him regain his arrogant look. Su Chen looked calm and looked at Qin Xianyang and his son quietly. Qin Xianyang's eyes were erratic and he cursed in his heart. He was really scared. The person who came just now was the Yan family, the first family in Yicheng, and the head of the family, Yan Boy. As a result, facing Su Chen who broke his son's leg, he didn't even say a harsh word, but honestly paid the money and left. This made him really confused about Su Chen's identity. However, Qin Xianyang knew one thing. There was no one in the Yan family who had a falling out, so his family was even less worthy. Thinking of this, Qin Xianyang forced a smile. Mr. Su, don't joke. I admit that I was a little impulsive just now. I apologize to you. Since you asked me to come here to pay the ransom, then I will pay it. However, my family is small and cannot compare to the rich Yan family. How about I pay 10 million per person? Qin Xianyang said with a lowered eyebrow. However, Su Chen just smiled coldly. Not very good. Each person in the Yan family pays 100 million. If you think you are nobler than the Yan family, then you can. Qin Xianyang's mouth twitched. Finally, he gritted his teeth. Okay, I will also pay 100 million per person. Mr. Su, please educate this rebellious son for me, and I will also give you 500 million. After saying that, Qin Xianyang also wanted to go to Gao Tingting's account and transfer the money on the spot. Not long after, there was another 100 million in the accounts of several people. Everyone's face suddenly showed joy. Qin Xianyang was in great pain. This was the money he used to buy land and build a building. This loss is huge. Mr. Su, can we leave now? Qin Xianyang asked respectfully. Su Chen waved his hand. Suddenly, Qin Xianyang quickly asked someone to carry his son and left quickly. Before leaving, Su Chen did not forget to remind him, Mr. Qin, when you have time in the future, don't forget to come back and seek revenge on me. Qin Xianyang stumbled and almost fell. Although he thought so, he didn't dare to respond. The Qin family left quickly. Qin Xianyang stopped after walking a long way out of the underground boxing gym. He breathed a sigh of relief. It's so uncomfortable to face someone like Su Chen who doesn't know the details. He turned and looked at Qin, his face full of anger. Little beast, what's the matter with that Su Chen? Who is he? Qin Xianyang asked angrily. Qin said innocently, Dad, I don't know either. I haven't even heard of him. Why are you and Uncle Yan afraid of him? You bring so many masters together. Just kill that bastard directly. Why do you have to endure this kind of anger? Qin's tone was full of complaints. The more Qin Xianyang listened, the darker his face became. He rushed forward and pulled Qin off the bodyguard's back. Qin's calf was broken and he couldn't bear any force at all. He screamed and fell to the ground. However, Qin Xianyang, who was furious, didn't feel sorry at all. He went forward and kicked Qin down, cursing and beating him. Fuck you. Do I want to be so angry? If you weren't asking for death, I wouldn't have to know this Su Chen. Fuck you. You're still lecturing me. You made me lose 1 billion. Do you know that? Fuck. 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 Qin Yangsen showed no mercy and beat Qin severely. In the end, he stopped beating Qin until he was dying. Qin Xianyang took a few deep breaths and waved his hand, saying, lift up the young master and send him to the hospital for treatment. Yes. The bodyguard hurried forward and carried Qin, who was beaten into a puddle of mud, on his back again. Qin Xianyang's annoyance was finally relieved. We should ask Mr. Yan what's going on. If the Su Chen really has some background, my money will be thrown away. If your background is not strong, I will make you spit out whatever you have eaten. Qin Xianyang's face showed a trace of ruthlessness. Inside the underground boxing gym, a burst of cheers came. Yeah. Awesome. Long live Su Chen. Liu Hateo, He Jingxuan and others surrounded Su Chen and cheered. Everyone's face was full of excitement. They would never have thought that the final result would be that they each received 200 million in compensation. 200 million. The family behind them can be regarded as a wealthy family, but it is not the top one. Otherwise, Qindan would not take them lightly. Their entire family company may not have a profit of 200 million a year, but now they have received 200 million in just one night. If they go home and tell their parents, they will be shocked. Of course, the most amazing one is Su Chen, who got 1 billion yuan by himself. Liu Hateo looked at Su Chen with excitement and said, Su Chen, brother Chen, you will be my brother from now on. You are so awesome, I will follow you in the future. Su Chen smiled, don't think about it. Even if you follow me, you will never have the chance to get 200 million yuan in the future. This kind of rich people, if you eat them once, you will learn a lesson. Liu Hateo didn't care, then I don't care. Anyway, I will follow brother Chen in the future. On the side, although He Jingxuan was calmer, he could also see the excitement in his eyes. Brother Chen, why is your martial arts so powerful? If you have time, can you guide me? Su Chen smiled, no problem. Gao Tingting and Wang Danqian were also very excited, chirping like two little sparrows. After a long time, everyone calmed down. Gao Tingting approached Su Chen and asked, Su Chen, tell me, why is Yan Boy afraid of you? Others also looked at Su Chen with curiosity. Su Chen smiled and said, because I'm awesome. TSK. Gao Tingting pouted, you're so mysterious. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Su Chen raised his lips and said nothing more. It's obvious that the Yan family must have a close relationship with Mr. Long. The Yan family's concession to him now only means that Mr. Long is not ready to deal with him completely. In other words, it's not the time to completely break up with him. That's why the Yan family temporarily gave in. If Mr. Long or the Yan family were ready to deal with him, they would definitely make him vomit out everything he ate. However, Su Chen didn't want to say these words to Gao Tingting and the others, because apart from making them worried, he couldn't help at all, so it's better to let these guys have fun. Soon, a burst of hurried footsteps came. Outside the underground boxing gym, two people rushed in. It was none other than Gao Zepeng and Feng Juan. The two walked in anxiously. However, when they saw the people still happily chatting in the booth, they were stunned. Cousin, sister-in-law, you are here. Gao Tingting saw the two and immediately waved with a smile. Gao Zepeng and the other man came over with confused faces and greeted Su Chen first. Then, Gao Zepeng asked in confusion, Tingting, didn't you say something happened? Isn't Qindan from the Qin family looking for trouble with you? And Yan Chao from the Yan family, where are they? You didn't trick us to come here on purpose? Feng Juan also frowned and said, you are too ridiculous. Do you know how worried your brother and I are? Gao Tingting smiled and said, brother, sister-in-law, I didn't lie to you. We really had an accident just now. But, it was all solved by Mr. Su. Then, Gao Tingting told everything that had just happened. After listening to her story, Gao Zepeng was a little confused. What? You mean, Yan Boy, the head of the Yan family, also came and took the initiative to compensate you? Gao Zepeng felt like he was listening to a fairy tale. Gao Tingting said proudly, yes. Later, Qin Xianyang didn't dare to be arrogant anymore, and he also paid the money and left. Now, each of us has 200 million, and Mr. Su has 1 billion. By the way, brother, don't tell my parents. I plan to keep it in my hands and earn interest for a few months. Gao Zepeng and Feng Juan were completely dumbfounded. Their eyes immediately turned to Su Chen. It was obvious. The only reason that could make the Yan family surrender was Su Chen. The two secretly gasped. Su Chen's strength was far beyond their imagination. Mr. Su, you really surprised me. Tingting, this girl has caused you trouble again. Gao Zepeng sighed. Su Chen shook his head and said, it's okay. We are friends. Besides, this is not a big deal. Su Chen looked indifferent. Even if there was no incident today, Su Chen was ready to move the Yan family. After all, this first family has a close relationship with Mr. Long. Su Chen originally planned to lead Mr. Long through the Yan family to see if he had anything to do with the disappearance of the Han family father and son. What happened tonight can only be said to be a coincidence. The rest is to wait for Mr. Long to make another move. Of course, Su Chen did not say these words to Gao Zeping. Gao Tingting and others were in high spirits. After chatting for more than half an hour, everyone was ready to leave. At this time, Gao Zeping said, "Tingting, you can take Mr. Su back." Hearing this, Gao Tingting's face showed a hint of joy. At this moment, her feelings about Su Chen were completely different from when she came to Heilong Boxing Gym before. However, Su Chen said, "No need to trouble. I'll let Jiuo-kan take me back. It's getting late, Miss Gao. Go home quickly to avoid running back and forth, which is troublesome." Gao Tingting's expression froze. She could only pout angrily and watch Su Chen and Jiuo-kan leave. Su Chen quickened his pace and was also very anxious. After all, Ki Hetao was going to give him something. The spoils of the 10 perfect crazy monk must have a lot of good things. Su Chen was looking forward to it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.